Right, so hello everyone. Welcome back to CrawfordCana. Today we are live at Pendulum Gaming in Grantham for the first store championships of 2026. And let me tell you, today is going to be an absolute smasher. I'm really looking forward to casting this. We've had a solid number turn up to Grantham. We've had 36 turn up here, ready and raring to go to get that champion mat for set 10 Whispers in the Well. We're going to be starting off with a very, very strong match for you getting to begin with. Now, I do know these two players personally, very, very strong players. We do have Jordan Stocks and also Samantha Jones, two very strong players. I've played against Jordan before, and well, he beat me very, very quickly. It was an upsetting match in set 9, but phenomenal player. During that time, I was playing Purple Steel and he was on Blurple. So I'll be interested to see what he's playing for this set, to see if he's stayed in that direction or potentially spiced up his deck, went down a different route. As we know, the meta has completely changed for set 10. Blurple showed complete dominance in set 9. It really felt almost unbeatable unless you were playing a quick aggro deck, maybe like Dogs. However, now we are in a completely different situation with this new meta. I'm really excited to see what's going to be happening today, to see what the turnout is, what the top decks of today are going to be. Now, just so you're aware, we are going to be running 6 rounds of Swiss altogether. That's 6 rounds of Swiss with our 36 player turnout. And then we are going to be moving into a top 8. We'll do a top 4 and then a finals. Today, we have some great prizes on the line. Pendulum Gaming has managed to opt in to put a box to the winner, which is fantastic for pricing, only for £15 entry, which honestly is one of the best set champs that I've been to. Really, really impressive. We're going to try and get some behind the scenes footage for you today as well, because the venue is stunning. I'm currently sat in a lovely themed room that they use for the D&D. I'm doing my commentary in here. We have a specific room for the tables, for the live stream. It looks lovely as well. Players here are just getting organised. They're just going to do their mulligans. We'll be getting started in a second. We've already done the roll-offs. But once again, a big thank you to Pendulum Games for hosting today and also for inviting me along to cast. Now, I've just been passed along some copies of the sheets for the players, and we have some quite interesting lists here. My producer is going to be putting up the colours for the list just momentarily, just adding in those colours, just so you can keep track on screen to see what is coming along. But I think this is going to be a very exciting opening match. And honestly, I think this could go either way. For a start, this is exactly what we want to see, a high-tension match, something to keep us on the edge of our seats. So make sure to stay tuned for the whole day today, guys. We are going to have an absolute thriller. This is one to stick around for. If you've not been on my channel before, welcome. My name is Zach, otherwise known as CrawfordCana. I'm a competitive Lorcana player. I travel all around the country, normally compete in all the competitions, but now I'm moving into more of a direction of casting. We're going to be starting off the game here. We ink and we are sticking out a Palace Guard to begin with, and it looks like we are going to have a purple deck against Dogs, which is very, very exciting. We see the lady coming down there and the Palace Guard. So a nice, interesting match here. Now, if Jordan has gone for Blurple, it could be difficult, but we can see we've got Steel coming up there. Purple Steel against Dogs could be quite the thriller. We'd have to say that it more than likely is going to be an advantage to Jordan in this match, especially getting a Calhoun down early. Great bit of control for the board. This is going to be very difficult for the Dogs player if they can't get off too quickly. Purple Steel has some great mid-range control and can put a lot of pressure on early and can even have some quick lore bursts themselves. But we all know Dogs is an extremely quick deck. So Sam could pull off some magic here and get absolutely rare into a quick 20 finish, perhaps before Jordan could even do anything. Really, really exciting start, folks. Sam's just having a little bit of a think for turn. We've got down the Webby, and we also have a Bobby coming down here. Really, really nice start, being able to get multiple characters out onto the board. So Palace Guard and a Calhoun ready and raring for Jordan. And then on the Dog side, we have Lady, Webby Vanderquack, as well as Bobby Zimaruski. Now, Webby has been one of my favorite cards of this set. She's an absolute stunner. Now, when you play her down, you get to give additional stats to one of your characters. But the big thing we're looking here for the Webby is the shift line. It's a 2-cost shift, and when Webby comes out, it means that she has ward, but if your opponent has more ink than you do, you get to ramp alongside them. So it's a great way to keep up with those pesky control decks, which cause a lot of issues. Now, Cheshire Cat has come down for Jordan. A really nice turn free play here. Cheshire Cat has Boost. This is a brand new mechanic for this set. The Boost ability allows you to pay 2 for Cheshire Cat, place a card from the top of your deck underneath it, and move 2 damage counters across. It's like an onboard Bell Mystic that constantly can use the effect for 2 lore. Predominantly, we tend to see Cheshire Cat come down a little bit later, maybe on the turn 5 once you've got 5 ink available. However, I think in this matchup, this is a very strong play. However, we have Lady coming down with Go-Go Tamaga, a really nice play. This evasive card is going to be quite difficult for Jordan to deal with unless he has something specific to get rid of it. Go-Go has the effect that when you play her down, you can pay an additional 2 ink to be able to gain lore equal to the amount of damage on a card. If you have a high stacking card, perhaps Palace Guard with 4 willpower, you could get 3 damage on there, play down the Go-Go, and then get 3 lore total. This can be even stronger with larger cards, a very strong card, and lovely to come down with Lady Family Dog, which gives the effect that when you play her down, you get to play an additional card, 2 cost or less, for free. This is the big benefit of the Dogs deck. It's able to go very quick. However, we were able to minimize the damage there and use the effects of Cheshire Cat to move across characters. So it looks like Jordan is able to control the board quite comfortably here. Cheshire Cat's taken out character. Calhoun's exerted as well. We are 7-5 on the lore total. This game seems neck and neck at the minute. It could go either way, but if Jordan is able to keep this board control down, then he's going to be in a very interesting position here. Giant Cobra comes down, discarding Black Heron, gains him 2 lore, taking him to 9 total. Looks like we have a total of 4 in the ink for Jordan, 3 in total for Sam. Sam needs to try and get some characters on the board, fill up really quickly. Lady comes down with another Lady. Really nice play. Lady, when you put the strength up of this character, you get additional lore. A really, really nice character here. Now, if she can fill up some extra characters, this board can quickly become very, very threatening. Something we very much like to see. Okay, passing back to Jordan. Jordan's going to be exerting, drawing a card here. Cheshire Cat goes into the ink well, and Elsa comes down. We're able to exert a character with Elsa's effect. We go for Lady Family Dog. Elsa is going to be going into Go-Go Tamago, takes out the evasive threat. The big challenge there, getting rid of the evasive, a really good start. And then Calhoun goes into Lady. Jordan gains 2 lore from Calhoun effect, but it has resist, so it doesn't disappear yet. Doesn't take that damage. Really, really useful with Calhoun. Going to quest out, going to 14-6. The Acro deck is really struggling, but we do see the Horseman Strikes, a really nice new card, which banishes an evasive character. Really, really interesting card having a Dogs deck there. Something we really like to see. Jordan, of course, still does have the most board presence. He is the biggest threat, but a Lady Miss Park Avenue no, not Miss Park, that's the 1 cost Lady. Got a little bit excited there. Lady Miss Park Avenue allows you to bring 2 cards back from your discard, so a good way to be able to refill Sam's hand if she can get that out. A little bit of a shame there. It is 4 ink uninkable, so it is a little bit difficult to get out. However, Dogs does really struggle for draw, so it's important for them to be able to develop a draw engine. Now, we're seeing that boost effect happen on the Cheshire Cat here. Card slid right under there by Jordan. We're moving 1 damage onto Lady there, and then we are going to be questing out all characters. We go to 18 total. It's going to be difficult for Sam to be able to take this back. Is there anything in her deck that she can use to clear this board? If she can wipe everything, she'd only have to deal with 1 lore from Captain Hook, but I don't think there's anything there, and unfortunately she's just going to have to scoop. That is game 1 going to Jordan in an absolute thriller. A very, very quick display there. Very impressive showing from Jordan. Both players looking high spirits, giving a good smile there. That's exactly what we like to see, a well-spirited game. But I think this now means that Sam is going to be on the play, so she's going to have a lot better chance. Even though we have a mid-range deck with Purple Steel that's good at controlling in that midpoint, Sam can go very quick, especially if she's going first. This could be her exact point to shine this game, get a quick burst of lore, and absolutely wipe through Jordan before he even knows it. But I'm sure Jordan is going to have a couple of strategies in the bag to be able to hold her back and just edge himself towards that 20 lore total. If you are watching, let me know in the comments what your go-to deck is for this set. What have you been playing? I've been tinkering around with a few decks myself. I really like the look of Ruby Amethyst, Purple Steel, and I've also been looking into Blurple. A lot of people said Blurple was a bit of a dead deck for this set, but I think it's still got some legs behind it. Now, one of the big things we need to take into consideration is Purple Steel is probably the most popular deck in the meta at the minute. something that everyone seems to be gravitating towards. Blurple does have a naturally strong matchup into Purple Steel, so it could be a really nice counter. But of course, you need to be worried because a Dog's deck, like Sam is playing, absolutely wipes the floor with Blurple. A really, really difficult match to play against for a Blurple player. So the good thing about this meta, I think, is that we have such a large variety. We've got green-blue, which has showed a lot of strength. We've had CCQ in, I think it was Wakefield. That was won by Blue Steel. A very impressive show in there. We've also got some very strong players playing some different decks today. Got the likes of Colin Baker, who has performed very well at previous Axion tournaments, taking the win several times and often top cutting. In fact, he was the highest scoring player of Axion's last tournament for the whole few days that they ran it. We've got Andy Hall, who came second at a DLC. We have some very strong players here today, so you're going to have some phenomenal matches that you can watch back on and keep your eyes on to keep entertained for this whole day. Now, of course, we're limited for the amount of set champs that are on today since we're brand new to the start of the year. But if you're watching from a different set champs, let me know in the comments what set champs you're playing at. And if you've not joined one yet, let me know what set champs you are planning on going to. Maybe I'll be there casting. Maybe I'll get to sit across the table from you. It will be good to catch up with any of you in person. But it looks like we are pretty much ready to go and get started with this match as we just finish off the mulligan for our players. Sam looks like she's going to be swapping quite a few cards. Jordan seems quietly confident. Cards already down in his on his mat. Looks like he already knows what he's getting back. Now, of course, Jordan's being quite smart here. Since you are going second, you are entitled to wait to see how much the first player, the player that's going first, sends back in their mulligan before you make their decision, which looks like is exactly what Jordan is doing here. Doesn't look like he sent too many cards back, though, so really interested to see what is in his hand. Perhaps he's got quite a strong hand. I imagine he's going to be wanting to do a little bit of control early on this game, just stop Sam getting too far ahead. She really needs to get some rockets strapped right onto her and shoot all the way to 20 and get there as quick as possible. However, we have seen she's got a nice bit of control in her deck. She's got copies of the Horseman Strikes Back to get rid of the evasive threats. What else does she have in the deck? Perhaps she's even got the Prince Philip combo, Shift, using Malicious Mean Scary as a song first, wipe out the whole board. That could be some really interesting tech. But starting the game here, we've gone for Daisy Duck as the first play. Now, I love seeing Daisy on the board. She's really hard to get rid of in the early game. She quests for 2 and has the ability, when she quests, you get to look at the top card of your opponent's deck. If it's a character card, they go into the hand. If not, goes to the bottom of the deck. So if you've got a lot of actions in your deck, then she can be a mighty pain. But she, most of the time, does refill the opponent's hand, something you need to be careful of as the aggro player. Now, we've got Hook coming out on the board for Jordan. Probably one of the best starts that he could get. If he is running Madam Mim Skater, that could be a really nice turn 2. Boost the Hook up. He'd be able to take out Daisy in 1. Wouldn't hate to see that. Lady comes down with Bobby Zimmerowski as well. Gets the effect that gets to see the top card of the deck and then discard a card. A nice way to filter the hand, get certain cards into your discard pile. This works really well with Lady Miss Park Avenue, like I said before. It's a nice way to be able to get something that you can bring back. We've seen Mowgli go there, so that's something you should be able to bring back. Looks like it was a strength for a Raging Fire off the top of the deck. Something that Jordan definitely would like to be seen, but it depends if she is playing Ursula in her deck or not. If she has the 2-cost Ursula, she could snipe Song straight out of his hand, which would be a little bit of a nightmare for Jordan, but realistically, he is going to want those control cards like Strength. With Purple Steel, we're going to want to go turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, play down your turn 4 card, and then sing with your 3-cost character. Damona's gone straight into the ink there. I think that's a wise choice. We don't want to be giving cards to the opponent. However, it does have the effect that you get to exert all characters, which is really nice. Going to do 3 damage into Daisy Duck there. Hook obviously has the Challenger ability, gets +2, so deals 3 damage. Really nice opening play. We've got Jafar coming down on the turn 2 as well. Gains evasive on Jordan's turn. A really nice start for Jordan on Purple Steel. However, as we can see, Sam has a very well-filled board. Cards in hand, she can go very wide here, which will be difficult for Purple Steel to deal with. Daisy comes down again, as well as a Tramp. This is a really strong play here. Going to be boosting up all the characters. The board is looking very, very wide. Going to be questing with Daisy, Lady, and Bobby, it looks like. Going wide, going up to a total of 8 lore already at this point in the game. Very, very quick. Now, top card on the deck is a Palace card. That is going to go into Jordan's hand. I imagine that's surely got to be ink, though. That's not a card he's going to want to play in this game just because it's not going to deal a lot of damage. At this point, he really needs to do some control, stop her getting too far away. But the quick question is, Does she run Chromicon? Chromicon could be an absolute nightmare for Jordan, bouncing all his cards back to hand. At the minute, though, we're challenging with both Jafar and Captain Hook, getting rid of 2 characters. Dumbo goes into the Inkwell. What do we have? We go for Giant Cobra here, discarding a card potentially for Jordan. Yes, discards Doc, gains the 2 lore. Now, this could be a massive hint that he has multiple Docs in his hand, something that we need to be aware of. Dumbo has gone into the Inkwell as well. To me, this is a big sign. There's multiple Docs there. If he can get the Doc down, get some additional draw into his hand, he can cycle through quite quickly, which would be nice for him. However, still plenty of cards in hand for the aggro player with the Dogs deck. She has gone up to 3 inks now. Realistically, you don't need to go much higher than this, but we get Raja Bodyguard. What a fantastic play. Raja is a 3/4 stat line and bodyguard, a brilliant way to be able to protect her characters. This is going to be a bit of a menace for Jordan to have to deal with. Bobby Zimmerowski, interesting, going to be going into Captain Hook, taking that out there. It's only 1 damage back, so Bobby still stays on the board. She doesn't need to worry about that. But we have protection from Raja. I imagine we go for the quest with Daisy and Tramp, taking it up to 11 total. A really nice start. 4 cards on the board. Jordan is going to have to work. The quest brings another Palace card into the hand. Not something he wants to be seeing. It looks like a Cheshire Cat that he drew into there. That could be a very valuable card. Surely Giant Cobra takes out the Raja. It does indeed. 3 damage goes back onto Giant Cobra. If we get out Cheshire Cat here, we can play that down, move 2 damage across to a character. We could take out the Tramp or the Bobby Zimmerowski. I do not hate that play whatsoever. It does mean he's going to have to ink again and boost, but how much ink does he have? Is it? I think it's only 3 he has, so he would not be able to get the Cheshire Cat effect. Of course, you're going to need 5 ink to be able to do that. Jafar is looking at doing a challenge, going to be taking out Tramp. 2 characters left on board, but she is on 11 and is able to go very quickly. Interesting. Palace Guard and White Rose comes out. White Rose has the effect of gain a lore when it's played. Not a lot of people are playing White Rose at the minute. It seems to be swapped out the deck. A lot of people tend to go to Tiago for the plays for Purple Steel. He, of course, has dropped White Rose. He popularized that play back in the previous set, but something that he's not went in that direction anymore. So interesting to see Jordan still run it. Now, like I say, Jordan is a very talented player, very strong, and in fact won the last tournament here at Pendulum. So the reigning champion that we are watching right now. So he certainly knows what he's doing. I said it earlier, Ursula in the deck can be quite a pain. But we've had a look in the hand. We've got Palace Guard, we've got Cheshire Cat, we've got Genie. So interesting, they opted to just get rid of Doc, the uninkable, straight away. Obviously not seeing the value of it being in his hand. He doesn't need to. He's got the Genie in there, so he can get draw. Black Heron comes in as well. Perhaps because we've had so much draw from Daisy, there was just no need for that Doc. But Black Heron could be a very strong card in this game. Jordan is, of course, going to have to be careful of his Palace Guard, though, because it has high willpower. If Sam is able to get off a well-timed Go-Go to Margot, she'll get a huge burst of lore here, which puts Jordan under a lot of pressure. But to be perfectly clear, he's under quite a lot already. 4 in total, 2 cards on the board, 3 to 13 deficit. Going to be spending out, looks like all his ink here. Is it Genie? Genie comes down, gets to draw an additional card into hand. Not too sure what card he's drew there, but he is getting a little bit of board presence at least. Black Heron goes into the Inkwell and he plays down another Palace Guard. 2 Palace Guards onto the board. Going to be taking out Daisy. Only 2 cards left on the board for the Dogs player. Does she have any cards left in hand? I think she might have nothing left in hand. This could be quite tragic for her if she's top decking. That's not a position she wants to be in. What does she pull off the top deck? 3 ink total. Can she even play it? If it's a Miss Park Avenue, that could be very unfortunate. If she has an option of 2 lore on the board, she might just need to hold play here and hope there isn't an Elsa in hand to be able to remove the characters. Sam just having a little bit of a think here. A crucial part of the game. Really needs to focus. Okay, Webby comes down, going to be given a plus to a character. Looks like it's Ursula, and Ursula is going to get the additional strength, take out White Rose. Not a bad shout here. And then I think we pass turn, moving on to Jordan. This is exactly where Jordan can start making some moves, turn the game around. He has good board presence, although there's nothing he can go into at the minute, so he might want to quest out with all his characters, but once again needs to be wary of the damage that goes onto his Palace Guards. Dumbo goes into the Inkwell, and Lexington and Cheshire Cat come onto the field. Looks like we've got a nice full version of Cheshire Cat there. Beautiful card, one of my favorites of this set. But Lexington is an absolute menace. It has alert, which means it gets evasive on Jordan's turn when he's attacking only. It doesn't keep it, unlike the other characters. But we get the shift, Lady Miss Park Avenue. That is a really big play. That is really exactly what we want to see. Daisy, and what else comes into hand? 2 cards can come back. Needs to show it to the opponent. Just having a little bit of a think about what she wants to take here. Although needs to be very careful with that Cheshire Cat that can ping damage like crazy. Lexington, of course, has the effect that if you have 3 or more cards in your hand, it can't ready. Looks like there's only 1 card in hand for Jordan, but she's opting for the 2 daisies. Sticking these 2 down here could put her quite high up. And then, as I say, only needs to pull into a go-go. Goes for the quest, being brave with it. We like to see that going up 16 total. Jordan is going to have to challenge in here. He has to get rid of the cards. Perhaps Lexington takes out Lady and then utilizes the 2 ballast guards, take out Webby, or maybe just uses his Genie. But it is high quest and power, something he needs to be careful of. But once again, he needs to be wary of the damage. The positive, though, is he can move the damage off with Cheshire Cat to protect himself a little bit. Black Heron comes back down, having a think about what we're wanting to do here. Lexington is, in fact, going to go into Miss Park Avenue, taking it out. Webby is then going to be taken out with Cheshire Cat, being able to move the damage across, I believe. Nope, Cheshire Cat is just challenged straight in, so only 1 damage back there. 3 cards in hand now. Looks like it's a Mowgli. 3 cards altogether. Could it be a Mowgli and a Daisy? No, goes for the double Daisy. If Jordan cannot find the removal here, Sam takes this game. He needs a Strength of a Raging Fire or an Elsa. Otherwise, he is absolutely finished. I do not think there's anything in his deck apart from maybe Thunderbolt. He has Thunderbolt that could protect him here. He needs to stop him quick. Jafar comes down onto the field. He's got the Thunderbolt in his hand and the epic version as well. Stunning play from Jordan. Takes out the Daisy here, deals all the damage, absolutely wipes Daisy straight off the field, and then is able to quest out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, taking him up to 16 total. 17 altogether. If Sam is not able to wipe Jordan's board here, do some damage, then she's going to lose this game. Mowgli comes out onto the field. Don't think there's anything in hand either, so it doesn't matter. I think it's another Mowgli in hand as well. Gonna have to be play it out, and I don't think there's anything she can do. Having a think here to see if there's any single option. Quest to 18 with the Daisy. Elsa comes into the hand for Jordan. Plays at the Mowgli, and that is the end of the game. Oh my God, what an absolute thriller. A massive well done to both players, and a special well done to Jordan for an absolute thrilling round 1 performance. Takes it on the play with Purple Steel against Dogs. Now, like I say, don't get me wrong, predominantly you do have the advantage as the Purple Steel player going into Dogs. But as you saw in the second game, Dogs can go so quickly, and it can be such a hard matchup to be able to catch up with. Sam got to 18. She was so close. If Jordan did not top deck he held his Thunderbolt, he would not have been able to take that game. Such a massive shame, but a huge well done to both players. Well, guys, I am losing my voice already. That was an exciting game. I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going into for round 2, but we're almost certain Jordan is going to be up there at the top of the tables, and there's a solid chance we might be seeing him on stream again today. A very, very well-played match. Very impressive. But once again, for both players, let me know in the comments below, what deck do you think is the stronger option? Would you take either of these 2 decks to set champs? I think if it was me, I'd probably lean more towards the Purple Steel deck, just because I really like the mid-range style. I'm not that good at aggro, and I always hate being in that deficit where it feels like you can't do anything at the end of the game just because you ran out of card draw. Both players just submitting it there on Play Hub. Nicely done, and a big well done to every single player. So make sure to stick around today, guys. I'm going to be coming off commentary soon, just in between rounds, but we will be back for the round 2, of course. That is going to be staying live with us, so rest assured you can stick with us for the full day to keep track of what's going on here. If you do want to watch the standings live, you of course could go onto Ravensburger Play Hub, take a little look on there, and you'll be able to see the standings, how each player is doing. Be well worth a watch there just to check who's at the top of the leaderboards and who's getting ever so closer to that top 8 slot. Really, really excited to see what decks are going to be in our final rounds today. Now, the big negative for commentating is I have to say I'm desperately missing playing, but it's going to be a great day today, guys. Looking forward to catching up with you soon, and I'll see you in the next round. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to round 2. We have the next round for you, and this one is going to be a very strong one. Producers, just get the names changed for you on screen. We have Eric versus Nathan. Now, I know Eric personally, I played against him at Axion in the top 8. Very, very strong player. And Nathan, a very well-accomplished player as well. So this will certainly be quite a strong match for you. Now, we're just going to be having a little bit of a wait for the deck colors, just so we can find out who's on what, so we can let you know on screen. Once we see the opening turns, then we can pass on that information to you, get displayed, so you know what is being played. Now, it looks like Eric is on Ruby Steel, which is an exciting one to see on stream. Not used to seeing that. Eric, it looks like potentially going to be on Emerald Amber, but we will definitely have confirmation for that in a second. Now, I'm really excited to see Nathan's build here. It's not often that we get to see this in a tournament, but I'm really excited to see what's going on. Now, it looks like we have Lady coming down for the opening turn. We have Hook out on the field for Nathan. Really, really interesting start here. This could be once again a bit of a control match against the more aggro style of play. However, Eric is not usually somebody you see on aggro. I'm used to seeing Eric on the more Blurple or Ruby Sapphire lines on the big control decks. So I don't know what he's cooked up here. We see Tramp come down on the turn 2. Looks like the standard dogs build so far, but we could see a little bit of a change coming up. Going to be seeing Moana go into the Inkwell. Moana's a really cool character, 4/3 evasive. When it challenges into a character, get to give plus strength to another character after it banishes it. Really cool card to see. What are we going to be playing out for the turn 2, though? Obviously, with the old style Ruby Steel deck, you'd see Smee coming out on turn 2. Maybe we go for Diablo, the 2-cost bird. That could make sense. 3/3 stat line quest for 2. Nathan's having a little bit of a think here about what he wants to do. He knows he is going to have to be in control mode here to stop Eric from going too quickly. Going to have to be smart. Goes for the Black Heron. Really nice start here. Able to control the board. 3/3 stat line. Very strong card. Very similar to Calhoun, but you don't get the +2 law when you take out a character. However, uninkable, which is nice, non-resist. So he's going to be going into the Inkwell here, going to be playing out the 3-cost Clarabelle. Very interesting card. So when you play it down, if your opponent has more cards in their hand than you do, you get to draw a card. So this is hinting to me that Eric is more than likely going to be having the shift line in his deck. If he's running this Clarabelle and has the shift, more than likely he could be running the Circle of Life variant, which is a little bit slower, more of a control style, but we will soon see. Looks like we've got Shift Mulan going into the Inkwell there. That is a very cool card to have in for the deck for the Ruby Steel player. If he shifts that onto a Mulan, challenges in, he can wipe out 2 other characters by pinging damage across. Really cool card to see there, but obviously no Mulan out on the board, so not going to be able to do too much to be good with. Having a little think on Nathan's side. Got to be very careful not to overcommit here. Once again, with the Emerald Amber decks, we do need to be careful that they don't hit that go-go. Go-go can be an absolute nightmare for the players. Black Heron, Captain Hook on the board. Nobody's exerting so far. Looks like we're not rushing out for any lore too quickly. Both players taking their time, having a solid think about what direction they need to go in. We have gone down for a Jafar. Right, okay, that's the 3-cost Jafar that gives plus strength to a character. Obviously, it doesn't look like we're going to get any benefit of that for this turn so far, but it's still a character on the board. Questing for 2 as well, so we'll be able to get the Ruby Steel player quicker to 20. Looks like Tramp is going to be exerting. Is he going to make a challenge, or is he going to be questing? No, a song perhaps. Okay, I think that's Della's Lullaby. Can't quite see because the glare there. But looks like going to be singing that with Tramp. Another card in hand, ready for Eric. Going to be exerting 3 copies. Goes for Raja Bodyguard. Love to see that. Same that we saw in the last game, just giving an extra little bit of protection. Going to be taken out there with Clarabelle and Lady. Taken out. Okay, so Della's Lullaby obviously must give resist or minuses the strength for character, so just helps protect for Eric. He's got a nice bit of control there, filling out his board. Raja is now offering a nice little bit of protection. Clarabelle, Tramp, Lady, and Raja on board. Really solid strategy so far, putting a lot of pressure on the Ruby Steel player, even at the early parts of the game. Eric seems calm and collected, obviously got a very good game plan in his head. I think that's an Under the Sea. I see it in his hand as well. Interesting to see that. A nice little show to the camera from Eric. We like some gamesmanship there. Under the Sea is a really nice card to see. A lot of people dropped it due to the Prince Philip shift line, singing with Militia Mean Scary to wipe the board. But I still think Under the Sea is a great card to have. If you can sing that, which you'd certainly be able to do, sing together, 3, 6, 8. Got a total of 9 on the board, unless Nathan is able to take some characters out. You could sing that and then wipe out the Captain Hook. Not too much of a benefit there, though. But if he does go for some smaller base characters, what's he going to play for Ruby, though? Predominantly with the purple steel deck, you might see Genie come down on this turn. But it's interesting to see what the Ruby steel player might go for. A little bit more limited options. There's Hercules, of course. That could be an option. Doesn't give any protection to Jafar or Captain Hook since they are villains, though. Lumiere comes down, and we're going to be... Oh, we've got locations. Castle Wyvern. Very interesting. Unexpected to see here. Now, Castle Wyvern is a 2-cost location, and it costs 1 to move a player's character into there. 5 stat lines, got a nice bit of willpower as well, so it's going to stick around for a while, especially against this lower to the ground deck. Now, Captain Hook has taken out the Raja there, so the other cards are open to being attacked. Going to be singing with Jafar, got the strength. Not sure that's the right play there. We've only got 1 character on the board, so you're not going to be able to take out that Clarabelle. Nathan has just taken that back, having a little think, hasn't fully committed it to the board yet. Both players agree to that. That seems to be absolutely fine so far. But the risk is if he timed that differently, went in with kept the Hook on board after singing strength and then challenge where he'd probably be in a little bit of a better position. But only 1 character on board, so can't really do much here. Looks like he's just quested out and exerted, maybe. Not sure that Nathan's remembered to add his lore onto the board there. Right, moving over to Eric. Eric's exerting 2 here. Going to be dropping a card onto the board. Can't quite see what that is. He's just moved it to the side a little bit. We're just going to give a quick reminder to the players about keeping the cards on board just so we can see everything. Looks like a card's just gone into his discard pile, so that's absolutely fine there. On the board at the minute, we've got the Bobby Zimruski, so he's just discarded. So that's just a card from his hand. After getting to draw an additional 1. Looks like he's dropped the Under the Sea into his discard pile, which is interesting. Obviously, not valuing that at the minute for Eric. Got Scrooge McDuck, Just Agent on board. Now, this is quite a cool character. A card that I didn't really value at the start of the set, but it can be a bit of a pain in the butt. If you take it out in a challenge, it goes back to the player's hand. So you get to constantly keep playing it back onto the board. You also get to do a bit of filtering with this card as well, so a really strong play. The big benefit that Eric is having currently, though, is he has such a wide board. This is going to be quite challenging for Nathan to deal with, unless he's able to find something along the lines of a board wipe. But I don't think we quite have that in Ruby Steel. Of course, there's the Maui Shark combo with Mount Olympus, but that's going to be a while before we get that out. We're going to be playing Strength for a Raging Fire, sings out Jafar after Doc comes down. Looks like we're not activating the effect. Now, I don't think Nathan is in the best position on the board here. He's definitely going to struggle a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4 characters still on the board for Eric. So Eric is sitting in a comfortable position. Both players on a low lore total. Nathan just having a little bit of think about what else he wants to do. Looks like a Goliath in his hand, as well as a Strength for a Raging Fire. Goliath, really cool card that limits draw for the players. Something you might want to be seeing a little bit later on. The difficulty with Ruby Steel, though, it's not a ramp deck. It's going to be quite hard to be able to get that out. This is really late a game card. Just going to have to pass there. Eric sorting out his ink here. Got a total of 3 into the inkwell. Going to be playing down Emerald Chromicon. An absolute nightmare for the Ruby Steel player, unless they have some item removal in here. Now, Emerald Chromicon has the bouncing effect that when one of your characters is banished, you get to send a character back to your opponent's hand. It's really, really difficult for tempo decks to be able to have an effect on. Now, looks like we've gone up to a total of 5 lore each, but the board is way, way wider for Eric. And as soon as Nathan does any challenging or any banishing, that Chromicon is going to send his characters back into his hand. Now, the Doc coming back into his hand won't be too much of an issue. That'll be good for him, but I'd like to think that Eric wouldn't be allowing that to happen. Something that we need to keep on the field. We don't want him getting too much short. But that being said, Nathan's got quite a few cards in his hands. The Doc will have no benefit at the minute unless can empty his hand. We did see already that in his hand he has the Goliath, so he might want to be inking that, try to put a little bit more pressure on the board with some smaller characters, but I don't think he has the strongest hand at the minute. My worry is at this point in the game, Eric can really just boost off quite quickly and get away from Nathan before he can do anything to catch up in quite a strong position, unless Nathan has any item removal in his deck. We do have the new sword card from set 10, which gives can banish dirty characters. I believe that can also do some work with items. Or we've got Pluto, the Steel Champion card. That could make a little bit of a difference in the game here, but cost 5 doesn't have that in the hand either. Going to be inking that Goliath. Not wanting that out on the field yet, having a little bit of thinking what we can do. He really needs to try and clear something here, otherwise Eric is going to go too far ahead. Total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore available on the board. If he's not able to take out anything, Eric is going to be able to go up to 11 next turn, which is quite a risk for the Ruby Steel player, putting them nearly in range of completely taking the game. Far is going to quest out, going to 8 total, and then we are going to be, is that Hardcast Strength? Looks like it might have to be. Smart there to quest both characters, get the lore total before some pop back, get rid of the Clarabelle, and then we are sending Jafar back into the hand. Does not want to keep that onto the field. Now, Nathan obviously does have the benefit of if he replays that, then he gets to give plus strength to a character. Just going to be opting to play down the Captain Hook here, get a challenging card on the board. Once again, no difficult position. He's going to have to really work hard to be able to keep up with Eric here. Eric only on 4 ink. Drew for turn. Looks like he's exerting 3. He is going to be playing out another Raja Bodyguard. Absolutely devastating for the Ruby Steel player. This is not what he wants to see. Just going to be questing out all his characters, going up to a massive total of 11. Daisy Trigger brings the Mulan into the hand, but Raja offering a nice bit of protection. As soon as he tries to get rid of that, he's losing cards on the board. He's going to really struggle here to do any damage. There's not any board wipes available to him. He's going to have to really come up with something special. And I do not know, Ruby Steel has it in the colorways to be able to come back from this point, but maybe he can come up with something. We see a Mulan in hand, perhaps a Sisu maybe. Can't quite see what's there. I think that's a Jafar we've got in hand as well. Not sure what he can do here. Eric in a very, very strong position. Very impressive start from Eric so far. Nathan just going to be having a little bit of a think about what he wants to do. Eric's just had a look through his discard, still got some cards in hand. 1 ink still spare for Eric's total. Just working out here. As I say, Chromicon is the big hindrance in this game here. Being able to pop cards back into the opponent's hand, stopping them from having the board presence. Medallion Weights comes down for the Ruby Steel player. Interesting. Medallion Weights is able to give you additional challenger strength to let you draw cards. Not a bad option to come down, refills the hand a little bit, but it's a question of, is it a little too late for Nathan to be able to do anything to stabilize in the game and come back? Even if Nathan just opts to quest out, he's at severe risk. Eric can quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 next turn, can go to a total of 17 if Nathan does not take anything out. Use the Medallion Weights on the hook, takes out the Raja. We get rid of that straight away. Doc has quested, goes straight back into the hand. Location still on board, so he is gaining passive lore as well. Going to want to be getting another card out here. Gets the draw from the Medallion Weights. Pete is in hand. Not enough ink to be able to play out the Pete though, which is the negative. Perhaps Captain Hook comes back out here just so can exert some more pressure again. But once again, difficult to do. And the Daisy could be quite a problem as well. Pete goes into the ink. We are paying out 1 for the Mulan. That's going to allow him to draw a card and discard if he so chooses to. Looks like he's not opted to do that. Now, perhaps a little bit of a sequencing issue there. He's played down the Mulan, moved it into Castle Wyvern. Then I think he's elected to use the draw and discard ability for Mulan. So a little bit of a sequencing problem there. Obviously, you need to do that before you move it into the Wyvern. Eric's not said anything on it, though, so perfectly happy for that to continue. Obviously, he is in a stronger position. Lady Miss Park Avenue comes down. An absolute horrific play for Nathan C. This is exactly what Eric wants. Gets 2 cards back into his hand. Going to be inking down a lady. Plays out Scrooge McDuck Shush Agent. Very wide board now. Going to be questing out all his characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 total. Going to 17. It is game on the next turn. Black Heron from the Daisy Trigger going to be drawing another card into hand now. Gets the 1 lore from the location and draws out for turn. Got a Mulan there. Got a Strength for Rage and Fire. I don't think there's anything he can do here. He can maybe take out 1 character, but he's not going to be able to get rid of that Scrooge McDuck. Strength could do something, but does he have enough ink to do Strength? Add on the Medallion Weights, take out multiple cards. Very, very difficult position for Nathan. And once again, Emerald Chromicon just bounces back anything he layers down on the field. So even if he can stabilize on this turn, he's perhaps going to be losing all his cards again. Black Heron goes into the Inkwell. Having a look at what we can do now. There's a Doc in hand. Doc comes down onto the field. Discards with Doc, looking to see if he can pull into a little bit of magic to help him out. Still got a little bit of ink left that he can work with. draws into the Headless Horseman, and then Lexington, that's not what he needs. I don't think he even has enough to be able to play the Headless Horseman. Headless Horseman, of course, could get rid of the Scrooge McDuck or the Daisy, but does he have 5 ink available? Of course, even if he does have the 5 ink, he's not going to be able to use the medallion weights on the Mulan for the challenge. Of course, Headless Horseman, when it is played down, gives +1 strength to every character, so Mulan could become a bit stronger. Going to be going into the Lady Miss Park Avenue there. Castlewine must give a little bit of extra strength. I think that's Challenger it gives. So Lady has gone. Then Big Zern plays down the Headless Horseman. A solid play. Going to be taking out the Daisy there. But then Headless Horseman comes back into the hand due to the banishment. Absolute nightmare situation for the Ruby Steel player. Done what he can there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, too much law on the board. Game 1 is going to be going to Eric in a very, very confident manner. Very well played from Eric here. Just being able to control the board, put Nathan under as much pressure as possible. This one is going to be a very, very tight match for the Ruby Steel player just to be able to stay in it. The last thing he needs is that item to come back down again. Emerald Chromicon causes a terror for most decks because most of us don't have item removal, but Steel is one of those colors which tends to be quite good for it. Hopefully, Nathan has put some item removal in his deck that he's going to be able to run into. Perhaps he can mulligan specifically for it to keep him in the game. Otherwise, Eric is going to go hard very quickly and very fast. That is a 20-11 total for Eric. So this time, Nathan will be on the play. So we might see a little bit of a change in strategy here for Nathan. Might try to go a little bit quicker, try and outpace Eric. We saw it's not as quick as some of the other dogs deck. He was playing slow to begin with, but he was able to get out quite quickly. Very interesting seeing Eric on this deck, something that is completely different for him, not his usual style, but we like to see something different here on CrawfordCana. We love an interesting match. I'm hoping Nathan can pull something out of his back pocket, work some absolute magic, and bring us to a 3-set thriller. If you have only just joined us, welcome to CrawfordCana. My name is Zach. I'm your host for today, casting live here today at Pendulum Gaming in Grantham. We are running 6 rounds of Swiss. We have over 30 players here for the first event of 2026. A very strong turnout. We've got some very strong players here as well. You saw on stream earlier, we had Jordan, who won the last Pendulum Games, our previous store champion. Little bit of a thank you for showing us the hand there, Eric. Love to see that. Got the big tramp in hand there. Interesting to see that. A nice shift line. And Enchanted as well. Oh, he's flexing hard on us today, folks. Love to see that. I'm not brave enough to play with Enchanted personally. A little bit too expensive for my likes. I feel like I'd accidentally rip the card as soon as I play it. But I do like to see it on camera. I think that's a Webby we see it as well. Once again, I said in the last game, Webby, one of the best cards of this set, in my opinion. Smaller Webby gets to give +1 to one of your characters when you play it down. But the Shift Webby, Shift 2, is absolutely mental because it allows you to not ink as much and then ramp up to your opponent. You get to add an additional card into your ink when it quests if your opponent has more ink than you do on the board. Now, of course, this is great for the dogs deck because they don't like to ink too much. If he gets the Shift Webby down, he can choose not to ink and then exert and catch up with the ink from Nathan. Of course, it does go in exerted, but not too much of a problem because Eric's just going to want to get his board nice and wide as quickly as possible, putting all the pressure onto Nathan. Nathan is going to hope to go into some bigger characters using his ping removal like Strength for Rage and Fire. Oh no, we've got double Doc in hand for Nathan. That is not what you want to see at the start of the game. Obviously, Doc, you want to see spaced out at the end. Going into doubles at the start is a nightmare. Uninkables, when it goes down onto the board, it's not really doing too much for you, but we do have, I think that's Captain Hook in the hand, so he does have a nice opening, ready to do some challenging. He needs to put some pressure on before this Chromicon can go out, otherwise we are going to be in a really, really desperate situation for Nathan, just like he was in the last game. Ink the card, Captain Hook goes onto the board. Eric is going to be inking Go-Go to Marco, going for, we go for the Enchanted straight away. A lovely bit of shine for the stream today, everyone. Moving back to Nathan. Turn 2 approaches. He could stick down one of those surely he's not. I think he's just top decked another dock. Surely not. 3 docks in hand at the opening. You can't get any worse than that. I think that is the worst draw I've ever seen on stream. Oh my God, I feel so bad for Nathan. Really unlucky draw. I can see the Pete in hand as well. That's going to be potentially coming on turn 3. But the issue is he's just not going to be able to ink too much, and he's going to have to get rid of his better cards and then force the docks onto the field. Doc just does nothing in this game. It's only a 1 quester. Probably better to get rid of it if he can. but it's not got high stat lines, so it's not going to be able to do any challenging into Eric and put any pressure on. Nathan, having to think about his options, is going to be sticking out Castle Wyvern again, 2-cost location, 1 to move a character in there, gives the character challenge, 5 willpower, going to be getting passive law each turn, doesn't hurt to see it. That was the peak gone into the ink, so there's a strength in his hand, but if he doesn't top deck an inkable this turn, he's not going to be able to play the strength, and he's going to have to ink that. Scrooge McDuck Agent comes down, question for 2, a nice turn 2 from Eric, and it looks like he's going to be discarding the Webby Vanderquack there. Obviously, no need for that in this deck at the minute, as Nathan is not going to be doing a lot of ramping. Eric can quite comfortably just keep up with the amount of cards in the inkwell. Looks like he has drew into an inkable card, the Captain Hook, but does he choose to play out a Captain Hook, or does he ink the Strength for Rage and Fire? 1 passive law goes to Nathan, just reminded by Eric there to put the law on. We like to see that both players obviously have a responsibility to notify each other of any mandatory triggers, the location being a mandatory trigger, of course. Strength goes into the inkwell. Captain Hook comes down onto the field, could play it out. One of the docks as well, if he so chooses, with no effect, keep his hand. Dock comes out onto the field. Does he elect to activate the effect? I don't think he would. Keeps the 2 docks in hand. Now, he's getting good board presence here. The Captain Hooks are really useful, but no, he's used it. He's used it. So he's got rid of both docks in his hand here, getting both cards drew into his hand, got a new hand, so he might be able to start something new here, but he's going to have to get some draw out somewhere. But I think that's a Strength for Rage and Fire in his hand. That could be a really strong play if it does not get sniped by an Ursula. We've got a Lexington there as well. Lexington would be really nice, but there's nothing to sing the Strength at the minute. Something Nathan's going to have to work out on his next turn. He doesn't want to lose the strength, but he does have carrots on board, can do a bit of damage quickly. Also gets rid of Scrooge, means it doesn't go back to hand. Raja comes out onto the field, non-exerted for the bodyguard, offering a little bit of protection there. Now, Nathan draws for turn. If he plays a character and then plays strength, he'd be able to take out Raja. That could be a solid play. He's going to stop Mulan into the ink there. Mulan goes down. A couple of options. Strength or Lexington needs to come out surely. Could also put some cards into Castle Wyvern. He's not able to take out the Raja, but I would say getting rid of Scrooge would be a solid shout. Goes for Lexington though. Lexington comes down onto the field. Lexington has the ability that if you have 3 or more cards in your hand, it can't ready at the start of your next turn. Obviously only 1 card here for Nathan. They don't need to worry about that, so Lexington can ready. But it's a very strong card in this matchup due to the 4/4 stat line. Getting that out so quickly for a free cost card is very, very useful. Just having a little bit of a think here. Going to be moving the dock into the Castle Wyvern, so it is going to get Challenger now, which is useful. Going to be going up to 3 ink altogether. 3 law altogether, sorry. Got Captain Hook, and Lexington non-exerted on the board. A wider board for Nathan. Considering the awful start he's had, he's been able to pull this back a little bit. He's doing well so far. Lady is going to come down onto the board. 1 cost. Going to be inking another card. 3 ink exerted to play down. Wow, Tramp has the effect that you get to pay 1 cost less for each card you have on the board. You then get to draw equal cards of that and then discard that amount of cards. So he's going to be discarding 4 cards there into his discard pile. The big benefit here, once again, if he gets the Miss Park Avenue on a following turn, he's able to bring 2 of those cards back, get a little bit of draw back into his hand. Keeping the characters non-exerted here, doesn't see any point in exerting and losing to that Lexington. A smart play here from Eric, just biding his time and waiting for as long as he needs to. Nathan's going to have a solid thing. He does have the strength in hand here, so he can take out a card with that. Tramp is obviously a very high stat line, 2/6. That's going to be hard to get rid of. Scrooge McDuck going to go back to hand if he's taken out in a challenge. Roger the bodyguard is going to offer protection when the other cards are exerted. Getting rid of maybe Raja or Scrooge, I think is the best play here. He's not got enough to be able to get rid of Trump. It's going to have to be challenging later on. But it is a 2-question character, something he needs to be aware of. Very big character to get down so quickly for the Dogs player. Nathan having a think to see what he can do to stay in this game, just to clutch through and keep putting pressure on the Eric. Of course, it feels really weird seeing the more aggro style of deck, Dogs waiting and being behind, not questing out for the law, but Eric is playing this sensibly here. He doesn't need to exert. There is no need. He doesn't need to give up his board space. He doesn't have a lot of draw in his deck, so he does not want to be in a position where he runs out of card on field. Obviously, Nathan isn't running anything in the lines of a board wipe, so he can sit there comfortably without exerting. If perhaps this was an Emerald deck, which had the Prince Philip combo in there, Eric might have to play a little bit differently to try to protect his characters a little bit more. A board wipe would be devastating for him, but as I say, nothing in the Ruby Steel deck which will be able to do this. We know we have the strength of Rage and Fire in hand. Lexington is edging there. He could be singing that with a Lexington. He moves all cards into Castle Wyvern. Once again, getting passive lore from the location, giving extra stats to the characters that are in there. Lexington is exerting. It looks like he's going to sing. Takes out Raja Bodyguard. A really strong play from Nathan. Really smart here. Getting rid of the Bodyguard. Is he questing out with 2 hooks? Quest out the 2 hooks from the dock, goes to 7 total. Nathan is winning on the lore total here, 7-0. Only 4 cards on the board now, not as threatening. But we've got another tramp coming down onto the field. Obviously, less cost to play down. 4 cards total on field. Only needs to pay 3 to be able to use it. Gets to draw 4 cards and then do a discard as well. 2 really strong characters here that are going to be questing quite highly for Eric. Eric is going to want to start doing a little bit of control here on the board to be able to get rid of some of the characters so Nathan doesn't get too far away too quickly. Something that he's definitely going to be aware of. But he's just going to pass the turn once again. He's valuing that he can't get rid of the character straight away. He doesn't want to lose his board presence, so he's just passing on. Perhaps he doesn't have anything strong in his hand that he can utilize just yet. Or maybe he's going to be going for an Under the Sea, which he could sing with these characters. Obviously, Tramp being a 7-cost character only needs to use Tramp and maybe a Lady just to be able to get that off. That could be really strong, wiping the majority of the board. But Headless Horseman comes down for Nathan. Great play, something he's going to really like to see. Getting rid of Scrooge McDuck Shush Agent. Now, this doesn't go back to the hand because of Headless Horseman's effect. When this character is played down, it banishes a character 2 strength or less. But more importantly, it gives +1 strength to all his characters for that turn. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do any challenging, but he is going to quest out 12-0 on the lore total. Headless Horseman is quite a difficult card to deal with for Eric. It's a high strength card, obviously not a lot of willpower, but it is quest 2 as well. Surely not. Surely not. Another tramp comes onto the field. We have the 3rd tramp back to back. Absolute crazy draw from Eric. He's paid 3 once again for it. Going to be discarding a few cards there. 4 cards drawn, 4 cards discarded. Just having to think what he wants to get rid of. Oh my god, this game is getting tense. He's going to need to get something to do damage on the field quickly, though. Otherwise, Nathan is going to take this game away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore available on the board, gaining 1 of the location as well. Plays down the Webby Vanderquack, going to give additional strength to a character here. Going to be putting it onto the Lady. Lady and Tramp is going to be challenged in, taking out the location. That passive lore is gone now. Lady is obviously getting plus strength when you play multiple characters on the board. Tramp is coming down, taking out another character. We're left with Headless Horseman, Hook, Lexington, and a Doc on the field. Eric is passing turn, but still no lore on the board for him whatsoever. Nathan is very quickly starting to run away here. Draws into the Goliath. Not a bad option whatsoever. Goliath, does he have enough ink to be able to get that onto the board? He can quest up to a total of 17 this turn. I don't think he'd be able to be completely wiped here. It's going to take quite a bit to be able to get rid of the Lexington. Both tramps might have to go into there. They would stay on the board, though, due to the high stat line that he has. But once again, Eric is on 0 total. We may very well be going to a game 3, which is absolutely crazy since Nathan started the game with 3 docs in his hand. Truly the worst draw I've ever seen on stream in Lorcana. Hook is going to be making the challenge. Horseman now gives additional strength to every character on board. Just having a little look at what's going on here. Oh, no. So Captain Hook is not being banished either due to the 0 stats on the dog there. So even better, he gets to keep it in play. Headless Horseman now giving +1 to everything. So Lexington comes a 5-4 stat line. Doc comes a 2-3 stat line. So if Lexington takes out another character, Doc is then going to get an additional bit of strength. So they could take out a tramp, but it's risky. You're so far ahead, Nathan. Perhaps it's worthwhile just hanging on a little bit to your characters and questing out. He's not going to be able to threaten you too much. However, once again, the big threat is going to be Under the Sea if he's able to get that down. Of course, something that Nathan is going to be a little bit worried about. Looks like we've got +2 strength on the Doc now. 2 characters taken out. Doc is now a 3-3 stat line. So we could run Doc into Tramp and then Headless Horseman into Tramp as well. That would take it out. But once again, the other Tramp on the field could sing with Lady. So this wouldn't be the smartest play to lose your character exerting the Headless Horseman here. I think personally, we quest with the Doc, keep the Headless Horseman non-exerted, just continue put a bit of pressure down. But honestly, for me, I think I would have preferred Nathan just questing out here, going all the way up to 2, 3, 4, 5, going up to 17 total, making Eric really work to have to clear the board, and then maybe the Goliath could come down if he has enough ink for it. At this point, having such an advantage on law total, he wants to just say, catch me if you can. But interestingly, he goes Headless Horseman into Tramp. I'm really surprised about this play. I don't know if it was the right one to go for. Doc is not exerted so far, having to think about what he wants to do. I'm going to be questioned with the Doc, it looks like. Going to 13 total. Then pass and turn. Obviously not enough ink left for the Goliath. I don't know if this was sensible from Nathan here. Lady Miss Park Avenue comes down. What an amazing play. Comes out for 3 on the shift line. Able to bring 2 cards back into hand. We've had so many cards discarded from the Tramp effects. Tramp and Scrooge McDuck Shush Agent come back into the hand. But once again, he's going to need to do some damage on the board because Nathan is so far ahead. Shifts it. Lady is taking out Captain Hook. Only 1 damage back because Hook has the challenger. Lexington's still a bit of a threat on the board. He wants to be able to try and get rid of that as well. Tramp comes down, gives the additional strength to Webby. Webby is able to take out Doc. Only Lexington on the field, which is taken out by Tramp. And that means Nathan has nothing left on the field. If only he had quested out on this turn, he'd be on 17, would be in far more of a threatening situation, but it's going to be very difficult for him to do anything from this point. A Goliath in hand, and I think that's a Mushu as well. However, he is still quite far ahead on the law total. Inks the Mushu. Goliath comes down onto the board. Going to be limited draw now, but Nathan does once again get to draw cards back into his hand. Players can now have a total of 2 cards drawn into hand. So he gets the limit, but once again, with the Dogs deck, this isn't something they have to worry about. They tend to not draw too much. They're having a low hand size, so if anything, it just means that Nathan's putting a bit of a risk on the board here, but he does keep he's able to keep characters in hand, which is a start, I guess. Goliath is going to be a big quest, a 4-5 stat line at least. Going to be able to take out some characters, but I think Nathan needs to try and put his foot on the gas, try and get some lore quickly, get to that 20. He's managed to aggro out so far. Do not let Eric get back into the game. Scrooge McDuck comes down, go to Margot, into the Inkwell, and then going to be playing Raja Bodyguard. Nice bit of protection here. Questing out for 4, 5, 6 total. Eric is catching up very quickly. Very wide board. Nathan is going to have to work to be able to stay in the game. Next game, if he's not able, next turn, if Nathan is not able to take out any characters, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lore available on the board. Eric can go to a total of 15, completely surpassing Eric, or completely surpassing Nathan, or matching him if he does quest with the Goliath. Surely Goliath has to take something out here. Tramp might be a suitable option to be able to take it, but he can't even challenge into it because the Raja. As the Wyvern comes down onto the field, got the passive law active again. Can also move a card in here to be able to do some more challenging. But my worry is he's only going to be able to take out 1 character. And it needs to be the Raja if he's doing that with a challenge. Raja being Bodyguard, quite a substantial threat on the board for Nathan, stopping him from being able to clear the board. Obviously, if he goes into a Scrooge afterwards, when that's finally exerted by Eric, that's going to be going back in hand. Eric can really take control here, and I'm starting to worry that not questing turn has costed Nathan the game. If he had quested out to 17 on the board before, Goliath on the board could quest for another 2, putting him on 19. Castle Wyvern's got the passive law. Eric would then be forced to challenge all his characters into the location and to Goliath, wiping out some of them, but then keeping him down on a lower law total. He wouldn't be able to quest out, put Nathan under as much pressure. 13 is not enough pressure against this deck, especially with the board that Eric has in front of us right now. Nathan having a little bit of think, goes for Mulan onto the board. This is a reckless card, and I believe it's able to challenge non-exerted characters. So a solid play there. However, not going to be able to do anything with it just yet. It's not questing for anything either, which is a bit of a risk. So Nathan is obviously going to be going down the challenging route. Moves Goliath into the location. Quest for 2, and then pass and turn. Gets to draw 2 cards here. So they are going... Nathan's hand is building again. But once again, Eric can quest out fully here. And I don't think he's at a risk. Mulan can't quest. Goliath gets 2. Location gets 1. Goes to 18. He can't win on this turn unless he's able to play down a 6-cost Mushu, which gets him lore when he challenges into a character. Zombie Lilo, affectionately called by all the players because she's able to come back from the discard, comes onto the field. Bobby Zimmerowski able to draw a card, discard a card. A little bit of filtering going on once again. A lot of filtering going on this game. Looks like Lady was going into the discard, but he's had a quick change now. Different card going in. 2 inks still available. Exerts another one. Wow. Another Tramp comes down. He's seen all his Tramps in the game so far. Surely he's got quite lucky with this. Total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards onto the board, which means he doesn't even need to pay to be able to play out his Tramp. This is absolutely mental. Tramp coming out onto the board means he gets to play it for free, draw 8 cards, discard cards, and then gets to... Oh my god, this is such a strong turn here. Eric can really cause some damage. He's got the Under the Sea still in hand here. He could cause a little bit of havoc here if he does choose to sing. Just having a little bit of a think about what he's wanting to discard. Quite a few cards are going to be going into the discard pile this turn. Maybe Nathan might get quite lucky and somehow Eric could outdeck himself, run out of cards, but I don't think that's going to play. Mowgli comes down onto the field. He's able to rip a non-character card from the hand. In hand, we get to see he does have a Mushu. He's got the Mushu in hand, so if he challenges, he could get additional lore from this. He could have a chance of taking this game just, but Goliath has to go quite definitely at this point. Otherwise, Nathan definitely loses. Eric is in a strong position. I don't think it's still quite enough for Nathan to be able to take this, but I'm happy to eat my words here. Let's hope he's able to pull something off. We love an underdog performance. This is very, very tight at the minute. I would love for us to go to a third game on this, but I think Eric might just be able to cinch it by clearing the board here. He does need to think, though, what he wants to do to take out cards. If he challenges into Goliath, he's going to be wiping out cards. So Raja and Webby looks like they might be doing the challenge. We've got the Castle Wyvern on the field as well that he wants to be getting rid of. Mulan on the field can challenge into ready characters. Mushu obviously going to be coming down on the next turn, I would imagine. Raja, Webby, and Bobby are going to be going into Castle Wyvern. We've got Scrooge, Tramp exerting, Lady, and then he's just quested out. He's put the pressure on the board, goes to 13 altogether. Now, Nathan can quest for a total of 2 here, go to 15. Mulan is not able to quest for anything. It's not going to be enough. Eric has just said, go on, catch me if you can. I've got enough carrots here. I don't think there's anything Nathan can do to clear this board. I don't think he can get to a high enough lore total. Very, very tight. Plays down the Mushu, so he is able to challenge and gain lore from it. But once again, not quite enough to be able to do anything. I don't think there's anything else in Nathan's hand that he's going to be able to do here. He is having a look. He's trying to work out in his head what he can do to try and perhaps stay in the game. But it's just got me to thinking, if he just quested out on that turn instead of challenging, he could have won this game potentially. Goliath is going to be challenging, gets the lore from challenging, goes to 17 because of Mushu's effect. Mulan could challenge, but that's only going to take him to 19. I don't think he's got a passive way to be able to gain enough lore to get him over to 20. If only he didn't challenge into the board state, that extra question could have really helped him. Just having a little think here, see if there's any other options. Got the Mulan in hand. He could perhaps play down the Mulan, try and draw into a different card, but what is in his deck that could keep him in the game for just now? I'm not quite sure. Plays down the Mulan, draws the additional card, going for the option to the discard, see if there's anything he can do. Goes into Black Heron, got the Dock there as well. He has to discard one of them. He's not even going to be able to play the Dock out. Dock goes into discard. Black Heron goes into the ink. Having a little think about what he wants to challenge into with the Mulan, but once again, it's not quite enough. Unfortunately, this game is just going to have to go straight to Eric, I think. Once again, no options available on board. Nathan is just checking every possible situation, which you are right to do as a player. Try and check all your outs just in case. See if you can drag it onto the third game. He's going to be challenging to the Lady, Miss Park Avenue, takes the damage back onto Mulan, gains the lore, goes up to 19 due to Mushu's effect, passes turn, and then it is over to Eric. He has 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 lore on the board. More than enough. Draws for turn. And then he's going to quest out. Shake of hands. That is the game, everyone. What an absolute mega match. A 2-0 score to Eric. A huge performance against Ruby Steel. A massive, massive well done to both players. A shout out to Nathan as well. A valid performance. Really, really valiant effort there. Trying to keep in the game. He got so close, getting all the way up to 19 in the second. But once again, if he just quested, he perhaps could have got there a little bit quicker and saved the game. Right, folks, we are going to be going on to round 3 soon enough. I'll let you know when we're back. Please stay on the stream. I'm looking forward to catching up with you later. See you in a bit, guys. Right, hello everyone, welcome back to CrawfordCana. We are back here live at Pendulum Games for round 3 of the first Store Champs of 2026, and this match is going to be an absolute thriller. We have Harley versus my friend who is coming all the way from March. Very, very strong player, so I'm very excited to see Andy's build here. Now, Andy is playing a similar deck to me at the minute, so I'm quite excited to see what spice he's went for, what direction he's went for, but Andy has made day 2 in DLC Birmingham, so a very, very strong, high-caliber player that we're glad to see on stream. I've had quite a few back-and-forth matches with Andy, and he's kept me on my toes many, many times, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what is going on here. Now, I do believe Harley is going to be running Blurple today. I've had a little look at the deck list and it looks like quite a strong list. So this could be a huge match to see. Now, obviously, on paper, the advantage would be going to the Blurple player. However, Andy's played quite a lot of Blurple himself, and as a Ruby-Am specialist, I think if anyone can go up against it, it is definitely Andy. So if it is Blurple, I'm very excited to see what direction Harley has went here once we get going. Now, start the round here. Opponents have been told that they are allowed to do their mulligan. Judge is going to give them the okay when they can start. Obviously, the rest of the players out in the main shop floor as well. Very much excited for this one. Obviously, we can see Andy repping the Ursula champion mat. He has been using that as his go-to mat for a while now. He's won other set champs, but this has been a personal favorite. And I have to say, it's one of my favorites as well. The mat looks absolutely stunning. So very, very excited to see that on stream. I'm just having a little look at the deck list here, and we've got a little bit of a different style of Blurple for Harley by the looks of it. It looks like we have a copy of Spooky Sight in there, which is interesting. We're running the Woodchuck Guidebook, a very good draw engine as well, but we've also went quite high on the Demoners, so really glad to see that there. I think, if anything, this is going to be a really strong matchup. As much as I say, I think Harley definitely has the advantage, but Andy has so much experience on Blurple, will definitely have a solid chance against it. Now, getting the mulligan all sorted here, both players having a little bit of think. I see a sail in the Blurple player's hand, so he has found ramp, got the 1 cost and the ramp as well, going into the genie on the next turn. This is the ideal curve they're looking for. Really, for the Blurple player, they want to have the turn 1 go into the turn 2 ramp, follow it up with a genie, and then maybe an Elsa. Obviously, we have cards like Iago as well, but we're now running cards like Cheshire Cat, which can be just a little bit more damage-inducing. The Blurple players want to get their ramp up quick as possible. They want to get their ink total really wide, and then they can start playing their bigger characters to threaten the board and put lots of pressure onto our Ruby Amethyst player. Andy, it's essential that he gets his early curve hit, but the big difference in Ruby Amethyst this set, it can go very quickly, and he can have quite a quick lore burst. So he could be able to get to his 20 total before Harley is able to do anything, but definitely excited for this matchup. This is 2 decks that I've been considering myself for this set championship. Blurple, one of my favorite decks, but Ruby Am looks so strong this set. It's almost in a tempo style now, very similar to Purple Steel, but just a little bit different without the songs. But I think it's just that much quicker. So, looks like we're getting started with the game, everyone. Good luck to both players. Let's see how we get on. Judge has given the okay for all players to be able to start now, so we're just having a little bit of a think about what we want to go with. Looks like there's a Lumiere in hand there for Andy. Got the Cheshire Cat as well. Does he have the 1 cost card? A 1 cost really is essential for this deck to function. He wants to hit that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 curve. If he hits that, he can be in a very strong position. The new 2 cost Diablo is absolutely mental in Ruby Amethyst. 3/3 stat line, 2 cost unlinkable, and quest for 2 could be a very solid turn 2 play if he chooses to go in that direction. Both players are just having a little bit of a wait. I think they've not heard the judge's direction that they can start, but they are all good to go. Our producer's just got to pop her head into the door and just let both players know that they're all good to get started if they want to. Right, go ahead has been given. Cheshire Cat goes into the and he does not have the 1 cost card on his turn 1. That is not what he wants. Rafiki goes into the Inkwell for the Blurple player. Rafiki comes out as well. Rafiki for Rafiki. The monkey is on board. We've got a Junior Woodchuck Guidebook in hand there, but we also have the Basil. Now, the nice thing here for the Blurple player, they can be hitting the Sail the Azure at Sea, Ink again, and then play out the Basil if they so choose to. So a really nice opening curve. But we got the Diablo for Andy. This is exactly what he's wanting. He needs to go quick in this match, put some pressure onto the Blurple player quite quickly. having a little bit of a think about what he sticks into the Inkwell just now. Bell Accomplished Mystic in hand. That's something he's going to want to keep so he can move some damage across. Quite a threatening character. 4/4 stat line as well. Inks the Woodchuck Guide, but not valuing the draw immediately. Goes for the Sail the Azurite Sea. That is on play right now, so we get to ink an additional card. We are then able to play a 1-cost character out for free as well. Interesting, he inks the Basil and then plays out Basil. A lot of 1 costs in the hand for the Blurpool player. So he's got rid of them quite quickly. Obviously, we don't want them later in the game, but Basil does combo extremely well with Elsa the 5th Spirit. Elsa gets to exert a card when it comes down. Basil can give it additional strength. Of course, it has rush as well, so should be able to take out a character. Cheshire Cat comes down. Interesting. We're getting that control dynamic early. Cheshire Cat has the boost ability that you get to move 2 damage across from one of the characters onto an opposing character. We like to see that. Pass the turn straight away, though. Does not quest with the Diablo. Does not want to lose that to the Rafiki. Obviously, 1 cost going into that would not be a valuable trade. And he's been sensible here, just keeping his cards up. Once again, this is somebody who has lots and lots of reps on Ruby Amethyst. But you can almost tell by Andy's body language that he looks a little bit disappointed so far about what he's had. Blurpool player really is hitting curves. So this is not what we want to see. Genie comes out on the turn 3, able to get that out nice and quickly. Andy does not yet have any evasive cards on the field, so he's not yet going to be able to take out that Genie. However, the risk for playing this as the Blurpool player, if Andy has Headless Horseman, he can pop that straight away. But Iago comes onto the field. Huge evasive threat. 4/6 stat line with evasive. 4-cost character. However, it does have Vanish. If the Blurpool player is able to find an action, he's able to pop that straight away. Got a Sail in hand. Got a Tipo. Looks like a Genie as well. I do not think there's anything there that you can use to get rid of that card. Iago is going to be a threat on the board, and this is going to stop Genie from being able to quest because he's going to lose it immediately. Now, this is really good for Andy. He's able to put on quite a lot of pressure here. Because Andy's not exerted, it's not sensible for the Blurpool player to exert his cards, but he doesn't need to gain lore that quickly, that early. Sail the Azurite Sea, going into the Inkwell. We have a total of 5 ink now. We could go for an Elsa now, exert the Cheshire Cat. Basil exerts, Elsa goes into Cheshire Cat. Could be quite a strong play here. Elsa does come down. Looks like we are going to be exerting the Cheshire Cat. Then we are going to, surely it's quest with Basil, boost up the Elsa, take out the Cheshire. Yeah, Basil quest for 1, support 2 strength going on to Elsa. Elsa is interesting, sticks onto the Rafiki, a smarter play, getting rid of the 1-cost character that isn't going to do much in the game. A better play there, keeping hold of his evasive threat. Elsa stays on the field. Now, once again, a Headless Horseman coming down from Andy could be really, really clutch here. Getting rid of that Genie or the Elsa straight away. Previously in Blurpool, we did previously have the shift line for Elsa, the big 8-cost Elsa, which freezes characters, but a lot of Blurpool players have opted to not play this anymore. So something that Andy might not be expecting to come down if it is in the deck, but I don't think Harley is running it. It's not something he'd have to worry about there. Of course, Andy does not know that. Lumiere going into the Inkwell. Lumiere has the ability to give +1 strength to all your characters. Could be quite nice in the Iago. Diablo is going to take out the Basil there. 2 damage counters come back onto the Diablo. Then going to be paying free for Cheshire Cat. Very nice. We're then going to be moving the damage using the boost ability and going to place that damage onto, it looks like Elsa, but it could be Genie as well. I think I'd prefer to get, yep. Seems like a smart play from Andy there. I'd rather put the damage onto Elsa than Genie, just because Elsa's going to stick around for a little bit longer. It means if Elsa does quest, Iago can take it out and the 1 goes well. Quest and Iago, 1 each for both players. This has been a solid game so far. I would say quite comfortably. Neither player's game. I do not think any of them have it in the bag. Bell could be a nice touch here. Can move the 2 damage from Elsa onto Iago. Could ram both Genie and Elsa into Iago. Means you're losing your Genie, but it does get rid of the big threat on the board. Going to be 4 damage left on Elsa, so it would stick around. However, needs to be careful because Cheshire Cat can be moving damage around as well. Couple of cards left in hand for Andy. I would say the Ruby Amethyst player is going to struggle to have as much draw as the Blurpool player will. Blurpool is known to have a lot of draw in the deck, and even from being in a position where you do not have a lot, you can suddenly get a burst and get a lot of cards in hands quickly. Ruby Amethyst does not have that ability, but they do run cards like Demona to get some quick cards back into the hand. But it's interesting that Andy hasn't gone for approach to just go for some quicker lore bursts to begin with. He is waiting, he is holding off, he's playing the game sensibly, truly a control match against a control match. They're waiting for the right point to be able to strike, get that quick lore burst, and take them up when they need to. This is probably going to be a longer game. Now, if this does go to 3 sets, the players do need to be aware that it could go to time if they do hit the 3 sets, since it's a control matchup. But it really does depend what happens in the rest of this game, if it goes on for a long while, or alternatively, if they have longer game 2 and game 3, if it even makes it so far. So far on the stream, we've had game 1 was Purple Steel against Dogs. That was won 2-0 by Purple Steel. Game 2 was Dogs against Ruby Steel, won 2-0 by Dogs. And now we're looking at Blurple versus Ruby Amethyst. So instead of a tempo and an aggro deck, we're looking at both control decks. So a nice different style. That being said, though, Ruby Amethyst this set is more of a tempo style deck, so it does tend to go a little bit quicker than it did in the other sets. It tended to wait around a little bit longer, but predominantly Blurple is always going to have the advantage against any purple deck because they're able to get their purple cards out quicker. Like I say, the big benefit for Ruby Amethyst now is going to be those Headless Horsemen. Genie comes down, allows them to draw an additional card. Surely going to be inking another card here. Bit of a shake of the head from Harley. Doesn't look too happy. Having to think about what he can do as play. I don't think he's got what he wants in his hand. There's an option that he could stick a card into the Inkwell. Into the Unknown, comes down on Iago. Very, very strong play. This is good. This is good. It gets rid of the big threat for him. It means Iago is not going to be able to do anything to take out Genie. Happy to see this. However, no other evasive cards on the field for Andy, which is a little bit from. Going to be inking Sail the Azurite Sea, going out with Tipo. Tipo effect. Looks like he's not used Tipo's effect there. Goes 3-1 in total and then passes back to Andy. Cheshire Cat and Diablo on board. Not the best board state to deal with all these evasive threats. This is something you need to be aware of. When there's too many evasives, Ruby Amethyst can struggle. They don't have the ability to be able to ramp up and get cards out as quick as Blurple does, so it is a little bit of a worry for our players. Andy just had a little bit of think about what he can do. I can see a Demona in hand, allows him card draw. Goes down for the Dumbo here. Dumbo on the field, but no evasive cards that he can exert, can draw from. A little bit of a shame. However, it would be able to take out that Elsa on the following turn. If there's a way he can give this Dumbo rush, he could take it out straight away, but I don't think there's anything ran in Andy's deck which would allow him to be able to do that. Something we just need to be wary of. And he's just having a little bit of a think about what he can do here. What cards go into the Inkwell, what cards play out. Of course, Ruby Amethyst should not need to ink as much as Blurple does. He is currently on 6 ink, so realistically, you might want to stop there to go no further than 6, perhaps sit on 7. Going to be questing with both the Cheshire Cat and the Diablo, going to be taking 3 lore, going to a total of 4 altogether, 4-3 for the Ruby Amethyst player. And he's then going to be boosting, moving the damage across from Elsa, taking out the Tipo, 1 card less on the board. Now, I don't think there's any second star to the right, but it could be something that Andy's just looking for, just in case he doesn't want them having too many big characters on the board. But obviously, 5, 9, 13 lore total, so he would be able to have the same together if he had it in his deck, which we've already seen that he does not. Elsa is going to be going in, doing 2 damage into the Cheshire Cat. Might be the right time to play down Bell Accomplished Mystic here. Move that damage back. Bell takes the damage off and puts it onto Dumbo. Interesting. So Elsa gets 3 damage back from Cheshire Cat. Then it should be only 2. Yep, 2 damage on Cheshire Cat. 3 damage on the Elsa. The Elsa moves across. Genie takes out the Cheshire Cat. It loses the 2 cards underneath as well. He loses both Tinkerbells, the Ruby Tinkerbell 1 cost and the 3 cost Tinkerbell that quests for 2. Evasive. And now left with not a lot of options. 3 damage back on the Genie. Both Elsa and the other Genie are completely free from damage. And Bell Accomplished Mystic. Really strong board state for the Purple player. And he's going to have to work really hard to be able to come back from this at this point. Palace Guard goes into the Inkwell. Going to be exerting a total of 6 for Demona. Demona comes down, all cards exerted. Andy gets a good bit of draw into his hand. But it also means the Blurple player is going to get some draw as well. Not what he wants to do, keeping the hand full, but it means he's got some options himself as well. Diablo's going to quest, but unfortunately, he can't do anything to take out the cards on the opponent's side of the board. He's going to have to get his lore total going up quickly. Both Genies can be questioned for 4. Bell with another 2 for 6. Elsa making it 7. The Blurple player could go to 12 this turn. He could race ahead at this point. Demona can do some damage into Bell, but obviously it's not going to do anything into the evasive threats. Junior Woodchuck Guidebook comes down, total of 2. He then pay to banish it, draw 2 cards, which he chooses to do. Also, this is basically a better version of Finders Keepers for this set. You're drawing 1 less, but it's a lot cheaper to do so. You're not having to use 5. Also, it can stick on the board, which is a lot better than Finders Keepers instead of clogging up your hand. Really nice play there for the Blurple player. A total of 5 cards in hand, looking really, really strong. He might look at bringing the Genie back to hand, just to keep the damage free from it. He could also bring the Bell back to hand, or maybe even the Elsa to get some exerting if he does play down the Elephant. Going to be singing into the unknown. Diablo goes into the Inkwell. This is really helping Andy. He's not having to do any ramping. Something the Blurple player needs to be careful of. Tifa goes into the Inkwell. Genie comes back into hand, going to allow him to draw again on the next turn when it's played, just protecting it from being taken out. A sensible play. Blurple player can now quest with the Elsa and Genie going up to 8 total. There is nothing on Andy's field to be able to take them out. Of course, if he top stacks the Horseman, doesn't look like he did, he'd be able to pop one of the characters, give plus strength to everything else, but he needs to be careful of using the Palace Guard and Demona now, because Mim Elephant is on the field. Mim Elephant has the effect that at the start of the turn, you can move 2 damage across from that character onto an opposing character. Obviously, very big stat line as well, so it can stick there forever. Hits down the Genie. Looks like he's drawing into a Palace Guard. Not exactly what Andy's wanting to draw into. 6 to 8 deficit on the law for Andy. This is him going on the play as well. Struggling a little bit. The evasive threats are quite the problem, but Mim Elephant, also a big threat herself as well. We've got the Genie in the hand for the purple Sapphire player, and he's had a little thing. He's still got 4 law remaining if he is wanting to do anything. 4 ink remaining if he does want to play another card, but it depends what's going to be useful. Blurple does struggle to deal with wider boards, and he might just want to not exert his characters, build the board as wide as possible, and then go for a big exertion at the end, getting a law boost, going as quickly as can to get to 20. But it's essential for him to hold off and be smart on his plays here. If he rushes too quickly, he's going to lose his board altogether. And then surely Harley is going to be taking the game quite comfortably and quite quickly. Having a little bit of a play with Ink there, thinking about what options he has. He could Ink for this turn as well. That'll give him a total of 5. If he has an Elsa in hand, that could be really nice, but the Genie came down here, so it wouldn't do anything. Going to be sticking Vanellope Von Sweets into the Ink, but Elsa comes down, exerting. Would it be sensible to take out the Bell here? No. He exerts Madam Mim Elephant. Both Demona and Elsa taking out the Elephant, getting rid of the big threat on the board. Both characters survived the challenge. Very sensible and thought out play for Andy. He's done well to sit back and think here about what is sensible. I can see an Elsa in hand for the Blurple player, so that Elsa is at risk of being taken out on the next turn if he chooses to play that down. Could rush, also exert the Genie. He might want to ram both Elsas into the Genie. Quite a few options here. Then the other Genie could go and take out Elsa, gets rid of all Andy's evasive threats, putting him once again in a bit of trouble. I imagine he's not going to want Demone to stick around too long, but he can also hit down a Hades to put some pressure there. Looks like we've moved 5 ink altogether to the side, so he is probably looking in the direction of that Elsa. Exerts 5, plays down Elsa, exerts the Genie. I think Genie has to be taken out here. Get rid of the evasive threats altogether. Both Elsas into the Genie, then Genie into the Elsa. Clears the evasive threats. This would be a really sensible play from Harley. Both Elsas do, in fact, go into the Genie. 2 damage go back on both. Harley has just seen all his evasive cards this game, whereas Andy just has not seen them. Looks like it's a little bit of good luck for Harley, but he has played this game very, very well, as much as he did hit a very nice curve. And he did struggle a little bit not having that turn 1 play. I don't think he's seen an optimal hand so far, but he's still in the game, only an 8-7 deficit, but it's looking like it's turning in the direction of Harley for a very, very strong match so far. Genie exerts, takes out the Elsa, all evasive threats gone from the board, could quest for the Bell, or he might elect to take out Palace Guard or the Demona, having a bit of a think here. I think getting rid of the Demona could be smart. One of the bigger quests on the board, one of the bigger threats. Maybe he could be worried about a potential Magic Fellow, which could give Demona evasive. That could be an interesting play. Give Demona evasive, then can take out the evasive threats on board. Not something you'd expect to see in a Ruby Amethyst build currently, but it is an option. Okay, Bell is going to be going into the Palace Guard. Elected to keep Bell on the board there, not risk losing the character. Sticks down the Basil on board, going to be really useful there to give support to one of his other characters if he needs it. Draws for turn. Only a Demona on board for Andy, but he does have quite a lot of ink, so he has options for what he can do. Looks like a total of 5, 9 ink altogether. More than you'd expect for the tempo build currently of Ruby Amethyst. Demona just sitting there, and he have a little bit of think about what he can do. Going to be bringing across a Hades into his Inkwell. Exerts Brings it in a Demona. Lovely play. Gets to draw 3 cards altogether for Andy. Obviously, a filled hand for Blurple. They're not getting to draw. Gives him some options now. An additional Demona is great. All cards exerted on the board. He can start to put in a little bit of pressure. Great. Demona takes out the Basil. Stays on the field because it's got really high willpower. The other Demona's still there as well. He has 4 ink available so that he can still use. This is the big risk for Blurple, giving the Ruby Amethyst player too much inks. They can start to play down large cards onto the board. Demona, such an essential card for this deck, gets out the Tinkerbell Fast Flyer. She's evasive, only a 1/3 stat line, but does quest for 2. And they might be in the business of just trying to get a full board here, questing out as much as possible. Went stick down the Elsa there, but unfortunately he's already inked the Hades, just reminded by Harley there, so not able to make that play. Big issue with this, though, is Harley now knows what is in Andy's hand, so he can plan around that. He knows there's no threat about being taken out. He doesn't need to worry about a horseman. So a little bit of a misplay there from Andy, unfortunate, but the pressure is on here for both these players. Mistakes do happen. Andy is going to have to come up with something special. Another Genie comes down, another evasive threat from Harley. Unbelievable. He's found every single evasive card in his deck at this point, maybe apart from the Iagos. Genie comes down, allowing him to draw more cards. What's weird at this point is the Ruby Amethyst player has completely out-ramped the Blurple player, which you would not expect to see. Blurple obviously being the ranked deck, you expect to see them on the higher ink totals, but because of the multiple into the unknowns, it just shoves those cards back into the inkwell for the Ruby Am player. And another Genie comes down. That is all 4 Genies that have been seen by the Blurple player now. Some very strong luck on Harley's side. This is really, really challenging for Andy to deal with. Looks very disappointed seeing that, and I can't blame him. There is not a lot you can do to be able to take out all these Genies. It's the worst thing for him to be able to do, and that's a Spooky Sight in hand as well. Now, the issue with Spooky Sight is, yes, it's great that it gets to remove characters from the board that are 3 cost or less, but it's also going to be ramping your opponent more. However, with the position that he is in, getting rid of any evasive threat is going to be a strong play, so it might be something he might consider, even though it's going to ramp Andy quite heavily. Limited cards left in hand for Andy. Bell is going to be potentially exerting, just edging a little bit, see how he wants to do this. Perhaps challenging into the Demona or using the Elsa to take out Demona. Elsa takes out Demona. That's 1 evasive threat gone from the board. He still has a total of 4 that Andy's going to need to deal with, but the other ones he just quests out. That's a total of 5 lore gain, goes up to 13 total. That is game state on board for Harley. Andy needs to be able to do something to remove these characters, otherwise it is game over. 2, 4, 6, 7 lore available just from evasive characters. He needs a Headless Horseman, otherwise he's going to lose this. Having a little bit of think about what he can do. I think we've got a library in hand here. I don't think that's going to help him at all, though. Going to be playing down the Elsa. That's good. Able to exert a Genie, but it's not enough to be able to take out the Genie. He can get rid of 1 of the Genies. A solid start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore still available on board. Demona has to go into a card. It has to take out Bell this turn. Otherwise, he will be losing. Takes out with the belt. He's still got 5 inks still available. If he has a Headless Horseman in hand, this could be a phenomenal turn here from Andy, just to put the pressure back on a little bit, just to let the opponent know he's not quite got it yet. But Andy's hesitating, which makes me think he doesn't have it. I think that's a Diablo in his hand. Diablo is not going to do any good in this situation. Pays 2 for the Diablo, pays out for the library. A little bit of a shame. At this point, surely the Blurple player can just walk away with the game. Quest out for the Tinkerbell, going to a total of 9 to a 13 deficit. Blurple player can quest for 2, 4, 5, getting to 18 altogether, but they're not going to be able to deal with all the evasive threats on the Blurple board. Still have to see what's going to come down on the Blurple board this time. More pressure is going to be coming down to Andy. Maybe it would have been nice to get that Demona into the library so he's getting some card draw, but I don't think at this point the Blurple player wants to risk doing any challenging. Hits down the Vision of the Future. Fantastic card. Allows you to search 5 cards into your deck, put 1 into your hand. Allows you to find the answer that you need at any given time. Very strong card to have in the deck. Harley just having a little search. We see a Hades there. Hades could be absolutely clutch. Getting rid of the Demona or maybe even the evasive threat of Tinkerbell or Elsa. Wouldn't hurt to have that come down there. 6 cards in ink. Could ink 1, play out the Hades if that's what he's chosen to do. Puts them together. Looks like he's going to be sticking another card in Inkwell. Is he going for Hades on this turn? Having a little bit of a think. What card goes into the Inkwell? No, I think not. He's moving the cards separately. Obviously, a couple of options for him. Having a think if this is the right card to ink. Obviously, a clutch moment of this game. Needs to make the right decision. Going to be inking, Sail the Azurite Sea, and then elects to... What card is it in hand that he's going to be playing? I'm literally hanging on the edge of my seat waiting for this. He goes for... Goes for the Hades. Hades was brought into the hand. 7 exerted altogether. Hades comes down onto the field. But what card does he get rid of? Surely it has to be Elsa. No, he goes for the Tinkerbell. Stops the quest in. Then quests out all the way to 18. Only 2 lore needed to be able to take the game. If he's not able to take out the Hades as well as the 3 evasive threats, that is Andy absolutely finished. Gets the 1 pass lore from the library. Draws his card. Does he get what he need? Have a little bit of a think about his options here. I'm not sure there's anything he can do to take out the Hades, even if he somehow manages to get rid of. Plays down another Demona, gets the option to draw 3 cards. 1 card drew by the Blurple player. Andy is still hanging on just. If he can find an option here, there's a chance. Hades has been exerted, so he can take that out with the Demona. He just needs to be able to do something to get rid of the evasive threats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ink available. If he has the Headless Horseman, pops the Genie, then Elsa can go into Elsa with the additional strength, but it still does leave the 1 Genie on board that quests for 2. I don't think Andy can take this. I think this might be game over unless Andy can pull something magic out of his back pocket. Just having a little bit of a think about every single option here to see if there is a way to hang it in this game. If he is able to stay in this turn, though, and keep his hands in the game, he might just have been able to take a chance to take it. Blurple players just shuffling their ink about whilst Andy's having a think. This is as close as it can get. Is there an option for Andy? Going to be inking down Diablo. 6 available ink. Pays 2. Looks like he's paid 1. A Headless Horseman comes down. A great play. And Demona is in here. So Demona is going to move into the library. He's able to draw a card here when Demona's gone from Hades. Gets the +1 strength from the Horseman, taking out the Genie. Now, Elsa gets the plus, so able to take out the Genie. Only an Elsa on the board. He's found a way around it. Really, a fantastic play for Andy. A very, very strong play. Going to be questing with the Diablo, going to 12 total. The Blurple player can only go to 19 on this turn. If there's a way around this, he has pulled off an absolute miracle. A phenomenal turn from Andy. Next turn, he can gain 1 from the library, 2 from Diablo, 2 from Demona, 2, 4, 6, 7. He can gain 8. So the Blurple player needs to take out cards on Andy's field. Otherwise, he loses instantly here. This game is very, very close. And this is only the first game to set, but he does have the Hades in hand. This is not what Andy wants to see. Hades is absolutely tragic for Andy right now, losing one of his bigger cards. Hades can come down, perhaps pops the Horseman, or even Demona. Elsa's still on the field that can take out a character, goes into the Elsa maybe, just to get rid of that threat as well. It looks like the Blurple player is still just going to cinch this, and he needs to be able to pull out some remaining threats in his following turns. We've got plenty of ink available. There's 7 ink there loaded up for Hades with 2 still spare. Looks like we have Demona, Spooky Sight, Hades, and a Woodchuck Guidebook. He could go for the additional draw there with the Woodchuck Guidebook first, play that out, then play down the Hades. That's not a bad idea. But the issue is if he doesn't get an inkable card, he wouldn't be able to go there. Just weighing up about the best direction to do this. This game is as close as can be, everyone. 18 to 12 to the Blurple player, but is not quite over yet. Hades comes down. He sticks it onto the Demona. Big threat goes into the inkwell. Huge reams of ink here for Andy. The most I've seen for a Ruby Amethyst in the world. Goes for the guidebook, plays that down onto the field. Doesn't have enough ink to be able to pop it, but it is there ready for the next turn. He does not have to pop it straight away. It can just sit and wait. Ruby Amethyst is not a deck, which is going to be using anything to pop items here, so he doesn't have to fret about that. He's just having to think whether he takes out the Elsa or if he quests with Elsa and puts more pressure on. And he can get to 13, 15, 17, 18. There's no instant lore burst in his deck, but once again, Harley does not know what he's playing. If he has something like quick lore gain, then he could take the game, but it's not there. He does elect to put Elsa into the character, causing more of a threat. That's the evasive threat gone for Andy as well. Once again, going to be gaining lore from library, putting him on 13 total draws for turn. We have Horseman and Diablo on the field. Going to need to try and get rid of the exerted Hades and an evasive when he doesn't have an evasive on board. This could be difficult, but he's moving his ink about. He has a plan, it looks like. Fight comes down from the Hades, opts to choose the Hades. He gets to draw 2 if the opponent does not put it on the bottom of the deck, and he gets 2 cards drawn. I think this is a smart play, though. You wouldn't get rid of this Hades just yet when it is causing game state on board, but you've got to ask the question at least. This is the benefit of Hades being in the deck. You can get draw when you need to. Genie comes down as well, get an additional draw. 3 cards drew from Andy. If he can find a way to just exert the Hades and challenge in with evasive, he can take it back, and Elsa would be absolutely clutch here if he could can pull into it. He just needs to ink one, hit down the Elsa, but does he have it? He's hesitating, so I don't know if the Elsa's there. This is the exact card that he needs to be able to stay in this game. Surely at this point, if he has the Elsa, Andy just wins this game. But once again, it's a question of, does he have it? 2 lore gain for Andy, up to 13 total, just catching up for where he was on his notes. 13 to 18 compared Ruby Amethyst to the Blurple player. Blurple is just sitting and waiting to see if they can take this game. Hades wins them the game on the next turn. He just needs to get rid of the Hades. If he can get rid of that, he's absolutely fine. Quest out with the 2 cards goes to 17 total. Unfortunately, has to pass turn. Don't think there's anything he can do. Plays out the Diablo and the Tink. Passes turn. That is game 1 going to the Blurple player. And he got so close there. If he drew into the Elsa, that was the exact card he needed to keep him in the game. But unfortunately, he just did not quite have it. Game 1 goes to Blurple, which means Andy is going to be once again on the play. It leads me to question if he was able to top deck that 1-drop card, if he was able to get that in his opening mulligan, he might have had a chance to stay in that game, just have something that stays on there longer. Perhaps Palace Guard would have been a lovely opening play. Rafiki doesn't take it out straight away, but unfortunately was not the luck for Andy. We do have to say, though, Harley got very lucky with all his evasive characters, seeing all his genies, his Elsas. It was very difficult for Andy to deal with. And after he lost to Iago, he's in a really poor position. But this game is certainly one hell of a match. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens going into game 2 with Andy on the play with Ruby Amethyst. Right. Hello, everyone. Sorry for the audio loss there. I was just having a quick chat with my producer. Just let me know. Only 21 minutes left on the round now. It is going quick. If they go to a 3rd game now, it is going to be very difficult for them to finish in time. But Andy's going to need to take this set. And whether he can against the stronger Blurple control deck, that is the big question. But also, if it does go to time here, that means Harley will take it. Obviously, having the only win on the board, something both players will definitely be aware of. Both very experienced players. Given a cut of the deck, passed off to the opponents, both decks ready and waiting, drawing into their opening 7 cards, getting ready for the mulligan. 0-0, game 1 goes to the Blurple player. Can Andy come back in this game? Can he get the 1-drop he needs to keep in it? The Blurple player already has Ramp in their hand, a very strong start from exactly what they're looking for. Looks like they've got the Elsa as well. Vision of the Future might be something to hold on to, but I think they can probably get rid of it in the open hand. Maybe Vision's a little bit greedy. But it looks like he's keeping a hold of it at the minute, just so we can get some search in his deck in case he needs it. Looking Spooky Sight, Demona, that definitely needs to go back. Too early on to have that. Once again, I think he's just edging between what he needs to keep. For me, I definitely keep the Elsa. I definitely keep the Sail. But I am looking for that 4-drop card. And without that 4-drop card, I would have to be getting rid of Vision of the Future. Now, Andy is going to be sending, I think it was 3 back into his deck there. Just going to have a quick shuffle. Obviously, Harley doing the smart thing there. Wait and see what Andy shuffles back into his deck. Going second, he is entitled to find out how many cards go back before he makes the decision. Both players sent their mulligans back now, just having a little look about what's in their hand, shuffling their decks, ready for this next game. But we are running low on time on the clock. They're going to need to speed things up if they want to get this in. Andy, especially if he wants a 3rd match, he's really going to have to put his foot on the gas to try and win this. But this is the benefit of Ruby Amethyst, especially going first. It can go very quick, and it can get lore very rapidly. Both players ready to start now. Had a look at their little opening hands. Did Andy get the 1-cost? Medallion waits in Ruby Amethyst. That's an interesting one. Unsure about that, but does get you draw. Inks it and then plays out Palace Guard. We've hit the 1-cost for Andy. This is the exact card that I said could have been a difference maker in the game. Ink Sail the Azurite Sea leads me to think that they have another card in their hand. They do have Tipo for the Blurple player, so they've obviously kept that. Quest in the Palace Guard. Ink in the Hades plays out Diablo. This is a really nice curve from Andy here. He's got the 1-2. If he can get the 3-4 as well, he could be on a bit of a roll. Diablo, Quest for 2, 3-3 stat line is a big threat in games, and it can go quite quickly. It's hard to get rid of because of its high stat line. This is exactly what he's wanting to see at the beginning thinking here. On the next turn, it could be questioned for both the Diablo and the Palace Guard. Obviously, Tipo got to come down on this turn. Going to be inking an additional card. Looks like he's, elected to put the additional card. Didn't quite see where it was, but now over to Andy once again. Andy looks like he has the free cost Tink in his hand. That could be a strong shout. Quest with both cards goes up to a total of 4 altogether. Going really well for Andy so far. Inks the Tink, 1 cost Tinkerbell, then plays out Tinkerbell Fast Flyer, 3 cost Evasive, questing for 2. Really, really nice start for the Ruby Amethyst player. He could go right underneath the Blurple player if the Blurple player isn't able to find any answers. Might elect to play out the Madam Mim Elephant here, but it does mean that he's not got any threats on the board again. If he challenges into Diablo, then T-Po's been wiped off. He might do a damage into Palace Guard, and then Elephant could take out the next turn, but not the strongest start for the Blurple player. And it looks like Andy is ready to go quite quick in this game, which is exactly what he wants. All the pressure onto the Blurple player right now needs to be in control mode, needs to try and take out Edfin. He's not had the evasive cards that he wants to be able to start off the game. A Genie would be really nice to put pressure on, but even that doesn't take out Tinkerbell. Perhaps Iago would be the strongest card to have there. He does have the Hypnotic Strength in hand, so if Andy does choose to put down an Iago on the next turn, that's almost certainly going to be popped. But what does the Blurple player do on this turn? Quest for 1 with the Tipo. Looks like he's going to be going for the Madam Mim Elephant strategy, surely doing the quest with the Tipo. Looking at what he's going to ink. Hands on the guidebook. The guidebook goes into the ink. Mim Elephant comes out onto the field. I think that's the strongest play you can do from that situation. Mim is able to take out the Diablo. That's going to be the big threat on board, but can't do anything into the evasive character. Now I'm going to be inking for Andy. Puts the Dumbo into the ink. We don't need that quite yet. Genie comes out onto the field. The exact curve that Andy is looking for. We have a lot of 2 questers on the field right now. Being able to quest so much so early in the game is brilliant for Ruby Amethyst. This lore burst is absolutely mental. Questing out with all the characters. I imagine he's not going to be questing with Diablo because it's going to get popped by Elephant. Then you risk the damage being moved about there. Passes turn 7-1 for the Ruby Amethyst player. This game is looking a lot better in Ruby Amethyst's favor. Iago is able to come down here. That could be the evasive threat exactly that it needs. Takes out the Genie. Mim's going to be able to do some clearing as well, but it's not strong enough to be able to take out the Palace Guard. Not got enough strength on it. He could elect to play the Hypnotic Strength. That would give Mim enough strength to be able. Interesting. Goes for the Elsa here. Can exert a card of his choice. I think surely it has to be the Diablo. Mim then goes into the Diablo, does some damage there, and surely Elsa then does some damage into Tinkerbell, which can take out on the next turn. Have a little bit of a think about what he wants to do. Could hit an Into the Unknown, but I don't think that's sensible at this point. He might want to get rid of Tinkerbell, though, the quester, but I think getting some damage on the Elephant is the strongest play he can do. Elects go into the Diablo. I think that's the right play. 3 damage back, cut onto the Elephant. At the start of the turn, he can move 2 damage across, could put that on the Genie. Elsa is then able to take out the Genie. Elsa surely has to go into Tinkerbell here. However, coming up to the turn 5, it could be risky. We could put down a Cheshire Cat, which was then able to move some damage about. Elects to pass, not put the damage on there, just to keep himself safe. Draws for turn. Does he have the Cheshire Cat? Can he move some damage onto Elsa? Elsa's not exerted, so nothing to really do there, but he can keep questing with his bigger threats. El Genie is not going to be able to be taken out there unless he pulls into a Bell Accomplished Mystic, or if he goes into a Cheshire Cat himself. He does have the Into the Unknown, though, so he is going to be able to pop that straight away, straight into Andy's Inkwell, if that's the direction he goes in. But I have to say, I think Ruby Amethyst is in a very strong position. Andy is playing this game exactly right, exactly how he needs to. Harley is working hard to keep up, playing very well himself. A very, very close game for both players. But I do need to say the time is getting lower and lower on the clock. They are running out of time. Not a lot of time left. 15 minutes remaining for the players. They're going to need to put some gas on. He gets the Headless Horseman. What a phenomenal play for Andy. Comes down, takes out the Elsa. Gives +1 strength to the characters because Elsa's gone. Palace Guard comes in, does damage into the Elephant, and then finishes off with Genie, absolutely wiping the board, able now to quest with Tinkerbell, going to 9 total, 9-1. Not a single card on the Blurple player's board. This is exactly what he needs. Blurple needs to be so careful about playing Genies and Elsas because of this Headless Horseman. Being able to come down, wipe out that threat, give +1 to all the characters for Ruby Amethyst, very much a challenging deck now, is exactly what they want to do. And Andy's gone so wide, so quickly, really putting on the pressure. He's got the Hypnotic Strength in hand. Could maybe hit down a Sun Scare that would get rid of the Palace Guard, Tinkerbell, and the Genie. It's certainly an option. Cleans out half the board, but it means he's not got a single character on the board now, which is a humongous risk. He's having to think about what he wants to do. Hypnotic Strength goes onto the Palace Guard, takes that out due to the Vanish effect. 3 cards still remaining. He could move some damage about with the Bell Accomplished Mystic, but I don't think he has enough ink now. Looks like he's going to be playing out Iago on the next turn to be able to take out that Genie. But once again, Andy can quest hard here, can get 6 lore total, going to 15 altogether. Still no characters on the board for the Blurple player. He's under a lot of pressure right now. Harley is having to think really hard about how to stay in this game. And Andy, if he can find the cards he needs to just keep going ahead, maybe another Genie, he could put himself into a fantastic position. He's also got Into the Unknown in hand. He could pop that on the Genie, get rid of that straight away, but once again puts himself at risk if he doesn't have any cards. Dumber goes in, Iago comes out. Really strong play from Harley here. This can clear Genie straight away. This is exactly what he's looking for. However, if Andy has an action in hand, he can pop this straight away, and surely the game is almost his at that point. Genie comes down, looking for that action. If he inks again, he could have another. Diablo goes in, hits down another Diablo. Very wide board state from Andy at this point. Is he going to choose to quest out, or is he going to hold and keep his board as it is? Iago is a threat. No, he chooses to quest. That's 6 lore total, going up to 15 altogether. 15 lore on the board compared to 1 for the Blurple player. Only an Iago on the board. Surely has to take out the Genie on this turn. Perhaps goes into the Headless Horseman, but if he loses Iago, he does not have any evasive threats on the board. He might want to choose to hit the removal card to put into the Inkwell Spooky Sight. That could be an option. Gets rid of the Tinkerbell and the Diablo, but it doesn't get rid of Genie and Horseman. He could take out the Genie with the Iago, get rid of Diablo, Tinkerbell there, and he's still questing for 4 for the next turn. And he is in a very, very strong position. I do not know what the Blurple player can do to get himself out of this, but this game is certainly looking in a far better direction for Andy. This is the exact start he wanted. This has gone exactly how he needs it to go. This is exactly why Ruby Amethyst is such a strong option at the moment, because even against the control decks, it can just go so wide with 2 questers and put tremendous amounts of pressure on. Blurple has always been almost like a free win against these decks, but it looks like Ruby Amethyst is able to stand up for itself. If Andy does take the win, though, he's going to be on the draw on the next game, which is going to be a lot harder match, and also with the limit of time, we need to be careful of that. If it does go to time, it'll be 5 turns they'll have, but the time, as I've said, is running very, very low at the minute. Harley just looking what he can do, taking every single option in his head. Iago is going to take out the Genie. We've got 2 damage back on Iago. 6 ink altogether for the Blurple player. Plays down the Spooky Sight. Gets rid of the Tinkerbell and the Diablo. But Andy is still able to get to 19 on the next turn. If he can pull out his board again, make it a bit wider, he is once again in a very strong position. If he has a Demona in hand right now, this could be absolutely mental. Refill his hand, put constant pressure on the Blurple player. Once again, only 1 card on the field for the Blurple player. Only got the Iago. Questing out here surely is the right option, even if he does lose one of his cards. Moving his cards to the side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ink moves to the side, along with 3 there. Could be looking at an Elsa, perhaps. I don't think it's the right option. I don't think you need to take out the Iago, Andy. Surely you quest out, put the pressure on him, keep the board filled. There's only so much a Blurple player can do with a wide board. Hades can remove, Bell can remove, Cheshire Cat can remove, but it's single characters. He elects to quest with both cards, going up to a total of 19 altogether. Going to be playing down Sisu, and then the Elsa as well, exerting the Iago. 2 damage onto it, 4 damage back onto the Elsa, but that's absolutely fine. Goes up to a total of 19 altogether. Absolutely mental. I think this game surely has to be Andy. Surely there's nothing he can do to take it out. Iago is going to have to take out the Genie, but there's nothing to get rid of the Headless Horseman and Elsa. And then once again, he still has the Quester, Sisu, 2 Quester to deal with. I don't know what he can do here, but I think that's game. Passes it on. Andy takes this one. This is 1-1, everyone. The first time we're going to a total of 3 sets here, live at Pendulum Games here in Grantham. What an absolute thriller. Not a lot of time left on the clock. They're going to need to go quick for this, but this match has been as close as it can get. What a fantastic game against 2 absolute titans of decks. Ruby Amethyst on the side of Andy against Harley on Blurple. I am certainly enjoying this matchup, and I'm looking forward to seeing who can take it. If anything, with the lower time limit, this might be in Andy's favour, because he can go a little bit quicker than Harley can. He can rush the game a little bit, get his 2 questers out, and he might be able to just squeeze enough time to be able to take it. Of course, we do have the 5 remaining turns afterwards, which could be utilized, but once again, it's going to be very, very close. Whether the players can get this in, I'm not too sure. It would go down as a draw otherwise if they're not able to make it to the clock, but they're certainly going to give it a go. Andy's had a little bit of a pile shuffle here. Took a little bit of time doing that. Harley's still shuffling his deck as well. Both players need to get their decks to the other opponents so they can get this game finished if they are wanting to get this done. Not a lot of time left. Looks like Andy's just about finished shuffling his deck now. Going to be passing over to Harley, hopefully quite soon. Producer's just gone in to let them know about the remaining time left. Not long left on the clock. Only just over 10 minutes left. This game is going to need to go quickly if they want to finish it. Producer's just stepped in, passed on the information to them. They're going to be getting started ready now. Both opponents obviously keeping track of their lore on their little scorebooks right next to the lore total as well. We've got the visual with the iPhone on board for you. Keep track of too. Now, of course, we do have blurple colors on the iPhone. That's just my favorite colors. I do like blue and purple. We're not biased towards blurple in this matchup. We are right down the middle. Two decks that I'm absolutely thrilled to be casting over two fantastic players. Now, it looks like we've once again found ramp for the blurple player. He's got the sail and the basil. He's got the turn one, exactly what he needs. Keeping the basil, the sail, and the Elsa. Can't quite see what's in Andy's hand. I think I see a genie there. Once again, he's going to need to make sure he gets the turn 1, 2, 3, and 4 to be able to stay in this game. It's essential for the Ruby Amethyst player to get that opening curve. We saw in the first game what happened when he didn't find his opening curve. It just kept him too low down. He wasn't able to stick in the game, put him under quite a lot of pressure, and just couldn't keep up with Harley, finding all of his evasive answers. But we are now live onto game 3 for the final set, round 3, Ruby Amethyst versus Blurple, live at Pendulum Gaming here in Grantham. Let's see who can pull out the win for round 3. We have Blurple on the play with Harley. Harley is going to be inking the card for his first turn. Looks like he's going to be going for Demona there. No need for that just now. Sticks out the Basil. A very good start. Be able to get that combo with Elsa late in the game. Hades comes down. Palace Guard comes out. Andy has seen his exact opening, which he's wanting to see. Although Palace Guard has vanished, it's quite hard for Blurple to deal with because it's not really much for Challenger deck until later in the game. Obviously, the Basil's going to be able to help if you can get an additional card down on the second turn. Does get another Basil. Could quest with Basil, give support, take out Palace Guard. But it's not the strongest card, so only having 1 willpower, the Basil would be gone as well, but it might be worth it just to take out that Palace Guard. Andy having to think here, if he has the Diablo, this is exactly what he's looking for. Could play down Lumiere, take out the Basil, but it does mean losing that card on the next turn as well. Something he needs to be worried about. The Blurple player, obviously, going to be able to play out their 4-cost card on the next turn. We go for Vanellope von Schweetz. Interesting. An evasive threat there coming onto the board. 3-1 stat line. This has been popularized by Lorcana Villain. Baker played this in his the content creator set champs that he recently played in. Played it as the one-off. An interesting addition. Cheshire Cat comes down onto the field. Interesting. We've got 4 total ink for the Blurple player, looking to be able to move some damage across. Obviously, that will be able to get rid of Vanellope von Schweetz straight away. But it does tell us he didn't find the genie, which is what he was looking for. Not a lot of cards here in the Blurple player's hand. Harley has not drawn well in this game. He's got the Into the Unknown there, but not a lot of options available for him. And he's just having to think. It looks like he does have Headless Horseman in his hand. That's going to be very nice to get that out eventually. He does quest with the evasive threat. Needs to be careful. Elsa could come down here. Not something that he's going to want to have. Thinking about what he wants to interest in. Pay 2 for another Vanellope. Got that additional evasive threat here. 3-1 stat line. So if Elsa does come in, then it would be able to do some damage straight back. Elsa going into the Inkwell. Passing on to the Blurple player. Looks like we drew into another Elsa. Elsa, surely the card being played down this turn, though. Has to exert Vanellope von Schweetz. Take out one of them. Can then move that damage cross on the following turn, but it's not going to be able to take out straight away, which means he would lose his Elsa straight away. Quite a problem for Harley. He's going to have to think sensibly on this one, see what he's going to do. 3 cards in the ink for Andy. We've got 4 cards in the ink for Harley. This game is to the wire. Not a lot of time left on the clock. Going to be ink. It plays out the genie. 4 cost. Gets the additional draw into his hand. Going to have to ink another time this turn. Looks like he's just wanting to go as wide as possible, get as much threat going, but it doesn't look like he's got a lot of options in his hand to ink Into the Unknown, Elsa, and I think that's a Hades. None of these cards he really wants to get rid of into his Inkwell. Has to get rid of the Into the Unknown. A bit of a shame, but nothing he can do. 2 cards left in hand for the Blurple player. Not the best start for him, but Genie on board is a solid result. However, once again, Andy can come down with the Headless Horseman on the turn after this, get rid of that Genie straight away. quite a threat for him. Only 1-0 so far. It is very, very close. We only have 3 minutes left on the clock. This is going down very, very quickly. The players are going to need to get some law on the board quick if they want to take this. Otherwise, we are going to be going into turn order. It will start off with whoever finishes on that turn when time is called. We'll have turn 0. We'll have 5 consequential turns from that. Player A gets turn 0. Player B, turn 1. Player A, turn 2, etc. Going all the way up to 5. If both players are unable to get the win by that point, then it will go down as a draw, which I'm sure neither of these players will be wanting. They want as much points as possible to get them over into the top 8. Genie comes down. Lovely card for Andy here. Really, really nice play for him, but I don't think he elects to quest anything here. He passes turn, moves on to the Blurple player. Surely Elsa is going to be coming down at this point, and then Elsa takes out the Genie, but once again, Vanellope von Schweetz can take that out straight away. And then additionally, we have the Headless Horseman, which can be coming down from Andy. Elects 5. Elsa comes out. We've got the Hades in hand and another mystery card. Surely going to be inking the additional card so we can get closer to the Hades. Genie is exerted. Going to be questing with the Basil here. Gives support onto the Elsa. Elsa now has 4 strength, able to take out the Genie. Looks like it's a Mim Elephant in hand. Does he choose to ink the Mim or does he pass there? Having a little bit of a think about what he wants to do. Now, of course, he does have damage on his cards for the following turn. He can move that across with Cheshire Cat. However, once again, he can take it out with Vanellope von Schweetz, so it's not going to last. Surely this turn, it's going to be Vanellope into Elsa, takes it out. Headless Horseman comes down, pops Genie. He elects to quest for the Genie. Genie takes him up to 3 total. Andy's turn, draws for turn. If he has an uninkable, Headless Horseman surely needs to come down at this point. Have a little bit of a think about what he wants to go for, what direction. Not a lot of time left on the clock now. Only 1.5 minutes left to be able to finish this game and then going into turn order. If it gets down to time, I'll send my producer into the room in a second just to let them know when it's turn 0 and the players will go for there. What we'll do is we'll put a dice in the center of the table just so we can see exactly what turn the players are on. Andy having a little bit of a think here. Since we're so close to time, it makes sense to slow things down. Just have a little bit of a think about what we're wanting to do. Andy is going to be inking Cheshire Cat, perhaps. And then, like I say, surely has to be the Headless Horseman coming out onto the field. Once again, Andy just moving back and forward, ready to decide what the best option is going to be here. Doesn't want to ink the right or the wrong card. It could be essential in the following turns. But can these players get to 20 in 5 turns after being on such a slow law total? I'm not sure they're going to be able to here. We've got 30 seconds left on the clock. Headless Horseman comes down after Cheshire Cat being inked, pops the Genie. Genie is gone straight into the discard pile, and then surely we're going to be taken out with Vanellope von Schweetz. Vanellope goes straight into Elsa, taking that out. We now have +2 to every single character. We could elect to take out the Basil with Palace Guard. Vanellope is going to be questioned. No more evasive threats on the board. We have 10 seconds remaining on the board. Producer is just about to go in to let them know that time is about to run out. Both players in a very, very tight situation. I'm not sure this can go any other direction than a draw at this point. Going to be moving cards across. Going to be going across to Hades we've got in hand. Genie comes out onto the field. Doesn't quite have enough for the Hades. The Genie has to come down there. Doesn't have another choice. Can't ink. Dumbo goes into the inkwell. And then it looks like we can't do anything for the rest of that turn. So nothing we can do. We are starting off on the turn order. I think that was turn 0 for Harley. Just passed across now to Andy. Andy having a little bit of a thing. Once again, we're not in time now. We're just relying on turn sequence in order. So they have 5 turns altogether to be able to try to win the game. Headless Horseman comes down again, takes out Genie. A very strong start, but not a lot of high lore questers on the board for Andy. I'd say for Ruby Amethyst, getting a draw against Blurple isn't the worst decision in the world. It could be a lot worse. It is a hard matchup for them, so this could be quite good for Andy, but surely quite a disappointing result for Harley in a match that he's predominantly a little bit stronger in. But Andy, a very strong player, so Harley has had to work tooth and nail to be able to stay in this game. We saw Andy really accelerate in the second game there, really showing the strength of Ruby Amethyst and how quick and efficient it really can be. 2 Headless Horsemen on the board, Vanellope von Schweetz and a Palace Guard compared to a Cheshire Cat, Basil, and another Basil for the Blurple. Going to be questing out, going to 5 altogether for Ruby Amethyst. Hopefully going to remember to stick that down onto the iPhone in a second. Going to be inking an additional card here. Going to be inking the Palace card and then passes turn onto the Blurple player. Next turn goes running out of time, obviously going up to 5 turns max. Blurple player just having to think about what direction they want to go in. If they challenge him with a Cheshire Cat to Headless Horseman, they do lose their card here. Hades comes down, not a bad play. Hades is going to put Headless Horseman into the Inkwell, really strong touch. Going to be taking out Headless Horseman with the Basil there, the sensible play. Another Basil stays on board with the Cheshire Cat and Hades. Not really a lot can be done at this point. Can't take out the evasive threat. Could quest with the Cheshire Cat. Going to be putting Basil into the ink and then passing turn. Next turn goes on. Andy's turn. Going to be electing to put down the Genie. Gets the additional card draw. 5-3 on the law total. Going to be putting down a Cheshire Cat on his own. Quest for 1. Going to 6 altogether. Having a little think if there's anything else he can do. Does he want to quest here? Probably not with the Cheshire Cat on board. Passes turn. Next turn goes to the Blurple player. Harley back on turn here. I think there's only 2 turns remaining. Probably going back to Andy. Not a lot of options. Going to be hitting down Junior Woodchuck Guide, but banishing immediately. Gets the 2 cards drawn. See if there's any options that come into his hand to let him do something. Not the best draw here from the Blurple player. Really struggled not getting all the inkable cards he need. Not really having a lot of cards in hand. Really quite an unlucky game for him. Going to be spending out, playing the Elsa. Exerts a card. Exerts the Genie. Basil exerts by questing. Then going to give the +2 strength to Elsa. Elsa takes out the Genie. And then potentially quests out Cheshire Cat and Hades. Goes up to, should be 7 total there. Just missed one off there. But once again, that's not an issue. I don't think we are going to be going fully along. Andy just pointing out about the Basil there, so should be 7. Law total is correct. Passing on turn to Andy. I think this has to be the final turn of the game. Is that anything Andy can do to get some quick law? I don't think so. Looks like it is going to be a draw. Paying 2 down for Lumiere, +1 strength to every character on the board. Just having a little think if there's any other further options. Going to be spending out, has 5 ink still remaining. Quest with all 3 characters goes to a total of 9 altogether. Then going to be spending out to play Cheshire Cat. And that is a draw, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very close match. I have to think that if the game went on a little bit longer, it could have been either player's game. It was very, very tight, but a solid effort by both players nonetheless. Right, everyone, stay tuned. We're going to be right into round 4, coming very, very soon, since we have went into time here. Should only be a few minutes, and we'll be back. I'll let you know in the chat. Looking forward to spending the next game with you. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to CrawfordCana. We are here ready and raring for the next round here at Pendulum Games in Grantham. It's been an absolute thriller of a day so far. We have two brand new players for you. I've not met any of these players yet, so I'm excited to see what decks they're going to be playing. Hopefully, we can have another absolute thriller like we did in the previous game. I'm certainly looking forward to this. My producer's just in there at the minute, and we're going to put out the colours of the decks once we know what they're playing. We haven't quite seen yet, so this is going to be a surprise to us as it is to you as well. Now, looks like we have Jamie versus Kyle on screen today. Kyle at the bottom, Jamie at the top. So interesting to see what they're playing. I do believe one of them may be on an Emerald Amber from when I was looking about the room, but I'm not too sure. But I am quite looking forward to finding out. Let me know in the chat whereabouts you guys are today. Are you here live at Pendulum? Are you somewhere else watching from home? Or are you at a different Store Champs? Maybe you're like one of our other viewers who's over in America at the minute. Shout out to them for tuning in whilst we're in the UK. Looking forward to hearing where you guys are from. Round is going to be starting soon. Judge is going to be giving the call on that in a minute. Producer is keeping an eye on that in the room at this second. They will let the players know once they're able to start. Players are just doing their mulligan phase. The tournament organizer decide here. Happy for mulligans to happen and then get going straight away once that timer hits. So just having a little look at the decks at the minute. Looks like we've got a Webby on the side here. Both mulligans getting sorted by the players. Nice bit of a shuffle there. I do like the token on one of the players' side. I think that's Jamie there that has the token. Very nice. Just keep track of what cards are in your hand. I do often get lost with mine and end up putting them anywhere and everywhere on the board and then go, wait, what's my ink and what's my hand? So quite a smart idea. Something I think I need to invest in there as well, Jamie. A very good shout from you, sir. Now, looking at Kyle's deck here, I think that might be Ruby Amethyst. Could be a purple steel. Looks, yes, I think this is Ruby Amethyst ping damage, perhaps. Interesting. Now, Delta Moon's Lullaby goes into the Inkwell. Looks like we do have the Amber following up with a green card, Bobby Zimruski. So we do have another Dogs deck by the look of it, unless they've done different style here. Going to be discarding the Lilo straight into the discard. This is a really strong play because Lilo is absolutely mental in the discard. You get to play her for free from there. We love to see that. The issue is you do still have to pay. She comes in exerted, but she just keeps coming back. And for the aggro style deck, it's a nightmare for opponents to deal with because you're constantly having to put on pressure. Now, looking at this deck from Carl, I think this is a flinger-dinger version of Ruby Amethyst, which is a little bit different to the other deck we just saw from Andy. Enchanted Demone is going into the Inkwell. Unfortunately, no one-cost card, which is a shame, but the curve is a little bit different with this deck. We do have the 2-cost Queen in hand, which is a very cool card. 1/4 stat line, and it gets pluses on it when it has damage on it, so it can deal more damage. A very threatening card. And then with a Flinger Digger style build, you're able to move that damage across. So could be quite threatening for the Dogs player if they're not able to curve out quite quickly. Jamie, having a little bit to think about what he wants to do. Tramp is going into the Inkwell there, the big Tramp, and then Mowgli comes down, able to see the opponent's hand and get rid of any non-character cards. Now, it looks like one single card, non-character card, which is going to be moved into the discard. Jamie just being smart here, having a quick read of what every single character does. We do have the big 7-cost Hades in hand. Now, this is quite an exciting card. It lets you put 2 damage on one of your characters, then draw cards constantly. So a nice additional draw mechanic for Ruby Amethyst later in the game. But I do like to see Sheer Calm there. Not something we see in every Ruby Am build, just a nice big beat stick able to do some challenging. This could really help in this quicker matchup where Jamie is playing a very, very quick build. We've got Bobby Zimruski into the Mowgli there. Still no cards in play for the Ruby Amethyst player, but we're going to be dropping the Shere Khan into the Inkwell and then playing out Queen of Hearts. Once she has a bit of damage on her, she's going to be a big, massive threat. So looking forward to her being able to change the game up and moving on from there. Do apologise about the little bit of glare that we have in the centre of the table. We've had to put in the additional light in the room since it was a little bit dark. So bear with us, but we do appreciate you sticking around nonetheless. Having a little bit of a think here about what we want to do for the players. Only 1-0 on the law total. Has decided to bring Lilo back from the discard. Has to choose to do that before the draw. So has chose to spend those 2 ink. May have a 1 cost in hand that they're able to play. Could be quite sensible. However, the issue with doing this Lilo means that you're going to be able to get damage on that Queen of Hearts. Paying 1 for the Ursula, and then Webby Vanderquack comes down, gets the plus onto a character, and then able to quest for 2, going to a total of 3 altogether. However, Lilo's not going to be able to take it out straight away this turn. Queen is still a 1-4 stat line, not able to be too much of a threat yet. We have seen the Prince John in hand there, an interesting card that came from Fabled. Queen of Hearts going to be inked, 3 ink altogether. Maybe Medusa comes down onto the board here. Kyle just having to think about what best option to go. He does elect to play the Madame Medusa. Now, this is going to put some damage onto Queen of Hearts. It then bounces a card back into the hand. So he's now able to take out Lilo, with Queen of Hearts being a way higher stat line because it gets the plus strength. A very good play for controlling the board here for Kyle. Very well thought out, even though he didn't have the 1-drop. Jamie straight away knows his game plan. Lilo's coming straight back out from the discard, going straight onto the field, exerted, draws his card. He's got a 1 ink still remain. He can ink again this turn, play a total of 2 cost or maybe 2 1 costs. Just having to think about what the best option here for him. I think realistically, he still needs to go as wide as possible for the board, trying to put as much pressure on the Ruby Amethyst player as quickly as possible, trying to overwhelm them, but only on 3 law total at the minute. Bobby Zimmerowski comes down, allows him to draw a card and discard a card. Once again, a nice bit of filtering going on just to get rid of any cards that he doesn't want, or perhaps a card that he wants later after playing down Lady Miss Park Avenue. Bobby, a really, really strong card in this deck that we've been seeing become very, very popular quite often. Obviously, dogs don't have any ramp ability and they do struggle with draw as well. So the main draw engine they've got is discarding cards with filtering cards like Bobby and then using Miss Park Avenue to bring cards back into their hand when they need it, or utilizing 7-cost Tramp to draw loads, then discard and filter that way. Going to be discarding the Daisy there, going to be inking a Tramp, spending 1 to then play out, it looks like a copy of Lady, 1 cost there. So we've got 5 characters on the board. I've seen the dogs players gone wide very, very quickly. Looks like we are then going to be challenging the Queen of Hearts, perhaps. Webby goes into the Queen of Hearts, takes that off the board state, then questing out for 2 with Bobby Zimmerowski and Mowgli. Lilo obviously already exerted. I think he's just played the Bobby, so can't play that. Just rectified there. Quest for 1 with the Mowgli, and then that is the end of turn. Passing on to the Ruby Amethyst player. We do see the 1-cost Mulan there, so that suggests to me that we've got the Shift Mulan in the deck. They may also be using that for the ping damage moving across, just to threaten the board state a little bit. Medusa obviously can do some challenging this turn as well, but only 1 card on field for the Ruby Amethyst player at a little bit of a deficit. This is going to be a little bit of a hard game for him to play. He's going to have to focus on getting something down onto the board, try to widen out himself to put more pressure onto the dogs player so he doesn't go away too quickly and taking the game before the Ruby Am player can even do something. Carl just taking a little bit of time to think through his options, see what direction he wants to go. Might be sensible to ink the Mulan if he wants to get rid of the 1 cost straight away, but it does come in with damage on it, so it could be a way to utilize the Flinger-Dinger build and use another card to move that damage across onto the characters. Having to think about his options. It looks like he's keeping the Mulan in the hand, might want to utilize that for later. Elsa goes into the Inkwell, interesting, spends 1, gets out the Mulan, 2 damage onto it straight away. Then we're going to be spending out 3 altogether to play Mother Gothel, another way to be able to ping damage across. Madame Medusa is going to be exerting, deal some damage. Oh, no, it's moved some damage onto Lady, taking that off of Mulan, moves 1 across, bounces a card back into hand, I think it was. And then going to be passing turn here. So 3 cards out on the board. Once again, Lilo going straight into play. The Dogs player is very keen on keeping Lilo on the board here, making the Ruby Amethyst player constantly challenge into it. Inks a Lilo. Interesting to see that going for 3 to then play Miss Park Avenue. Gets 2 cards back. Very, very strong play. Both Webby and Daisy comes back into hand now. Gets that draw engine re-going. This is where Dogs can really put pressure on the opponent. A really nice start for them. And I really like to see how quick Jamie has been to play the cards he needs to at the right time. He knows exactly what he's doing in this matchup. Going to be questing here 2, 3, 4, going to 8 total. He's really running away with this. Ruby Amethyst player is, however, on 4 ink, so they're going to start building up quite quickly. He does not need an Elsa to exert anything, but he could potentially do the rush to try and do a quick bit of damage in here. Going to be exerting out, plays the Genie for 4 ink, able to draw a card as well. Can ink again this turn. I don't think I saw any other 1-cost characters in his hand, though, which is a little bit of a shame. He needs to do some damage into this board very quickly. Otherwise, he's going to lose the game. 1 damage on Lady Miss Park Avenue, 4-4 stat line. Both Mowgli, Bobby Zimmerowski, and Lilo completely untouched. No damage on them whatsoever. However, only a 1-2 stat line. So all his characters will be able to take these out quite comfortably. Genie, obviously the only card on board which isn't going to be doing any challenging, but Madame Medusa, 3-3 stat line, a very good card to do some challenging in. Going to be moving some damage across here. Moves 1 damage across from the Madame Medusa and then is taking out the Lilo. Another damage goes on to the lady from that. And then we are going to be taking out Mowgli. And then finally taking out Bobby Zimmerowski. And then once again, moving that damage across using Mother Gothel's effect to clear the board. A very, very strong turn here from the Ruby Amethyst player, showing Flinger Dinger to the best of its abilities. But once again, Jamie straight onto that Lilo before he's even drew. He knows he wants to keep that on the field. He's forcing his opponent to keep after challenging. He knows that he needs to get his lore total as high as possible, and he's constantly putting his foot on the gas and making Kyle work for it for this whole game. Very strong performance by both players so far. Lilo out on the field with Bobby Zimmerowski, having a little bit of think about what he wants to do. The benefit of this Flinger Dinger build is he's able to keep the damage off his higher strength characters that are able to take out the characters. Medusa and Mother Gothel only 1 damage each. Mulan now has no damage on her whatsoever. The big negative of 1 cost Mulan is that she comes in with 2 damage on her. But as you've seen, no damage on her whatsoever. That damage has been able to utilize, moved across, very strong forwards. It shows this style of Ruby Amethyst is really strong against the tempo builds. And I'm surprised to see it this set because we've seen the more popularized version that won the big tournaments over in USA. We saw Baker using his Ruby Amethyst, a certain style of Ruby Am, similar to what Andy was playing in the last game. And this is completely different. This was the remnant style of Ruby Am after the rotation. When we lost B-Prep, we lost Sisu, we lost the big cards that they need to perform well for that deck. Ruby Amethyst player is certainly looking in control at this point. However, it is very clear that, a Go-Go Tamago comes down with the Daisy. Did we utilize the effect? It doesn't look like we did, but an evasive threat on the board, which is really, really useful. We do have the Genie, I suppose, but Go-Go could go into the Genie, do some damage there. If the Dogs player can maybe ping some damage across, he might be able to take it out. But it's not looking great at this point. Going to be questioned for 1 of the Bobby Zimmerowski. I think he has just forgotten to put that onto his lore total there onto the iPhone. Might be worthwhile somebody just popping in to remind him just to update his lore total there on the iPhone. But I'm sure the players will get to that in a second for us. We have 4 cards out on the board for the Ruby Amethyst player. Now, they can do some clearing here, but the issue is they've got no lore on the board whatsoever, which is a little bit of a problem for Kyle. As much as he's doing great for controlling at the minute, he does also want to try and get rid of what's going on. Now, he has just added that missing lore there, getting them up to 9. That's the correct score for the players, 9-0. Few cards in hand for Kyle, but I've not seen a lot of draw in this deck so far, apart from the big Hades. But that's going to take a while for him to get to. I don't think he's wanted to draw into Hades that quickly in the game, having it out at the start. Obviously, a big negative. Can't do anything from the 7 cost, uninkable. Having a little bit of a think here for Kyle in what direction he wants to go in, trying to utilize his cards to the best of his ability. Lilo, Daisy obviously being the highest questers on the board. Go-Go being an evasive threat, which can be taken out by the Genie. Bobby Zimmerowski can be taken out quite quickly. Kyle's working out every single situation he can to try and keep himself in this game. We see the Prince John in hand there. That is a very strong character, but it does get damage on it every time a character is played onto the field, something that he needs to be aware of. But the big stat line is useful. Not sure if it will be too strong in this match. He does go for it. So 5-5 stat line for a free cost. But the risk is with a deck like Dogs, they can play characters out quite quickly. That being said, though, it looks like Jamie doesn't have any cards in his hand. He is top decking, so this Prince John might stick around for a while and can do some damage quite quickly. Can definitely one-shot that Daisy when it exerts on the following turn. A smart play to get down onto the board. Having a little bit of a think about if he wants to move any damage across. Going to be Exert and Mother Gothel going to be moving damage onto... Having a think whether he wants to move it onto Lilo or the Go-Go. Kyle just a little bit unsure what direction he wants to go onto. Damage goes on to Mother Gothel. Interesting. Sing together here, looking with... Can't hold it in anymore. Can't hold it back anymore. struggling to read the card. That allows you to move some damage across, I believe. I've not actually seen the card. It'll be nice to see a card that you don't recognize, isn't it? Keeping the game interesting for me, even in the commentary booth. Medusa comes down as well, able to bounce some cards back. Bobby gone as well, and then looks like we're moving some damage across onto Gogo. 1 damage onto the Gogo to Margot, and then pass and turn. Very full board state for the Ruby Amethyst player here. Kyle is playing this very sensibly. Strong position, but once again has 0 lore altogether and only 1 card left in hand. If Jamie's able to get some card draw quickly and get back in the game, he might be able to do something and get to the lore so quickly. But I think this is surely going in the direction of the Ruby Am player. Lilo straight back onto the field for the Dogs player, coming in, 2 cost exerted. Gogo on the field as well. Only able to quest for 1 though. Having a look about what's in his hand here. Is it only the 1 card, or does he have any other options here? I'm not sure he does. Having to think if he can even play it. Prince John gets the damage on it from Lilo being played. This is a nice way to be able to pick Prince John out if he's able to get multiple characters down. But once again, it depends if he's able to get loads of characters out this turn. He just doesn't have the resources. It'll be Inkin Raja, and then he plays the Emerald Chromicon. Okay, this could be a really strong play for him. If he loses his character, he's able to pop cards back. But the question is, what card would he want to put? Webby goes down, gets a +1. We get another damage onto Prince John here. And then it looks like we're going to be passing the turn altogether. So if the Ruby Am player does elect to take out Lilo or the Go-Go via ping damage, he is going to have a card sent back to his hand. But the benefit for him is he has a lot of cards on board right now. And unfortunately, Jamie just does not have a lot of options on board. I wouldn't say it's quite over yet for the Dogs player. He does have the advantage, but Ruby Am is coming back quite quickly. We need to be aware that there is not a lot of item removal. In fact, if any, for the Ruby Amethyst build, especially on Flinger Dinger, so there might not be anything that the Ruby Am player can do for that Chromicon. If they're losing a card every single turn, it could be quite dangerous for them, but this might just be an opportunity to quest out, utilize 1 character to take out the Lilo, and then go from there. Any cards going back to his hand means he can ink, so the Dog player might want to be sending uninkable cards like Prince John back into his hand to clog it back up. But the issue is, that's a very strong character coming back down onto the field. Genie is going to be questing for 2. The first lore on the board for Kyle now, going up to a total of 2 against 9 for the Dogs player. Having a little bit of a think about what he's wanting to do with the damage here. Could potentially go onto the Lilo, but I think it might be smart to challenge in personally. If you can shift the damage from Mulan onto Go-Go first, that might protect him a little bit more. Sequencing is now a little bit more difficult because of Emerald Chromicon being on the field. Mother Gothel takes 1 damage into Lilo, and then going to move damage across onto the Webby. Then we're having to think, moves the damage from Mulan to take out the Go-Go. So lots of triggers going into the bag here, which makes it quite difficult to play around. I have to say, I don't think I have the ability to play Ruby Amethyst Flinger Digger. It definitely confuses me quite a bit. So anyone who's watching that's an expert on the deck, feel free to leave a comment and let me know what is going on, because this is beyond my mind at the minute by Carl, but it's certainly working very well for him. Only left with Webby on the field. Prince John's going to be popped back into hand, getting that uninkable back into hand, clog it up a little bit. Is quite expensive as well, being a free cost. You could argue maybe Genie goes back to stop the high questing power. However, Genie, of course, is an uninkable as well. I'm just going to get my producer to nip into the room to just let the players know about the Genie lore. I think that should be 2 lore on the board for the Ruby Amethyst player that he's not tracked yet. We're just going to double check that, but he may probably do it at the end of the turn there. I think he's just missed that. Right, moving on to the Dogs player. Going to be straight back out with the Lilo again. Got Webby on the field. And then we're going to be playing out a Mowgli. See what's in the hand. Got the Hades and another Hades. Okay, interesting. So nothing that can be popped there by the Mowgli, unfortunately. Gets rid of a non-character card of Jamie's choice. But yeah, Hades is really, really nice hit here. Hades obviously can choose a card, put it at the bottom of the deck, or the opponent gets to draw 2. I think realistically, though, the likelihood of Jamie wanting to put cards on the bottom of his deck when he's in this position is going to be quite low. He needs to keep his board filled as much as possible if he has any chance of staying in this game. But like I say, top decking on only 9-3, it's going to be very hard for him to do anything. Going to be questioning the Webby here.
Goes up to a total of 10, passes turn on. Got Webby exerted and Lilo exerted. Mowgli sitting straight up on board. We have Madame Medusa, Mulan, Genie, and Prince John currently sitting on the field. 1 damage for Prince John. Obviously, every time a character's played, that damage is going to increase. Genie being the invasive threat, Mulan, and then Madame Medusa, which is stuck on the board for quite a while now. Looks like we do have an abundance of ink ready for the Ruby Amethyst player. Having a look to see what's going on. He inks the Hades, obviously wanting to get up to that bigger Hades total. Yep, hits down the Hades, going to elect to do 2 damage onto one of his characters, deals it onto Genie, gets to draw 2 cards. Now, the benefit for Kyle here is every time this Hades quests, he gets to deal 2 damage once again and then draw another 2 cards. However, with the Flinger Dinger build, he's constantly moving damage about, which means not only is he drawing, but he's then going to be taking characters out as well. But once again, he needs to be careful because Emerald Chromicon is surely going to be popping that Hades back into hand. He's not going to want that to stick around for too long, letting Kyle draw plenty of cards. Something he's definitely going to be aware of. But to be fair, as long as Kyle is able to get the draw out, I don't think he's going to be too upset by that. Going to be questing for 2 with a Genie. Goes to 5 altogether, 5 to 10 deficit. More cards on the field though. And then it looks like he's going to be going Mulan into Lilo. 1 damage goes back onto Mulan. And then we're going to be triggering the Chromicon effect. Dogs player just deciding what card he wants to send back into the hand of Kyle here. Quite a few cards on board. Now, the risk of sending Hades back into the hand is as soon as he plays it, he is going to be able to get that ping damage straight across and allow himself to draw 2 more cards. But obviously, if it stays there as well, he can just quest out. He does elect for the Hades, this big 7 cost. It is sensible. He's in a tricky position either way, with the amount of draw that Hades is going to get. Quest for 1 of the Prince John, going to 6 total. And then he's going to take out Webby with the Medusa. And it looks like he's going to be triggering ability to ping some damage across there, take out Mowgli. Both players just working out how this resolves between them. Brings the Genie back into hand, obviously, with the Chromicon effect. So he's slowed down the quest in the Ruby Amethyst player, only able to quest for 3 now, but once again, only a Mowgli on board. Dogs player is certainly struggling with what he can do. Passes turn, Lilo comes out once again. We're keeping that on the field, draws a card. If he can get a Miss Park Avenue, he might be able to stay in the game here. One thing he might want to be doing, though, is hitting down the Go-Go. Another damage goes on because a character's been played. Yep, so they've went up to 3 damage altogether there. Going to be questing for the Mowgli and then pass turn up to a total of 11 now. Once again, we'll have to get the producer to just nick in and remind the players to keep track on the scoreboard. Sorry about this, guys. When you are in the midst of a game, it is hard to remember and sometimes you just forget. But we do want to keep track of that just so we have the right lore total for you. Genie comes down onto the board, allowing them to draw an additional card. A card has been played, so the Jamie has just pointed, putting a bit of damage on Prince John there. Yep, they've updated that now to 11, got the correct total on board. Right, all cards readied up for the turn. 3 inks still remaining on Carl's side. Palace Guard electing to go into the inkwell there. 4 ink available altogether. Going to be spending 3. Play down Mother Gothel. 1 for stat line 3 cost. Kyle, once again, having a little bit of a think. Once again, a little bit nervous about the amount of time these players are taking to spend on this game here. This is only game 1, and I'm fairly certain they've ate up quite a few minutes already. There may not be enough time for a game 2. They've got 28 minutes left, and they've not even finished the first game already. This is quite a slow game, and something we're not used to seeing for a Dogs deck. Both players going a little bit slowly here, try to work out what options they have to stick in the game. Now, Kyle is electing to take out the Mowgli here. Going to be using Chromicon's effect, bounce Genie back into hand here, keeping Lady on the field, and then going to be questing with Prince John, going up to a total of 7 altogether. Lilo comes down, doing the additional damage to Prince John. Now, Kyle should be on 7 lore. He's once again forgotten to write down his lore total. So we are just going to have to double check on that in a minute. But few cards onto the field here. Going to be questing out with the lady. Goes up to a total of 12. 14 altogether. Goes on to 7. That's been correctly updated now for Kyle. Now, obviously, both players are still keeping track of this on their lore pads. So they do know their total laws. We don't need to worry about it being incorrect. They will be getting that correctly themselves. But we do want the nice visual here for you guys to be able to see, just to be able to keep up with what's going on in the game. But we will keep checking on them to make sure that they do remember that. Like I said before, it's a little bit difficult when you are in the heat of the moment, high pressure, high intensity games. You just want to be focused as much as possible. Sometimes it can be a little bit distracting, putting lore onto the board at the same time at 2 different points. Now, it looks like we've got a lot of cards in the hand of the Ruby Amethyst player, partly to deal with being bounced back from Emerald Chronicon and also to deal with the draw mechanic from Hades. So Carl just having a little bit of a think here about what he wants to do, what he wants to play down, trying to decide on the best decision altogether. 4 damage on Prince John altogether. And then Madame Medusa has 2 damage on her as well. So the board is getting cleared out a little bit. The dog player is getting very, very close to 20. If he can hold on for a little bit longer, he might be able to just squeak through. Goes to 8 total for the lore, 8 to 14 on the deficit for the Ruby Amethyst player. Then looks like Medusa is going to be taking out Lilo. Medusa goes into the discard. Emerald Chronicon effect is going to activate, but I think he's chosen not to activate it since there is damage on Prince John. Wouldn't make sense to send him straight back to the hand. And then the Ruby Am player can re-begin to play cards onto his field. Now, he is going to want to try and spread the field out as much as possible so he can do some damage, because at this point, Chromicon seems to be absolutely vital in this game. It's really kept Jamie in there and stopped Kyle from being able to snowball away like we expected at the beginning of the game with the larger board state. Chromicon is just chipping away constantly, removing characters. But Bell, Accomplished Mystic, comes down, able to shift some damage across, take the damage off of Prince John there, moving 3 damage altogether, moves it onto Lady, gets rid of it. Now, just pointing out by Jamie there, the Emerald Chromicon's going back to hand. Sorry, the Bell is going back to hand from Emerald Chromicon's effect and not letting him keep that 2 quester on the board. Going to be inking Mother Gothel there and then going to be playing out Genie for 4 total ink. Passing turn, 2 cards on the board for the Ruby Am player. Once again, go straight to the Lilo. Lilo has been played so many times this game, and it's constantly making the Ruby Am player work for it in this game. The Dogs player is just slowly there, getting there, scraping the way across the finish line. Once again, not a lot of cards in hand, so they've only come to top deck, unfortunately. Goes down for a tramp, can boost the strength of characters. Yeah, boosts up the Webby and then takes out Prince John. Obviously, 1 damage goes on from Tramp being played. Then Prince John into the discard. And then looks like they are passing turn there. Only a Genie on the field for the Ruby Amethyst player. Palace Guard in hand, that might be something to go into the Inkwell. They're going to have to try and do something for the damage. However, the issue is, as soon as he takes out Lilo here, that Genie's being popped straight back to hand. So he's not going to get the benefit of questing. Genie goes down, takes out Lilo. Emerald Chromicon pops it back into the hand. Tramp is still on the field. No cards spent for the Ruby Amethyst player at the minute, though, so they can fill their board out a little bit again. If he has some low questions, this might be an idea. Genie comes down, allows him to draw a card, draws into a Prince John, lots of cards in hand. Spend it out for another Genie, allows him to draw another card here. Looks like he's going to want to try and get some questing power in soon, spending out another 2 to get Shere Khan on the field. We have a total of 2, 4, 5 lore available, but Lilo once again comes out onto the field, sticking along for the Dogs player. We get another Lilo coming onto the field. This could be really useful. We got to 15 for the Dogs player now. A really big advantage coming in. We have a total of 5 lore available for the Dogs player, so they do have game state. Ruby Amethyst player Carl is going to have to challenge and stop Jamie from taking the game right here. He's really going to have to push on here to try and keep this advantage, but being at 8-15 deficit, and he's going to lose his cards as soon as he challenges. This is the big issue. Realistically, sequencing-wise, he's going to have to do Shere Khan into Tramp to get rid of that. He then loses a Genie. A Genie takes out a Lilo, but then he loses his other card. He's going to have nothing on board and will have to replay again. This stops him from being able to quest this turn. Something that he's, of course, needs to be aware of. Playing out the Palace Guard here looks like he's trying to fill his board out so he can start to get some questing power afterwards. hoping maybe he can keep the genie on the field, loads of cards in hand. But even with this much cards, is there anything he can do when he can't keep a card on the field? Chromicon has been absolutely huge this game and has really been tiding the turn over for Jamie. Really, really strong position so far for the Dogs player. Once again, time is getting a lot lower. If it takes this long for their second game, I don't think they're going to be able to last to the end of round 2, to the end of the second game for round 4. But we will see how far we can get. Interesting. Quest out for the genie there. Goes all the way up to 12. Looks like he will then elect challenge with the Shere Khan. Moving his ink across, pays out. Okay, a shift Shere Khan. 8-8 stat line. That's absolutely huge. I don't actually recognize this card, so that's a brand new card for me. I'll have to have a little chat with Carl after the game, see what it was that he played. Looked like a very cool card there. In fact, I might just have a little look for his deck list, see if I can work out what card that is while we're here. Big card coming down onto field. Still got plenty of ink available. Lilo goes, and then Shere Khan is going to be bounced back to hand. A little bit of a shame, but it means it's controlling the board for the Dogs player. Still going to have free law on board if the Ruby Ann player can't take this out. I don't think he has enough to deal with the tramp, but he still does have law available if there's anything that he can do. So, does he pass turn here? Yep, Lilo comes straight back out. Going to be questing surely up to 8. If he can, draws the card for the turn. Has a total of 4 ink available. Plays down a Raja Bodyguard. This is absolutely huge. This is the exact card he needs to be able to stick into this game. Quest for free, going to 18 total. There is 2, 4, 5, 6 law available for Kyle on Ruby Amethyst. Surely there is nothing he can do to stay in this game with Raja being there. Oh, just a bit of a correction there. Kyle should actually be on 14. This makes it more challenging then. I don't know if that means if he can quest out here. 2, 4, 5, 6 law available on board. Kyle would, in fact, have the game there. Has this been a huge misplay by the Dogs player? It looks like Kyle has taken the game. That is very unfortunate there. A little bit of a mishap there with the law total. If that law was correct, Jamie might have known to play differently there. He's played down his card, committed it to the board, expecting that Kyle wouldn't be able to take the game. However, Kyle does have the game state there, so that is going to be pass in turn into the next game. Hello, everyone. Sorry, we're back here. Just had a little bit of a store issue that I was just checking in with the team with, but we are back live and ready for you. So it looks like the Dogs player lost, so they were on the play there. They've elected to play Lady on the turn 1. inking a lady and then playing down a Lilo. Obviously, the MVP of last game, Lilo coming out, very strong card that Jamie is electing to constantly bring back from his discard. Really, really overused card from him that seemed to be really working. Got the Enchanted Bell Accomplished Mystic coming down into the Inkwell. It looks like he's playing down... Can't quite work out what it is with the glare there. I see a 2-3 stat line. A little bit hard to see. I think that might be Shere Khan by the looks of it. We've got Tiana coming down onto the field. Interesting. Not used to seeing that in the Dogs deck, but a really strong card there. Obviously, minus strength to every card on the board unless they elect to play free. Pay free to get their normal challenger. Tiana could be really useful in this match and help Jamie to go a little bit quicker so he can take the win. The last game was quite slow there, so they don't have a lot of time remaining at the minute. They are going to have to go quickly here. The Ruby Amethyst player, inking the Shere Khan, free total ink available, going to be playing down the Mother Goth, a 1-4 stat line, has the ability to move damage across. Not sure if he's going to want to quest here, but I think he's going to need to try and get some lore pressure himself. Otherwise, it could very quickly be Jamie's game. We saw how quickly Jamie was able to get lore at the end of the game after having barely any cards in hand. Quest for 1 there, and then passing turn. Questing out here for Jamie, going up to 6 total. That's the 1 missing there from Carl that he forgot to put on for the last turn. And another Tiana comes down onto the board. Completely different board state on this game for Jamie here. This seems a lot stronger. I think this is going to be quite hard for Ruby Amethyst to get around. Obviously, they have some strong attacking cards, but it's going to struggle to get through Tiana, and they're not exactly ramping, so they're going to struggle to get the ink to be able to use to take out the Tiana. The Tiana really is protecting the cards. Every time they challenge with the Tianas on the board, it's going to be -3. If he's able to exert both Tianas, that is going to be -6 on every single character, which is almost impossible to get round. I played a game the other day against an Amber Steel deck. They had 3 Tianas against me, and it was -9 to all my characters, and it was impossible to stay in the game. Tiana can be absolutely cracked if used in the right hands. An absolutely terrifying card. Even better if you can get Emerald Chromicon down with her. Looks like we're going to be inking a Madam Mim Elephant, and we're then going to be having a little bit of a think about what he wants to play. Going to be electing pay down the Mulan, the 1-cost Mulan, get 2 damage onto her. Might be looking to move some damage across here. Once again, Carl having a long think about what he's wanting to do with his turn. Going to be challenging in with the Tiana, has paid 3, so he can challenge normally, and then with that challenge, he's going to move 1 damage across from the Mulan to then take the card out. So Tiana gone, and then 1 damage back onto the Shere Khan. Yeah, really strong play there from the Ruby Amethyst player. Found a nice way around Tiana, which can be quite tricky to deal with. So very quickly coming up with a good strategy. We are at a 6-1 deficit. The Dogs player obviously taking the lead as we would expect in the early game. And then going to be challenging into the Lilo. 1 damage going back, and then moving some damage across Tiana. 1 damage onto Lilo altogether. And then pass and turn onto the Dogs player. I've said it before, but this Ruby Amethyst Flinger Digger deck really is beyond me. I am not quite sure what's going on. This is a hard one to keep up with. It's a lot of damage, moving very quickly, very fast. But well done for Kyle being able to pilot. I know I definitely can't. Lady Miss Park Avenue comes down. Interesting. Nothing in the discard, though, that he can bring back to his hand. That's not exactly what Jamie's wanting to see. He's going to quest with the Lilo, perhaps? Having a think about what he wants to do. Exerts the Tiana, exerts the Lady, and sings Under the Sea. What a humongous play. 2 cards on the board, right to the bottom of the deck. That is really, really strong. We love to see that from Jamie. Under the Sea coming in absolutely clutch there. Quest for 2 with Lilo. He's got rid of the big threats here, going up to a total of 8, that should be. He's made a note of that in his law book, so he does know where he is. He will just hopefully add that onto the scoreboard just in a minute or so. Passing on to the Ruby Amethyst player. Not a lot of cards on the board. Only the Shere Khan available. He is going to be able to pay So Shere Khan can attack normally and get rid of the Tiana. That could be a strong play. But you also have the Lilo and the Lady Miss Park Avenue to deal with. I feel like Tiana is the main threat that you need to get rid of. But the issue is, if you keep that, they're going to be going up to 12 the next turn. And there's nothing else you can be doing damage-wise unless he has something which you can move the damage across. Which more than likely, I reckon he might just do. Just having to think about what's going on to his Inkwell. Demona goes into the Inkwell, a card we're not going to value against dogs. You don't want to be playing that. Give him additional draw. We saw last time Jamie really struggled on the draw here. Did not have a lot of cards constantly in his hand. Only 2 cards in his hand at this point. Playing down Demona could give him a lot of cards which could help him to take over the game. The main issue, though, is that's one of the best draw engines in Ruby Amethyst. So something that he's going to really miss not being able to play. Kyle having to think here about what direction that he's wanting to go in. Lots of options in his hand. Once again, Kyle playing a little bit slow here, just a long time. Something we need to be a little bit careful for. We do want to take as much time as possible to think about our turns, but also we don't want to be in a position where we don't get to finish the game here. Kyle did win the first game, so if it does go to time and they're not able to finish it in the 5 turns, Kyle would take the win. Cheshire Cat comes down, does have the ability to boost and move the damage across from Shere Khan here. But the issue is not going to be able to challenge into Tiana. So Shere Khan is going to be challenging into Tiana, does no damage into it, and then Cheshire Cat moves the damage across onto Lilo. So still going to be able to quest for 4 on this turn here. Obviously, Tiana being the main threat on the board that's stopping the Ruby Amethyst player from being able to do much. Now, Lilo comes back immediately. We draw into a Lady, which is going to be going into the Inkwell, maybe hitting down a Mowgli here. Just see the hands, see the options. We've got the Mother Gothel, we've got a Panic, and we've got an Elsa. Jamie, just having a little bit of a look at Panic to see what it does. Once again, another card that I'm not sure about. The interesting thing about this Ruby Amethyst deck is we have a lot of cards in here which we're not used to seeing. So it's good to see something which is quite off meta, different to the usual. It's always a good sign when your opponent has to read your cards and try and work out what exactly is going on. Now, he's finished looking at the cards there, Jamie has, so it looks like he's going to quest with both the Tiana and the Lady. It goes up to 12 total. Good board state here, 4 cards on. Tiana's getting minus strength to all the characters. But Cheshire Cat can be a little bit of a threat by being able to challenge in, get damage back onto Shere Khan, and then move the damage across. I might expect that Mowgli is probably going to be taken out this turn, but Tiana is once again what he wants to deal with. Perhaps he'll pay 3 and let Shere Khan challenge normally. That'll take out the Tiana, and then can boost, do some damage elsewhere. But I really feel like he needs to take that Tiana out of play. That's the biggest threat to him at the minute. Lady is obviously quite a beefy stat line, but if Lady is challenging, that's probably a good thing for Kyle. He's not going to want the Dogs player to be questing out too much. 4-4 is a very huge stat line. When you've got protection of Tiana on the field, it's going to be very difficult for them to be able to do anything. We have 10 minutes remaining on the clock now. Not a lot of time for the players remaining. Still in the middle of game 2. Producers just going to nick in and make them aware of the time so they're aware how little time they have left. They're going to be rushing to try and get this game finished. And hopefully, if it does go to a game 3, they'll be able to finish it. Now, it looks like Cheshire Cat is going to be challenging into the Tiana. We've paid 3 to be able to do this. And then, do we boost here and move the damage across? Or do we just challenge normally with the Shere Khan? Looking at Ink, no, Mother Gothel comes down here. We are then going to be challenging with the Lilo. We are then going to be using Mother Gothel's effect to move a damage across from the Cheshire Cat, putting that onto the Lady. And then I think that's all the Ruby M player can do on their turn. So, just having to think about if he's wanting to bring the Lilo back from his discard. Once again, he has to do that before he draws. Jamie having a quick think here about whether Lilo is going to be useful in this situation. The big negative is Cheshire Cat is going to be moving the damage constantly. Lilo being on the field could be a negative. He decides to pass on the Lilo here. Plays down a Genie, 4-cost Genie. We don't often see that in a Dogs build. Looks like it's evasive. 2-3 quest for 2. I think that's the Emerald card. I've not seen that in a Dogs deck before. This is interesting to see, but it's a nice big quester again. Something that Jamie can use to exert quite a bit of pressure. Obviously, why he's not played Lilo this time, because he wants to get that out. Lady goes in, takes out the Cheshire Cat. The one damage that was on her from the last time stopped her from being able to stay on the board, which is a shame for her. He's then going to elect to pass turn, moving it back to the Ruby Amethyst player. 6 ink available, 12-1 deficit in lore towards the Dogs player. Kyle moving all of his ink together, going to be spending a large amount, plays down the Elsa, going to be exerting down Genie here. Elsa challenges into Genie, 2 damage moved across. And looks like we're going to be moving the damage across from Shere Khan onto the Genie just to finish it off here with Mother Gothel's effect. 2 damage goes back onto the Elsa. That's staying nicely protected. Not a lot of evasive threats in the Dogs deck. We're then going to be questing out for 2 for the Ruby Am player, taking him to a total of 3. Lilo's going to be coming back from the discard and then playing out Daisy. Starting to be a lot of pressure on the Dogs player here. Jamie's going to have to try and get some more characters on the board quickly. He does elect quest for the Mowgli, putting him on to 13 altogether. And then we've just corrected that up to 3 total for Kyle. Kyle's ready and all his characters back up. Going to be inking the Queen of Hearts. Quick decision there. He knows exactly what he's wanting to do here. And then he's looking to play. Got 1 or 2 cards in the hand. Having a decision about what the best card to play out is. Going to be exerting. Looks like quite a lot of ink there. Is that another Elsa? No, he shifts the Shere Khan. Huge stat line there. Going to be questing for 2. Goes up to 5 total. Obviously still at a deficit, but he is coming back very quickly. Jamie's going to have to think carefully about what he's wanting to do. Shere Khan is quested. Not sure what's going on with Kyle regarding the damage. I think he's decided to take that back and then challenge into the Lilo, move some damage across with Mother Gothel's effect, and then re-readying the character. Right, so Shere Khan must have a re-readying ability then. An interesting card to add in. That's quite good for being able to deal with wide boards. I quite like that. Something I need to look into a little bit further. Lilo's coming back from the discard there. Paid 2 for it. We've got 2 ink left available. He's not got a great hand here. Jamie's going to be able to quest for 2 with the Daisy. Can't do anything with the Lilo. Shere Khan is going to be quite a threat on the board. This might be where he's able to take off a little bit now. I've just had a little look online. Shere Khan, shift 5. You can pay 1, deal 1 damage to this character, ready this character. He can't quest for the rest of his turn. So interesting there. He's quested for it, dealt a damage to it, and then moved across challenge and can then move that damage with Mother Gothel. That's quite an interesting combo there, causing quite a lot of threat for the Dogs player. Tramp comes down, able to give additional stats to character. Daisy elects to quest, goes to 15 altogether for Jamie. Jamie is looking a little bit stuck. I'm not sure there's much he can do to stay in the game, but it is getting a little bit closer as long as he can just scrape across those final bits of lore all together. Passed on to the Ruby Amethyst player. Kyle having a little bit of a think about what he wants to do here. Five minutes left on the clock. Not a lot of time. If Jamie does win this time, I have to say I don't think there's going to be enough time for them to be able to get through this game. Shere Khan is going to quest for 2, taking Kyle up to a total of 9 altogether. Does he choose to do a damage on Shere Khan and re-ready? Going to use Mother Gothel to challenge into Lilo by the looks of it, and then move damage across onto Tramp. Then takes out Lilo with the Elsa, moves the damage across with Mother Gothel's effect, doing another damage onto Tramp. Hasn't spent any ink yet this turn. Going to be re-readying Shere Khan for the cost of 1. Shere Khan is going to take out the Daisy, clears that off, another damage on there. He could elect to re-ready it if he so chooses to, but he wouldn't be able to quest again. Probably not much of a need to do that. He may want to be moving some damage across here to finally take out the Tramp as well. Panic comes down, allowing him to move more damage across. That takes out Tramp. No cards left for the Dogs player. 7 lore total for the Ruby Amethyst player. I think he might just squeeze this game by going through. Lilo comes back onto the board. Mowgli goes out. No cards that you can poke with the Mowgli there. Even at the end of this turn, if Lilo isn't taken out, he's only going to be able to go to a max of 18. Jamie is not in a threatened state enough to be able to take game. Ruby Amethyst player Kyle is going very, very quickly, catching up very, very quick. He's only a few lar behind now. And unfortunately, that is it. We're going to shake the hand there. Nothing that James can do. Realizes that's the end of the game. Passes it on to Kyle, who takes the win. That is a 2-0 win for Ruby Amethyst. Wow. Very, very close game, and a little bit unlucky for the Dogs player. He got so close there, but just not quite enough to get him through. A valiant effort from both players right down to the nick of time, and we will see you in round 5. Stay along, guys. We are literally going to be starting round 5 in about 5 or 6 minutes, so I look forward to seeing you then. Right, hello all, welcome back to CrawfordCana. We are ready here at Pendulum Gaming, ready for round 5. Now, don't be alarmed, this is in fact not Kyle and Jamie. We're going to be getting that sorted for you in just a second. My producer's going to be editing the names on the screens, just as well as we put up the new deck colours for you. I do believe this is going to be quite an interesting match. I think this is Purple Steel versus Blurple, which I'm quite interested in seeing. I'm really looking forward to seeing what is being played here. Both of these players playing very, very well in this tournament. Producer's just updating the names on the screen here. Looks like we have Josh, and I think that's Bethany at the bottom. So looking forward to seeing what they are playing. Round 5 here. So we only have one more round after this, guys, before we do go into our top 8. Now, the top 8 is going to be when it's getting interesting. The team here at Pendulum has dropped off the prize in here. Obviously, they're doing winner box here, but they've also managed to split 3 boxes altogether for the top 8 prizing. As a reminder, this is only £15 entry here, and they're giving this much prizing. It is absolutely crazy. We really love to see a store putting so much into the community and really giving back to the players that attended. Huge tournament here today, 36 players total. First tournament of the year in the UK. For the Store Champs. We're just getting that additional steel put on there for Beth, who I think is on Purple Steel, and that should be Josh on Blurple. Yeah, it really has been a crazy day today with some incredible games, which we've really enjoyed watching. Each one has felt like it's went right down to the wire, something that's really pushed us, something that's been really challenging. We've had a couple of 2-0s, we've had some 2-1s as well. It's been really, really exciting to watch. Apart from the games on the stream, we've had some mammoth games on the shop floor as well. Few people going to time. It really has been crazy. Quite the wonder match, so to speak. But right now we are locked in for round 5, Blurple versus Purple Steel, Beth versus Josh. Now, on paper, you would assume that Purple Steel is going to be a little bit weaker in this matchup. However, with new cards like Lexington and such, I don't think it's the case anymore. Purple Steel is able to stand toe-to-toe with Blurple quite well. And honestly, sometimes it's able to beat it quite comfortably. This is going to really depend on Josh's build of deck, how he's built it, if he's able to keep up in this match, or if Beth is just going to be able to sail underneath and take away the win before Josh can even do anything. Key piece, realistically, Josh is looking to get some ramp in this game straight away. Beth is going to be looking to go quite quick on the board. She's went down with Olaf here. Interesting to see that. A lot of Purple Steel players elect not to play Olaf. He has a bouncing ability when he's removed from play. Blurple player is going to be inking Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, playing down Basil for his turn 1 passing. Big question is, does he see ramp? I don't think I see it in his hand. It's going to be very hard for him to stay in this game if he does not have ramp. Hold on. No, looks like a 1 jump ahead at the corner of his hand there. Now, this is some Frank Carsten maths here. Frank Carsten said that realistically in Blurple, if you have 4 copies of Tipo, 4 copies of Sail, as well as 2 copies of Develop Your Brain and a 1 drop, you can have 1 jump ahead. You can have a total 95% chance to be able to get ramp on your turn 2, which is absolutely huge. Looks like we're going to have to be inking the Bell Accomplished Mystic here to get that 1 jump head out. He does need to see this ramp, otherwise he's going to really struggle this game. But Black Heron is a nice turn 2 play for the Purple Steel player. A nice beefy character that's going to stick on the board for a while and can make quite a lot of threats. Now, drawing turn for our Purple Steel player, Beth, is going to be inking Junior Woodchuck Guide, but interesting to see that in a Purple Steel build, and then going to be playing down Lexington. Unfortunately, it looks like Beth has went for a very foil-heavy deck, which is just hitting the glare quite heavily here. But luckily, we know this matchup quite well, so hopefully we should be able to work out the cards for you. I will give any and every help I can for you guys watching at home. Those of you that have stayed with us for the whole day so far, thank you so much for watching with us. We, of course, appreciate your support. We're having a great time here at Pendulum. Please be active in the comment section and let me know anything that's going on your end, what store champs you're attending, or perhaps what store champs you're looking at in the future. Now, we're going to be inking the Woodchuck Guidebook, paying 1 for the Basil, and then paying 3 for Into the Unknown. Interesting, go straight onto the Black Heron there, giving a little bit of ramp for the Purple Steel player. This tells me the Blurple player does not have the best hand at the minute. Now, the issue with Lexington being on the field is if you have 3 cards more in your hand, it's not able to ready. Since played Lexington the previous turn, we don't need to worry about that. But something the Purple Steel player is going to need to be a little bit aware of, especially, nope, went for the Dumbo here instead of the Genie. So can filter their hand down quite quickly. Interesting, Lexington's going to be Signal of Strength, gets rid of the Basil, only 1 card on the field left for the Blurple player. 4-0 deficit to Purple Steel. Beth looking quite comfortable at this point, may be able to take this game away quite comfortably. Now we're going to be inking the Elsa, going to be spending out 4 to get the Genie, get an additional card into our hand. Only 2 cards in hand. It looks like Josh has been struggling to get the cards he needs. This Genie is quite essential. Gets another Basil. My God, that's 3 Basils we've seen so far in his deck. I really think he struggled with his draw here. Now, Lexington's going to re-ready. Only 2 cards in hand before draw, which is the key point here. Now, Genie is not going to last long against the Lexington. Perhaps Beth is going to want to leave Lexington non-exerted here. Going to be spending out. Plays the Elsa, exerts the Genie, surely. Lexington into Genie would be such a fantastic play. You can then quest out with the rest of characters. Spend all their ink, so can't use Dumbo. But elects to go into the Basil. Interesting. Leaves the Genie on the field. I'm surprised to see that. I personally would have... Hits the strength for Raging Fire on Genie. A huge play from Beth. Beth is in complete control. Josh is really struggling to stay in this game. Barely any cards in hand. However, it looks like Beth has used up her whole hand here. If she can keep the Dumbo and Elsa on the field, she could rejuvenate her hand here. Could be really strong next turn, but it all depends if she's able to keep that going. That is the big question here. Now, Josh, having to think about his play, going to be exerting 4, plays down Madam Mim Elephant. Brings back Basil in hand. I think he's missed out a trick there. He could have quested with the Basil and then brought that into his hand to get the additional lore. But under a little bit of pressure and a weaker hand, he's just forgot to do that. He does have 2 Hades, though. He can start doing some magic next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He needs an inkable card next turn. However, Dumbo and Elsa has stayed on the field, so we're getting 3 cards in hand this turn. Still got 3 ink remaining. Going to be spending out to pay Giant Cobra. And then discards Diablo, gains another 2, 10 total. The lore total is getting really high right now. Quest for 2 with Lexington and Olaf up to 12, putting the pressure on. However, this is where Blurple can come back as long as they do get that inkable card. However, it doesn't look like they've pulled into it. Not Genie, Madam Mim Elephant, only able to challenge into the Lexington or the Olaf. But the issue is can't take out the Lexington, not got enough stats on it. And unfortunately, if he doesn't have the Hades, he's not going to be able to do much. Quest for 1 with the Madam Mim Elephant, a really, really weak play. He's got nothing in his hand, obviously. Purple Steel player Beth is going to be able to really go hard on this turn. A total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore on the board, can go up to 17. 1 more lore and a Giant Cobra wins of the game. She is not far off there. I have to assume that Beth is going to be taking this game. I don't think there's anything Josh can do to even stay in it at this point. Quest for 2 goes to the 14. Going to exert Dumbo, gain a lore, draw a card. Another card into hand here. Still got 4 available. Going to be exerting Elsa, gain a lore, draw a card. We still have Cobra to quest. Still have 3 cards available. Questing up to 17. We're then going to be exerting. Does she have a Cobra? Exerting 3, plays out another Cobra. Elsa into the discard, goes to 19. Surely this is it. Drawing card for the Burple player, draws into a Sail the Azure at Sea, so would be able to get the Hades onto the field, but it's just not quite enough at the minute. Yeah, 3 Hades in hand. What an unfortunate brick for Josh. Really, really unlucky start for the Blurple player, but it's just went the exact way for Purple Steel that they want. A huge game for Beth. Very, very well played at the minute. A huge, impressive performance, dominating Josh. Now, this is really weird to see with how much Blurple was dominating in the last set. It just felt absolutely unbeatable. Purple Steel felt like one of the best decks in the format. That's what I was on. I had some great results with Purple Steel. But even at the last set champs at Pendulum, I lost in the top 4 against a Blurple player who is here today that we saw on round 1 of the stream today. Absolutely decimated me, whereas Blurple list, it was just too strong to do anything against. So it's really weird seeing Purple Steel go so ham, so to speak, against Blurple right now. Obviously, we do need to accept Josh had really, really poor draw there and really struggled in the game. However, he is going to be on the play this time, so hopefully if he can get the cards he needs and he doesn't brick by getting the 3 copies of Hades in his hand again, he might be able to play. But honestly, Blurple without draw, Blurple without inking is an absolute nightmare. When you have to pass the turn and just do nothing, you can't do anything against a quick deck like this. So he does have the Sail the Azure at Sea in hand. He has got an option to ramp here. This is a good start, but does he have a 4-cost character? I can't see. He's got the Hades, he's got 2 Into the Unknown and Bell. Gonna have to send all them back shortly, sending 5 cards for Josh. Hopefully he's able to get this 4-cost character, or once again, he's going to really struggle again. Last game, so many Basils, so many Hades, just not a lot of options for him to be able to play. Beth, very quick in that game, taking the win all the way to 20 before we could even blink. A humongous performance for the Purple Steel player. Both players just shuffling their decks out now, off for the cut, and then we're going to get right started back into this game. Round 5 live at Pendulum Gaming in Grantham here. This is an absolute huge match. Both these players in contention of getting into the top 8 right now. Josh is going to be desperate to have a better performance here. He's got Genie, he's got Iago, he's got Tipo. He is in the game. He is going to be able to play this time. Iago could be quite a strong one, but it can get popped by the actions. It'll be interesting if he plays that over the Genie. Plays a develop your brain, so he is using the Frank Carsten maths there. Gets an Elsa and a Tipo by the looks of it. Surely takes the Elsa into his hand, gets rid of the Tipo. Looks like the right play to me. Tipo obviously not need to be utilized. Already got the ramp in your hand there. That would just end up being ink. Pass and turn there over to the Purple Steel player. Will Beth be able to respond in kind? Well, 1 cost inks the Demona. Surely not another foil card that she's got. Looks like a very expensive deck on Beth's end here. Pays 1 for the Captain Hook coming out onto the field here. Now, quite a lot of options in the hand. If he goes for the Tipo, Josh is going to have to ink an additional card from his hand here. Could be an uninkable though, which could be useful, but you're not going to want to get rid of the Hades. He elects to ink the Iago, goes straight into Sail the Azurite Sea, draws an additional card, gets the Cheshire Cat. Surely this is something he's going to want to keep in hand to be able to do some ping damage later on. Just swap Purple Steel if they are not questing out. Going to be inking additionally a Tipo and then pass turn. So no cards on the field yet for the Blurple player, but this is absolutely fine because they can get their turn 4 on their turn 3 on the next turn. Once again, another Purple Steel player playing White Rose, going to be inking that, playing out Calhoun here. A nice curve out for Purple Steel here, but once again, Blurple can start causing some damage quite quickly. Got the Hypnotic Strength in hand, might elect to keep that in case there's any Iagos that he needs to deal with, be able to pop that due to the Vanish effect. But the question is, what is he then going to ink then? Surely Elsa's a great card to keep. Surely Cheshire Cat is a great card to keep as well. Double Genie and a Hades, quite a lot of uninkables. Poor Josh is really not drawing well these last couple of games. Only 2 free inkable cards in his hand out of the 6. Looks like he's going to be inking the Cheshire Cat. Doesn't really have a choice there. Plays out the Genie, draws an additional card. Hopefully it's something inkable. Looks like it's a Dumbo. Not the worst card to pull into, especially since he can quest with his Genie and not be under any threat unless Beth is able to pull out a Lexington again, which is going to absolutely rip through that Genie. Ink and a Black Heron pays out for the Giant Cobra. Going to be discarding Jafar, gains an additional 2 lore, going up to 3 total. Is it worth questing out here since only a Genie on board? Decides not to, passes. We did see the Strength of Rage and Fire in the hand. Obviously holding that, can sing with the Giant Cobra, then pop that Genie immediately. A very strong play. This is the ideal curve we want for Purple Steel. Genie comes out again. Not a bad play from Josh here, getting evasive threats on the board. We've got another Cheshire Cat. Looks like we've got a Demona and an Elsa. Inking the Cheshire Cat. Then we're going to be questing with the Genie, going up to 2 total. So even if 1 Genie goes, she's still draws into another Strength for Rage and Fire. Not awful, not awful at all. Inks one of the Strengths for Rage and Fire, going to hard cast. Nope, plays down White Rose for 4, and then we're surely going to be singing with Giant Cobra. Takes out one of the Genies. Yep, takes out the non-exerted card. And then, do we quest with the Captain at Calhoun? No, Beth passes. 4 ink total, 4 cards on board, 4 lore altogether. Got all the 4s for Beth. Josh has drew into a Hades. Not a bad card to pull, but the issue is, will they accept it or will they let them draw? This is the big issue with Hades coming down onto the field. It always feels like it's the worst option that your opponent's going to pick. It doesn't tend to always work the way you want it. And sometimes, I think this card can just be a little bit bricky. Josh having a good think here. Hades goes straight into the inkwell. Not value at the minute. We've got 6 inks so far. We're nearly in Hades territory, but no evasive cards on the field. So may want to be holding that off for maybe a Genie or something along the likes. Captain Hook, Calhoun, Cobra, and White Rose on the field. A lot better game so far for Josh, but I'd still argue not the best cards in his hand altogether. Josh having to think what the best thing to do here. May want to exert with the Elsa. Yep, plays down the Elsa, going to be exerting Captain Hook. Elsa can go down, take out the Captain Hook. Only 1 damage back onto the Elsa altogether. Can then quest out with the Genie to go to 4, matching best total altogether, putting him in a good spot. He's still got 1 ink available if he wants to, but he passes turn over to Beth. 3 characters on board, 4 in the inkwell altogether. Still a few cards in hand. It looks even playing field at the minute, but I would say it is leaning more towards the Blurple player. This is going more the way Blurple wants. Okay, Held is Thunderbolt comes down, takes out the Genie. A very good play here for Beth. Going to quest out all 3 cards, go to 7 total, only 1 card in hand. The issue is a full hand of cards for Josh, whereas Beth does not have a lot of draw available. She needs to hit into a dock or something, try and replenish her hand. Otherwise, Josh is going to run away with this game very, very quickly. Josh just having to think. Now, Hades was inked on the last turn, so he does need to turn that over in a second, just so he doesn't think that he's double inking, but he will know that. Inks the Hades again, so that's us up to a 7 now. Does he elect for Hades? He does. Plays down 7 cost Hades. Surely targets Giant Cobra, puts that into the Inkwell, the biggest threat on board. 4/4 stat line. Obviously, Calhoun gets a lure quickly, but it's going to be difficult for Calhoun to be able to take out a card since it's only going to be Elsa questing. Decides to put the Calhoun into the Inkwell, stops Beth from getting any more of that quick burst lore total from Calhoun's effect, just to take away the risk. Cobra can, of course, be popped with the action. He is holding that Hypnotic Strength, but I think he's waiting for a Yargo to be able to play that. He doesn't want to waste it too quickly. Looks like Beth's exerting 3 cards altogether here. Going to be, nope, Diablo and a Black Heron, both cards in hand coming down onto the field. Not a strong board state for Beth at the minute. Going to quest out, going to 9 altogether. Needs 11 more lore to be able to take this game. Blurple is looking very confident though. 5 to 9 total, 2 cards on board. Has 7 ink, going to be playing down Hypnotic Strength, targets Giant Cobra, pops that away and gets to draw a card. Now, as a technicality, you do get to draw with Hypnotic Strength before you pop the card there. Hypnotic Strength is draw a card, and then you may give challenge to. Because it is targeted a card, it's a Vanish card for Giant Cobra, so that's immediately popped due to the Vanish effect. Whenever it's targeted by an action, it moves itself to the discard. 3 cards still on the field for Beth here, but no cards in hand. Surely Josh is feeling a lot more comfortable. Just having to think if you want to challenge him with the Hades. He could get himself a little bit more lore. If he leaves it, he'll go up to 12 for the next turn. And what he doesn't want is Beth to get into Cobra range. As soon as she gets to 16, all it takes is 2 Cobras and she wins the game. Sail the Azurite Sea, going into the Inkwell. Going to be spending out, develop your Bane. 1 cost, lets you search 2 cards top of your deck. 1 card goes into your hand, the other goes to the bottom of the deck. Josh having a little bit to think about what he wants to take. Can't quite see what's in his hand there. I think one of them is a Hades. And I'm not sure on the other card. Surely Hades is a solid pull to go into your hand there. I'd probably elect to take that just to get rid of any big threats to come down. He does take the Hades. The other mystery card go into the bottom of his deck. Once again, Beth, no cards in hand whatsoever in quite a difficult situation. Now, it looks like he has a total of 5 inks still remaining. Spends out, hits down a Dumbo. Not an awful play. Can exert the Elsa, gain a lore draw now, get some more cards into his hand, still boosting up that lore total. There's no evasive threats on Beth Field, so she's not going to be able to do anything to take out the Elsa or the Dumbo. Hades looks to challenge into the White Rose, getting rid of any lore questers there. 3 damage onto Hades. Very strong play by Josh. Looking very, very comfortable right now. Beth needs to top deck almost a miracle, so to speak. Hits down Lexington, not the worst, can take out the Dumbo, but with the Elsa and Dumbo draw, it's already done its job. Black Heron is going to take out the Hades. Only a Diablo left on Beth's board. Quest for 1 going to 10. Josh might elect not to challenge into the Diablo to stop Beth from getting any additional draw here. Diablo has the effect that when it's banished, you get to draw a card. With Beth sitting in a position where she has no cards in hand, it's really essential to just force her into a position where she just has to sit and wait patiently, trying to hope for a miracle. This is the exact situation that Josh wants to be in with Blurple. Having a little bit of a think here, going to be inking Bell Accomplished Mystic. I would argue that I'd want to do Elsa and Dumbo first to work out what I draw into, but Hades comes down, gets rid of Lexington. Dumbo is now completely protected. Going to be spending 1 to gain a lore, draw a card for the Elsa and Dumbo. Looks like he's only done it with 1 of them, I think. And then pass and turn over to Beth. Has taken out the Diablo here. So Dumbo took out the Diablo, then only utilized Elsa for it. I don't know if I would have gave her that. Okay, Demona comes down. Really, really nice here. Obviously, she didn't have an inkable card there. Otherwise, she probably would have wanted to drop that into her ink. Demona could be a little bit of a game changer. Gives her some additional draw here. So it's ended up being the right play taking out the Diablo here. She only got to draw 2. Now, a Demona in hand for our Blurple player as well. Going to be readying all 3 characters. Draws for turn. Quite a lot of ink available. Got the Into the Unknown. 2 Demonas is not great for the Blurple player. He's not going to want to be hitting them with Beth having so little cards in her hand. But maybe at this point, he's just going to quest out and take the game from there. Obviously, Bell, I think that went into his ink for the last turn. Josh needs to remember to turn that over. It looks like he is going to be... Nope, still having to think for what direction he wants to go into here. He's turned that Bell over now. Going to be inking Demona. Quite a lot of ink available. Looks like we're at 9 total. Going to be hitting down a Demona himself. Exerts Demona. Beth gets draw a card. He gets draw a card as well. Both on 3 now. So no player benefiting more than the other. Into the Unknown. Pops Demona into the ink. A very solid turn there. Sung by Dumbo. Great job by Josh. Quest for 2. The Hades quest for another one with Elsa. 10 each. Gets to draw from the Dumbo effect. Passes turn. Surely that's the writing on the wall. I don't think there's anything Beth can do to come back from here, especially with the equal law totals. Got Genie, Woodchuck Guidebook, and Into the Unknown in hand for the Blurple player. Really strong position here. Going to be spending 5, perhaps an Elsa. Plays down the Elsa, has to exert the Demona. That's the only one remaining left that she can exert. Then going to be doing 2 damage into Elsa, putting it on 3 damage altogether. 3 coming out probably for the cat, but can't utilize the boost ability right now, which is a little bit of a shame. So Elsa won't be able to take out her Elsa, but he could run Dumbo in there if he so chooses to, but I don't think there's really a need to do that. Now, I do like to see both players playing at quite a comfortable speed here, making their turns quick, making their decisions quick. This is really solid Lorcana at the minute. 2 very strong players. Unfortunately, Beth, like Josh, just drew a little bit poorly in this game. Interesting if it goes to the 3rd game, if we get good draw for both players, see who can take this. Genie comes down onto the field, gets the additional draw, get a Basil off of that top deck. Not something that's probably needed right now, but I think realistically, Josh just wants to go ham a bit on the question, put his law total up as high as possible. Plays down Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, banishes it immediately, gets to draw 2 cards, hand looking very full for the Blurple player, has 2 copies of Into the Unknown, has 2 copies of Basil, and a Genie. Could play down the Into the Unknown here, get rid of the Elsa straight away. Not a bad idea. Going to be inking a copy of Basil. Spends 4 to play the Genie, get the additional card. Not valuing that Elsa enough to do anything into his board state. Just try to make it as wide as possible so he can quest out. Not a bad idea from Josh. I like it, and I think it's a sensible decision. So we're going to be taking out the Elsa here with the Dumbo. 2 damage goes back onto it. Obviously, no remaining evasive threats on her board. She could boost the Cheshire Cat and get rid of the Dumbo by moving the damage off the Elsa. But Josh at this point is on 15. I feel like there's nothing she can do. And at that point, is she going to scoop the game? Well, she's still got cards in hand, so it looks like she's still planning on going on. She might have a way around this. I'm not sure what it will be. Nope, has to scoop the game there. Enough she can do there. Let's go to the final and 3rd game. Wow, 1 each from these players. Really solid game so far. And like I say, very quickly played by both players. We really like to see that. Making sure to get through the games. They've got time for the 3rd game. This is going exactly the way it should be in Lorcana. Excellent job to both players here. I'm really not too sure who will take this game. Beth, as you saw in the 1st game, went very quick with her Purple Steel originally. But is that a case of Purple Steel being so dominant, or is it a case of Josh just having really poor draw with Blurple? We'll find out in this game, I suppose. But really important match here. Round 5, live at Pendulum Gaming, right here in Grantham, live on CrawfordCana on YouTube. Thank you to everyone who stuck around with us so far. Absolute huge day so far. I'm very much looking forward to getting into our top cut and getting this prizing handed out to these fantastic players who have travelled all the way to Grantham for today. Now, both players readied up, drawing their cards up, 7 cards total in hand, have the option for a mulligan in Lorcana, so can get rid of any cards you don't want. A very generous starting system for us to make sure that we have ideal play. But as you'll know just as well as me, even with a mulligan, sometimes we do not get the cards that we want, and it can be a little bit of a nightmare. Blurple's looking like it's got exactly what it needs, though. We've got a 1 cost, we've got the 2 cost Tipo for ramp, and then I don't think we have the 4 cost characters, so you might want to be mulligan some. But it's not a bad start for Josh here. Now, of course, Beth is going to be on the play, so Josh can wait to find out how much she's discarding first in the mulligan before he decides. Something we always recommend to do. If you are going second, you're allowed to wait to see what your opponent discards first. Looks like Josh getting rid of a total of 5 cards. Beth is getting rid of a total of 5 as well. Both players only keeping 2 in their hand. Now, Beth going on the play here, I imagine she's going to want to try and go quite quickly and almost go underneath Josh. Quite a threatening card for Purple Steel can be the Madam Mim Elephant, but it's not as relevant in this set because of Lexington being a 4/4 stat line. That coming out on your turn 3 can quite comfortably do a chunk of damage into the Madam Mim Elephant, take it off the board straight away. The negative of Mim Elephant, and sometimes the positive, is the bounce mechanic. You have to bring a card back into your hand to be able to play it, so you are losing quite a lot of tempo. Now, it looks like we drew it into a Dumbo, Woodchuck Guidebook. We've got Hades in hand. Again, Josh is drawing these at the start of the game quite quickly, which is a shame for him. But Beth is going to be starting. She inks White Rose, goes out with Diablo on turn 1. Probably the ideal start for Purple Steel here. If Diablo gets popped, she's getting draw from it, and it's probably going to stick around for a while just because Josh isn't going to want to get over the extra draw. Rafiki comes down straight away, and then it is over to Beth's turn. I imagine Rafiki might be doing a little challenge in here just to get rid of Diablo. The question is, does she decide to hold it? Interesting. Calhoun comes down. Now, this is a surprise to me. I would imagine that with Calhoun on the field, I would want to quest with Diablo, force Rafiki to challenge in, and then Calhoun can take out the Rafiki to get the 2 lore. But this tells me she might have Strength for a Raging Fire in her hand, and it means that she might be able to take a bigger card out like Genie later in the game. Now, comment just left on the chat there regarding the last game there made a point saying that Demona should not have been able to ready due to the hand size of the players. That is a very valid point. Demona needs to, if there's 3 cards or more in the hand, cannot ready. So something the players just need to be aware of. Something that we can pass on to them later in the game. Thank you to whoever left that in the chat. But back on to where we are at the minute. Looks like we've got the Lexington down on the field. An interesting play. That's going to be really good to counter against the evasive threat if he does go for the Genie. Does he have it in his hand, though? If he does, I don't think that's the card he's going to want to go for, but it does mean he gets the additional draw. Beth just holding steady here, got the 1-2-3 curve. If she can get the 4-cost character and then sing with Lexington, would be a really nice start for her. Exactly how Purple Steels want to play. Cheshire Cat goes into think, well, exerts 4, goes for the Madam Mim Elephant. Okay, went down to that line. Very good. So looks like we're going to be bringing the card back into hand here. But once again, a trick missed by Josh. He could have quested with the elephant, brought that lore onto the board, and then brought it into his hand. A little bit too quick there, and something that he might regret if it's close on the lore total. She's got Ink, Strength for Raging Fire, plays out Genie, got a few cards in hand. It looks like a Thunderbolt in her hand there. She could sing that and deal damage. She's going to elect not to. She's going to quest for 1 with the Lexington. 1 lore on the board to 0. Now, if Madam Mim goes into the Lexington, that's 4 damage on it. It won't take it out. Calhoun can then take out Mim on the next turn. Elsa comes down. Not a bad play here. Surely we're going to be exerting the Calhoun. Yep, Calhoun exerted. Mim would... Interesting. Goes Rafiki into the Calhoun. Now, the risk of putting Mim into the Calhoun there is that even though it keeps the damage on it, it means that Lexington will be able to take it out. However, he is just sung into the unknown with Madam Mim, taking out Lexington straight into the Inkwell. Solid start for Josh here. However, only 2 cards remain in hand. Not a lot of options for him. He's going to need to get some draw quickly. Otherwise, Beth can go quite quick and quite far. We have Diablo and Genie on the board compared to Madam Mim, Elephant, and Elsa. Genie comes down again. Another nice draw, getting to draw into the hand. 1 card still remaining for Ink. Beth had a little bit of think if she wants to Ink here or if there's another card that she can play to keep going. Having a little bit of think of our strategy. Surely Diablo can exert here. It's fine for Mim to take it out because you're getting draw from it. You're also getting that quest. You want to put as much pressure on as possible. She elects to do that quest with both Diablo and Genie, going up to a total of 4 altogether. If Josh has another Elsa in hand, he'll be able to take out the Genie. Looks like we have Woodchuck Guidebook, Tipo, and another Madam Mim Elephant. Not the best hand there. I think he might need to play out the Guidebook, get some additional draw to see if there's anything he can do for the game. Going to be inking the Tipo straight away. Useless card at this point. Playing down Woodchuck Guidebook. Going to Yep, banishes it straight away with the one paying 1 for it as well. Gets 2 cards in hand. Does he have a better solution here? Going to be paying 2 for Woodchuck Guidebook again, banishes and gets the additional draw. This is telling me Josh still does not have decent answers in his hand. A little bit of a shame for him to have poor draw 2 games in a row. However, with 4 cards drawn, he may now finally have some answers. I think I see an Into the Unknown. Into the Unknown being sung with Madam Mim Elephant on the Genie could be a very strong play. No, he challenges with Diablo, challenge with Mim, takes out the Diablo. She gets another card drawn. Elsa is then going to quest for 1 and then pass turn. 2 Genies on the field. Obviously didn't have the Into the Unknown, or if he did, he's not wanted to give her additional ramp. Beth still looking very strong at this point. I think that's a Strength for Raging Fire in hand there. Wouldn't be a bad shout. She can get out a few characters, can maybe do some damage on the Elsa, take out with the Genie. I see a Demona in hand for Josh there. Both players just having a little bit of a think. Looks like we're going to be exerting 4. Surely she doesn't have another Genie. 3 Genies in a row could be mental. In Josh's hand, got Mim, Demona, Belle, and Basil. Not the best hand altogether. He can maybe exert with the Demona, but that's not going to do anything. Gives her draw. The Belle, if you can move some damage across. Plays down the Dumbo. Not a bad play whatsoever. Could exert the Genies to gain additional draw, but we do have Strength in the hand here. Maybe Genie sings Strength, 3 damage onto the Elsa. Then the other Genie takes out the Elsa. Diablo goes down into the Inkwell. Exerts 2 to play Black Heron. We have 4 cards on the board here. Does he value taking out that Mim Elephant enough, or is it going to be Elsa that she goes for? Very, very important decision here. Looks like, nope, does 2 damage in with the Genie onto Elsa, and then going to be singing Along Came, he held his Thunderbolt. I called it Along Came Zeus. I'm in the wrong set. He held his Thunderbolt, dealing the additional 4 damage, taking out Elsa there. Keeping Strength for Raging Fire to a following turn. Now, the good news is Madam Mim Elephant is not going to be able to challenge into any of those Genies, so she does not need to worry about the following turn. But once again, if he can get into a Hades, he can start doing some damage, but he's not got it in his hand. He's drew into an Iago, really not looking strong at the minute. I don't really think there's a lot Josh can do to stay in this match currently. He's going to want to take out carrots on board, but with no evasive threats, what exactly can he do? He's hit 2 Woodchuck Guidebooks, got that additional draw, and still hasn't been able to go into a solid option here. Really risky position for him. Going to be inking down the Basil for... Surely it's got to be Iago that's coming out on the board for that evasive threat. Iago comes down. She's got the Strength in her hand, though. She can take that out immediately. Josh is going to be in a really risky position here if he loses Iago. Quest with the Madam Mim Elephant. 2 total altogether. Got a Mim in hand and then passes turn. This is all going downhill for Josh very, very quickly. 2 games he's had of really poor draw. Really, really unlucky. This is very, very close. On board, we have 2 Genies, Dumbo, and then also a Lexington on the board. Iago and Madam Mim on the board for Josh. Going to be exerting Dumbo there. Gain a law draw. We have Black Heron on the board as well as 2 Genies as well. Going to be spending out, playing another Lexington, another threat for Iago here. But does she choose to use the Strength for Raging Fire to take out the big bird? Going to be playing down Jafar. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards on board. Not enough to take out the Mim Elephant, but could sing and then challenge in with another card to take it out here. Getting very, very close. Uses it the Strength for Raging Fire on Iago. Iago is off the board. Black Heron, Genie, quests out. Going to a total of 8 altogether. And then we pass turn. Very strong position for Josh, for Beth right now. Josh does not have a lot of options for what he can do. Right, sorry about that. Just had a question from the staff there that we're just helping out. We're going to be playing down Sail the Azurite Sea. That's less for inking and more for trying to find an option. Does have an Elsa in hand. Could be useful, but it's not enough to take out any of the threats on board. Can maybe get rid of one of the Genies, but we still have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore available from Beth, going to a total of 14 altogether. It is not exactly the position that Josh is going to want to be in because he just can't deal with anything right now. He needs to get some draw. The one benefit he has is Beth does not have a lot of cards in hand. We've got the 1 copy, but Belle comes down, moves the damage across from Elephant onto Dumbo, gets rid of that. A very solid play there. Well done, Josh. Thinking of every single line you can to keep yourself in the game. Madam Mim Elephant goes down into the Inkwell, and then it's going to be a pass turn. No options yet. Still has not gone into that Hades. Beth is going to be ready in her ink here. She's in a very solid position. She can win this quite quickly. Demona and Elsa in hand, not what he's looking for. He can exert with the Demona, maybe get some new cards in hand, but there's not a lot he can do. A massive, massive shit. Elsa comes down, exerts Bell, then Lexington's going to take it out there, trade in equally. Really good play. Stops that from... Okay, and a Captain Hook as well. No cards left in the hand for Beth. So not the best cards there. Captain Hook isn't overly valued at this point, but being able to quest with the genies, that is what's causing the issue for Josh. He can't get rid of the evasives on board. Madam Mim cannot do anything into this. Not a single exerted non-evasive character. Demona has to go into the inkwell here. Surely it's Elsa that's coming down onto the board. Elsa gonna exert maybe Captain Hook or the Jafar. Elsa's got to challenge into that genie, take it out. Beth is getting too close too soon. Exerts the Jafar. Elsa takes out the genie, and then Madam Mim surely takes out the Jafar, stacks the 3 damage, can then move it about on the following turns. So not a horrific play. She's not going to win it straight away, but she still has 2, 3, 4 lore available on the board, gets 16, 2 Giant Cobras after this will take her the game. Very, very close. Pays 1, gets the Diablo. Not really what she's looking for off the top deck. The question is, does she quest out here and continue to put the pressure on? Josh really does not have a lot of options, but does she know what's in his hand? He cannot, of course, top deck the Hades at any point. She needs to be aware of this. He needs to keep her foot on the gas and try and get to 20 as quick as possible. Otherwise, Josh may find the cards that he needs. 3 damage on Madam Mim. Working out, does the extra 3 goes to 6 altogether? Does she take it out with the Elsa? Elsa, if she's going to do it, she has to take it out now. Takes it out. 3 damage onto the Elsa. That means Josh can take out Elsa on the next turn, but quest for 2 again with the genie. It is getting very close to 20 here, but once again, no cards in Beth's hand. If Josh can just find a single useful card, is there a single card to keep him back in this game? This could turn the other way, and Josh could get there very, very quickly. He just needs to find some kind of draw, some kind of removal, something. He's bricked so hard in this game. Genie, Elsa, and Diablo on board in comparison to just an Elsa for Josh. Just have a little flick through the discard pile here, see what is going on. This is a really, really tight one. By the look of Josh, I don't think he's got anything that's going to be useful right now. That Elsa's going to have to challenge. She can't get up any further with the lore. If he doesn't take out that Elsa, that's going to be 8 altogether. Iago comes down onto the board. It's a good evasive threat. It can take out Genie on the next turn, but at that next turn, is it too little, too late? All she needs is a couple of Cobras and she can take this game away. Elsa's going to trade with Elsa, take it out, and then 1 card left in his hand. Can he play it? No, it looks like no. It sits there waiting. Genie Diablo on the field. Does she quest the Genie here, putting it on 16, then going to with the Diablo to 17? The issue is losing it straight away. Dumbo comes on the field. Surely she has to exert Genie now and get that draw from the Dumbo. It looks like it's a Demona in hand that he's holding on to, but the big risk is she has no cards in her hand. If he plays that, he refills her hand, and at that point, surely she basically wins the game. But does he have any choice because he has no single option that he can use to stay in this? A really tough position for Josh, a 14-2 deficit. Quests with the Diablo goes to 15. If he challenges in, she's get drawn. That's good for her. She's not going to mind this. Now, if he takes out the Diablo, then he could give her only 2 cards in hand, which isn't as much of an issue, but it is still filling her with cards, something that he doesn't want to do when she's so close. He can't... Well, to be fair, playing the Demona now does exert the Genie, which would be really good. Not going to be able to take out the Dumbo with the Elsa, but it's still an option. So, yep, Demona comes down. He's going to be drawing 2 cards into his hand. 6 cost for Demona altogether. Did he pull into anything that's going to be useful? Into the Unknown could be really clutch here if he has it. Cheshire Cat comes down onto the board, able to ping some damage across, can move it across from the Elsa if he has enough to boost. Going to be boosting that. 2 damage comes across from the Elsa, got to be onto the Genie. No, moves it onto Dumbo. Elsa can now take out Dumbo. It means trading herself, and then Iago would go into Genie. A very strong play there. Very well thought out. But once again, the issue is she's got plenty of cards in her hand, and she can just scrape through this. A very, very close one here for both players. Josh having to think if he wants to lose that Elsa into the Dumbo. If he trades it, it's another card gone on the board, but he takes it. She is going to be able to draw with the Dumbo on the next turn, so he needs to value getting rid of that. Iago, of course, goes into the Genie, getting rid of that. 2 damage back onto the Iago, Cheshire Cat and Demona on board compared to just a single Diablo for Beth. If she can lay the board out, she can cause quite a few threats, but Cheshire Cat is going to be able to ping damage about, so it's not over for Josh yet. This could go either way, depending on what Beth has in hand. If she's bricked, she's going to be in trouble. I see a Bell Accomplished Mystic in hand for Josh. Plays down White Rose, Gazer Law, 16 altogether. She quests for Diablo, she's on to 17. That's only 3 law she would need to win this game. Very, very close. It looks like a sale in the hand for Josh as well. Not quite what he wants, but it is a draw option. Going to be paying 2 here. Plays down Black Heron. Quest for the Diablo goes to 17 altogether. If he does not take out the Diablo, that is game for Beth. We have check on board. Looks like we drew into a genie. That's more card draw for Josh. That could be good. Realistically, he's going to need to get rid of the Diablo, though, but it is still draw for Beth, getting her ever closer. If she gets to 18, all she needs is a Giant Cobra in hand and a single card to get rid of, and she takes this game from Blurple. This game has been an absolute mammoth performance from both players and could go literally either way. Looks like a genie and a Strength for Raging Fire in hand for Beth. Plays down the Demona, once again going to exert all characters. He's staying in the game. He can wipe the board here. If anything, this is the best card that you can have at this point. I said before that I don't know about Demona in Blurple, but it's really shown up this game. Even though it's given cards in hand, it's exerted everything. It means he can stay there and not lose immediately, but he is still only on 2 law, which is the big negative. Demona goes in, takes out the Black Heron. Cheshire Cat surely then has to take out the White Rose. Doesn't have any question options then. Takes it out. 3 damage back on the White Rose. Is there anything else Josh can do with his turn? No. Passes turn to Beth. Hand absolutely stacked at the minute. 17 law altogether. Genie is going to be a very solid choice to get down there. He's not going to be able to move all the damage across, but Bell Accomplished Mystic combined with Cheshire Cat can get rid of it in a single turn. Josh is staying in the game. Very, very wide board state. Elsa is useful. He's got removal. The Hades is going to force him to be able to draw as well. She's not going to want to get rid of that. This is a really, really strong position for Josh if he can just keep hanging on. Beth needs to keep throwing cards onto the field and hope something will stick if she wants to take this game away until she can go into a Giant Cobras. Elsa goes into the Inkwell. Genie is on the field. 3 inks still remaining. Does she have a Cobra in hand? Going to be spending 3. Having another think, goes for 2, going for a wider field maybe if she does have the 1 cost. Plays down a dock. Surely no effect on the dock with a hand like that. Does she have double dock in hand? Says no effect. She's going to be not utilizing the effect and then passes turn. We have game on board here. Can quest for 3 next turn and win. She is held onto her cards in hand. She's not risking it too much. Surely Bell Accomplished Mystic and Cheshire Cat combined together this turn to take out Genie. Not the best position for Beth. She's going to need something. Josh is quickly coming back. He has a lot of options here. Also, Elsa, another great card to play. She can utilize that, but I think moving the damage across and getting a big quester on board is a bigger benefit for him. He's split into piles of 5 on both sides. Looks like 10 ink altogether. Card in hand. Plays down the Bell. Goes for the play that I recommended. Moving the 3 damage across. Takes out Doc. Interesting, but then he can put down the Elsa, take out the Genie altogether. No characters on board for Beth after that's taken out. Really, really strong play altogether there. We still got 3 damage on Demona, 2 damage on Iago as well, so that can be moved about if he so chooses. Then going to be hitting down Elsa, exerts the Genie. Iago takes out the Genie, 4 damage altogether on Iago. This is going to be great for moving around with Cheshire Cat. Demona quest, Cheshire Cat quest, Demona quest. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 law altogether. He's went to 8. I think that should have been 9. 2 Demonas, the Genie, and the Cat. 2, 4, 6, 7. Maybe I just can't count. I could swear he was on 2 though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 law still on board. If that was the case that he should be on 9, he's going to really, really hate himself for that, because that would be game state on board. I'm not sure that it should be 9 that he's on. Both players need to be keeping track of this, though. It's essential that they're keeping track of their law total. Looks like Judge is just having a conversation with the players there regarding Demona about being able to ready with 3 cards in hand or not. This is obviously from the comment that was left in chat earlier. Thank you to whoever left that in chat for us. Obviously, we are paying attention to that in store and just keep an eye on things to make sure everything is proceeding as they should be. Staff members just having a conversation there, making sure that everything has gone fluently the right way. Obviously, they are keeping track of the stream as well, so they can go backwards on the stream just to make sure everything has gone correctly. Now, both players going to be sticking their cards down here, keeping track of what's there, keeping that separately whilst we work out what's going on here. We will, of course, just give a little bit of privacy to the players while they have this conversation and work this out. This is a very essential part of the game, and we want to make sure that everything is done the right way so we have the correct score going out. Right, everyone, I've just had a chat with the judge. What's happened? It looks like Damona's been readied once again when it shouldn't have been ready. So the judge is just looking into that just now. Obviously, in Lorcana, we're looking to turn back to the game state that it proves to us before this happened. Both players have been spoken to. They weren't sure what had happened at that time, but as it had been reported by a player, it's just something that they're having a quick look into. We're going to be having a look backwards on stream just now. So we're going to be going silent on here for just a second while we work out exactly what's going on. We'll then move backwards to the proved state of gameplay if something has happened that it shouldn't be, and the judge will deal with that. So we'll go quiet for just a little bit on here for just now, and I'll be right back with you soon once we get back to judge. We'll stick this onto the wait screen for just now. So if you are still with us, stay with us. Don't worry, we are sorting out. We just want to give a little bit of privacy to the players, privacy to the judge to make sure everything is sorted completely correctly. Stay with us, guys. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. Right, everyone, we are back with you. Sorry about the delay. We've just had a little look through. The judge has reset the game state to as close to as it was as possible before the issue was occurred. So all that is sorted now. We're ready to move back on. Both players are aware of what happened. Both are agreed to carry on from there. So we're just going to continue the game from where we left off effectively. Basically, this is the previous turn. Josh is back down to 2 lore total, in contrast to Beth still on 17. So we have Jeannie and Doc on board, non-ready for Beth, and then we have the Iago, Cheshire Cat, Demona, non-ready Demona, and Jeannie going on to the start of Josh's turn. So both players getting ready to start back again, just working out if Iago was exerted all on the previous turn. A little bit of a palaver, but you know what? It's tournaments, it's live, it happens. Sometimes that's the way it is when we're going on live, guys. But yeah, all sorted now. Judges happy, players are happy. So they'll be just getting started again in just a second. Josh just having a little bit of a conversation there about what was going with his characters. Obviously had the damage there preset on the Cheshire Cat. Having a little think about what we want to do to turn. Like we said, though, very, very close part of the game. This is exactly where Josh can start to turn things back together again. Got a few cards ready in Beth's hands. 17-2 lore deficit for the Blurple player, but he is coming back very quickly. Bell comes down the field, same as what we saw before. Going to be getting rid of that Doc straight away. Obviously, the big difference here is we don't have Demona that's able to exert herself. Going to be playing down the Elsa that exerts the Genie, then going to be challenging the Iago, taking that out. So no characters on the board for Beth, completely reset. And then Demona and Genie is going to quest. We are going up to 7 total. Now that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 lore available on board. So Josh doesn't have it in the next turn. So she doesn't have to take out something straight away. But 2 cards in hand. It's not looking good for Beth at this point if she's not able to get some threats down the board. She did have the strength for Rage and Fire, I believe. So if she can get that down and then some characters could take out something. But realistically, at this point, I think she's just going to have to get as many cards onto the field as possible. She gets the Giant Cobra, discards a card, goes to 19 altogether, needs 1 single lore. If that Cobra sticks around, she wins the game altogether. I don't think... Sticks down the Hades into the Inkwell. She's going to be exerting for... Plays out Doc, gets rid of the strength for Rage and Fire, draws 2 cards into hand, 3 still available, and then plays down Captain Hook and Calhoun. I don't know if he's going to be able to take out every single card on this board today. This is going to be a tough one. He did have the Hypnotic Strength in hand, so he would be able to pop that snake, get rid of it straight away. But the other 3 cards are going to be the issue. He needs to find a way to take out 3 different characters. Obviously, Cheshire Cat can get around the damage for Calhoun on the resist by placing damage counters, so that can go. But whether he can pop the Cobra with the item in hand, but the 2 characters, Hook and Doc, is going to be quite a problem. He needs to exert them somehow, and with little cards in his hand, I don't think he's going to have the resources to be able to do it. Has Hades, he could stick it down, hope she's going to get rid of the card. I don't think she will, but he will get card draw from it. First of all, goes the Hypnotic Strength, going to be getting rid of the Giant Cobra, chooses to draw first, correctly done, draw, and then choose the character. Will then place this surely onto the Giant Cobra to pop it. Unless he's played this onto his Elsa, which could be quite the misplay here. By playing down Hypnotic Strength onto the Giant Cobra, that would have popped it straight away since it is a Vanish character. I don't know if he's seen this or realised the effect that Cobra is Vanish. Have a little bit of a think if there's anything he can do. Remain of what's in his hand. 2 already spent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 exerted. It looks like he might be going for the Hades, try to get rid of something as well. But I think that's where he's went wrong on the Elsa instead of the Giant Cobra. But I don't think it would have mattered anyway. A very, very close game. Beth is on 19, ready to completely take this game. Having a little bit of thinking and a discussion on what they can do here. Hasn't spent the 5 ink yet. Still has another 3 after that. Plays down the Hades. Gets to draw. She says no, I'm banishing the card. That makes sense altogether. Teep goes and think, well, he's got the Into the Unknown, but he can't exert the character. He's got another Hades, but once again, she's not going to exert it. Gonna spend 2 to boost Cheshire Cat, get rid of the Calhoun. Still got 3 characters left on board altogether. Hypnotic Strength there, just boosting up the Elsa. I think at this point the writing is on the wall though, and I think this is going to be Beth's game. Going to quest out with all his characters, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, goes up to a very respectable 18, very close, just not quite enough though. And I think the hand's going to have to be extended there. And that is it. Right, it is on the wall. Game goes to Beth. A 2-1 victory for Purple Steel. Very, very strong performance for both players. Josh got a little bit unlucky with the poor draw, but very, very valid effort from both players. We love to see that. Guys, we are not going to be far away off from round 6, the final round now, so stick around with us. I'll, of course, let you know in chat when round 6 is happening, but stay tuned. This is going to be an epic final round of Swiss before we get into our top cut with our top 8 players. Catch you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to CrawfordCana. We are officially back live and ready for you at Grantham Pendulum Games for round 6 in this absolute epic first store champs of the year. We have Eric, who was on the stream earlier, and we also have Craig. This is going to be a winning in game. This game really, really matters. Both of these players desperately need to take the win here. Now, this isn't the correct desk listed at the minute. That is going to be changed momentarily. We'll get that soon for you. My producer is right on that. We don't want to reveal anything yet. We'll wait till the players play down the cards. We'll get the correct colors listed on stream. But honestly, this is going to be an absolute thriller of a game. So make sure you stay tuned for this one. I am very, very excited for this. Just having our final shuffles of the deck, getting ready to get started. We're going to be starting it off with Eric on the play. Eric is going to be dropping down Webby Vanderquack, playing out Lady. Obviously, we had Eric earlier playing Dogs. Now, it looks like Purple Steel perhaps for Craig, which is going to be quite strong to this matchup. But as we know, Eric, a very strong player, can certainly take a difficult match from behind if he needs to. Eric playing a slightly more controlled version of Docs, not focusing on that aggro style that we normally see. Inking a go-go to Margot there, and we are then going to be having a little bit of a think about what he's wanting to play out. Going to be sticking out Pegasus. Lord, that is a fancy one. And another lady. The quality of cards in this man's deck, absolutely unreal. I believe that Pegasus is the one from the challenge, but that looks absolutely stunning. Lovely to see that on camera there. I think that's a Palace Guard perhaps that went out for Craig. Can't quite see because the glare, unfortunately, on that one. Nope, it was a Captain Hook that he's went for. Convenient bit of shadow there to let me see the cards. Have a little bit of think of what to go for. Inks the Lexington, and then going to be sticking out potentially a Calhoun or a Black Heron, surely. But this is looking like a very strong board for the... Oh, no, a Doc on turn 2. That is not what you want to see whatsoever. A pretty bad start here for Craig, not getting what he's looking for. So it looks like Ursula comes down. Does he have the strength? It's going to be ripping strength out of his hand. This is not good for Craig whatsoever. Eric is having a blinder of the performance so far, seeing exactly what he needs. Pex has been an evasive, quest for free, no damage coming back onto it, does not need threat whatsoever. Now, draws into another Doc, which is not what Craig is going to need at the minute. Got the Giant Cobra in hand, which could be a good threat on the board. But at the minute, he's got nothing to get rid of that Pegasus, which can provide to be a little bit of a pain. Now, Pegasus is a card I played in my green-purple deck, and it caused absolute havoc when I was playing it. Nobody could get rid of it. It was very, very strong. Cheshire Cat coming out onto the board, a very valuable card for Purple Steel, being able to ping damage across. This could be really, really clutch in this matchup here, and something that could cause Eric quite a lot of issues. But we know from the previous game that Eric does not like exerting when he doesn't need to. So if anyone's going to be able to play around this, I think it's got to be Eric. Absolutely stunning board state from Eric with these beautiful cards. Cheshire Cat out on the board from Craig. Ink and Tramp. Is he going to go for multiple cards, or does he go for a free cost now? Shuffling the cards, deciding what is going to be the best option for him. Having a think here. We are going to be playing down Raja Bodyguard, but it's not going into Bodyguard. He's keeping it non-exerted, a really strong beef character. Once again, Quest with the Pegasus, no evasive threat on board. This is really strong play so far for Eric. He's making the exact right plays, and honestly, Craig is in a lot of trouble at this point if he's not able to get some evasives on the board. Inks the Demona, surely comes out for a Genie at this point. Genie comes down, he's able to draw an additional card. This could be an absolute huge game for the winning, but still nobody's exerting. They are focusing hard on keeping their board presence. And then we get the Horseman Strikes. What a fantastic card for Eric to play. This banishes an evasive character, getting rid of the evasive threat, protecting his Pegasus for just a little bit longer. This is exactly the way Eric is wanting this game to go. Only 2-1 on the board, but honestly, Purple Steel is going to struggle to deal with such a wide board state. Go-Go is inked, and then we play out the Tramp. Going to be questing out with all our characters here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 9. This is going really, really well for Eric, and Craig is in a very difficult position. One evasive character on the board, the rest of the characters is there, but the big thing is protected by Raja here. No matter what, even if he gets the Elsa down, he's not going to be able to take out the Pegasus. He can maybe do some shenanigans with the Cheshire Cat, but taking out the Raja, he's going to have to utilize 2 cards altogether. The best he's probably going to be able to do here is hook and dot into Raja, takes it out, and then can maybe Cheshire Cat into maybe
Ursula and then move the damage across from Ursula to take out Pegasus. That way he's at least taken out several characters, but at this point he's barely going to have any cards on the board. A risky play also leaves Cheshire Cat exerted and at risk, which I don't quite like. Having to think on his Ink here. Does he have an Elsa that he wants to play down? I don't know if that's the best play. Inks him Knock Strength, plays out Black Heron for 2. Not a bad shot. Going to be spending 3 here, hits the strength for Rage and Fire, so he doesn't need to do Cheshire Cat shenanigans. He's all good there. Now this way, Captain Hook goes into Lady, takes it out, a very strong play, having a little think about what he wants to do here. Cheshire Cat, does he risk exerting it and potentially losing his ping damage remover? He's then going to stick it into Lady, no damage back. A good play. The board is looking a lot more thinned out, but Eric is still in a very strong position. However, great job for Craig so far, being able to stay in the game. Only 1 card left in hand though, looking a little bit tight for the purple steel player. Gonna need some draw immediately. Honestly, Horseman Stripes back, pocking the Genie was huge, but Shush Agent, Scrooge McDuck is a really big play. This is going to stick around for a while, and when it comes back to his hand, he's getting to filter. Drops in the Horseman Stripes back into the discard pile when he drew a card. Going to be questing out with Pegasus, goes to 10 altogether. No evasive threats on the board. Eric knows exactly how to play this matchup. In his sleep, it looks like. Really well played so far. Draws into, I think that was a dock. That could be ideal for Craig right now if he can get that additional draw. Have a little bit of think. Can he play both cards in his hand? I don't know if he can. 5 ink altogether. Going to be spending 2. Goes for the Calhoun and then has the dock on top of it. A perfect play going into the dock right there. That is really, really nice. Keeping him in the game here. Eric has not taken this away quite yet. Inks the Black Heron. Still 1 card in hand. He's going to boost. Move some damage across. Yep, and takes out the Pegasus. That's the evasive threat gone. This is exactly what Craig needed to do right now. Really, really strong play. 10-1 deficit, but he's looking in a stronger position. Eric is going to have to think very hard about what he's exerting from this point on. This is risky, especially with Cheshire Cat on the board. Surely Craig is not going to exert that Cheshire Cat. He's just going to have it left there. Focused on quests out. 1, 2, 3. Goes to 4 altogether. 4 to 10 deficit. A decent attempt by Craig so far. With Cheshire Cat in hand, that could be useful later in the game, especially holding on to it. Few cards left in Eric's hand. Going to be questing out for maybe 2, 3, 4. If he wants to, goes to 14. Going to be spending out Tramp here. Only has to pay 4 to be able to play it due to the 3 cards on board. Draws 3 cards, then discards 3 cards. Great way to filter what he doesn't want in his hand. A fantastic performance of Dog so far. Questing out with Scrooge and Ursula and Tramp, going all the way up to 14. 6 more needed on board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He has game state. This is check. Craig needs to remove his characters now or he straight up loses the game. I think perhaps he's going to have to get some damage onto something and then move it on Scrooge McDuck so it doesn't go back to hand. That seems like the best way, but the issue is what? 2-6 stat line for the Tramp. He can maybe play down another Cheshire Cat, move damage twice. That could be an option. Plays down the Hades, give the option. He's allowed to draw 2 cards. Eric is not wanting to get rid of that. He wants to keep his board presence. Force Craig to have to work for this. He's getting very close. To be fair, a go-go out of nowhere could also win this game for Eric. Something Craig is, of course, going to be worried about, but Eric is having a very dominant performance. You can tell by his demeanor, completely relaxed, focusing. Craig having a solid think about what to do, moving stuff about here. Hades on the board. What is he going to challenge in with? It looks like he's only the Cheshire Cat in hand that he's still got. But no, he's inked the Cheshire Cat. A mistake by me. So other cards in hand, not sure what they are. Now, it has to go in for a challenge. Doc is going in. Does 1 damage into the Ursula. Is he going to challenge in something else? Boost the Cheshire Cat. Moves the 2 damage from Ursula to take out Scrooge McDuck. Very good play. That doesn't go back to hand now. Really great job. Going in with the Calhoun. Takes out the Ursula. Gets 2 lore going up 6 altogether. And then we're also taking out using Black Heron to take out Tramp. 1 damage back here. This turn is going exactly how it should be. He's focusing very well. Quest for 3 goes to 9 altogether. Very solid showing by Craig. He's kept himself in the game where Eric was really starting to run away. Moving that damage from Ursula and then taking out a very strong veteran move by Craig here, showing that he knows his reps on his deck. Questing out for 2, going 16 altogether. 1 goes for Daisy. Another 3 going to be exerted. It looks like, what is he going to play here? Goes for... Does he want to play it? He's having a little think if he wants to keep it in his hand or not. It's the last card in his hand. A reminder, guys, whoever win this, it's the Raja, but he chooses not to exert it. A sensible play, 2-3. And that's 3 lore available, not quite enough to win it. No cards in hand. However, this game really matters. Whoever wins this has a chance of getting into the top 8. Looking at the standings, I think it's more than likely this is a winning in, but it depends on the IDs that we've had. This could be very close to be able to scrape into that top cut. This game really, really matters, and a really challenging one as it is. The purple steel player has a very full board state at the minute, able to do quite a bit of damage, but Tramp is going to take quite a lot of damage going into it, which is going to stop him from being able to quest out. He might elect to do Hook into the Tramp, and then Calhoun takes it out, gains 2 lore from that, then could quest out with the rest of his characters. Roger could take out more, but surely Eric is going to be questing this, get him on 19. Once again, any damage on Craig's characters, if he can hit a go-go, Eric can pop this and then take the game. He's got enough ink. He only needs 4 altogether to be able to activate that. Craig just having a solid think here. He needs to do this in the right way. It's essential that this is done correctly. This is a very, very tight position here. Shuffling his cards about, thinking exactly how he wants to do his first game has been very quick for the 2 players. Barely any time off the clock whatsoever. They have rocketed through this. Very strong, solid pace of play. I think surely it has to be Hook and Calhoun takes out the Tramp. Only 1 damage back on Calhoun wouldn't be an issue. And then Hook leaves, but at least it's a 3 damage character. But does he want to lose a character on the board already? Hades and Calhoun takes it out. So 1 damage back onto Calhoun, 2 onto the Hades. Electing to keep Hook for a little bit longer. He's on 11. Calhoun has helped there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore available on the board, but gets 8 with the Calhoun. Quests out here, goes all the way to 16. If Eric can't win this game this turn, surely Craig just wins this from here. Craig is looking very calmly confident, a very, very solid, but he's got the giant cobra in hand. This can be absolutely massive. All he needs is Eric not to top type the go-go to Margot, and surely he just wins this game here. A very well-fought match from Craig, where I thought he was going to be absolutely decimated looking at the starting performance. He has fought back so well here. Giant Cobra comes down onto the field. He's going to be discarding, gets rid of the Olaf, goes to 18 altogether, and then it's got to be past turn. No other useful cards that he can utilize unless he plays it. Boosts out the Cheshire Cat. Moving some damage across, going to stick it down onto the Raja, it looks like. 2 damage onto Raja. And then, yep, passes turn. Eric needs the go-go here, but even so, Bobby Zimmerowski gets to discard and draw. Quest out to 19, and that's all he can do. Craig takes game 1. What an amazing performance from Craig. Coming back from there, I cannot believe it. Very, very hard fought match. I genuinely thought Eric was going to take that game the whole way through. He looked very, very comfortable, but Craig fought back so hard. What a resilient player. What a fantastic effort. Starting off with the dock in hand, a dock on turn 2 is never a good play against any deck. Never mind a deck as fast as dogs, but Craig hung in there, a very valiant performance. Now, Eric is, of course, going to be on the play for this one, so he is going to be able to go very quick out the gate if he so chooses to. We saw last game how valuable Pegasus was in that game. Craig really struggled to be able to get rid of it. It was a very difficult character for us to deal with, which is crazy being only a 1-cost character. Pegasus is a 1-cost with 1/1 stat line and evasive. You wouldn't think something like that could stick around for so long, but just having evasive really kept it in the game. It really shows the value of smaller cards and how they can stick around in Lorcana, and how even what a card which looks weaker can be a very dangerous card in the right player's hand. Phenomenal opening match for these 2 players. Eric's got his deck across ready for Craig to cut. Craig is still shuffling here. Once again, a win and in match for this match, folks. This is essential for the player to win. Whoever loses this will not be able to make the top cut. There is a lot of prizing on the line. A reminder, not only do we have our champion mat and our promo cards for the top 8 players, but it's also a full box of Whispers in the Well for our winning player. Alongside that, we also have another free box, which we are going to split up between the top 8, depending on how they've done, to give some fantastic prizing to our top 8 players. And a reminder, guys, this was only £15 to enter this tournament. If you haven't already checked them out before, please head along to www.pendulumgaming.com. They are a fantastic company, local here in Grantham in the Midlands area. They host tournaments regularly. On top of this, we are also going to be hosting a Win a Case tournament coming soon. We're looking at around the February-March area, so not too long from now. It's going to be legal for the next set. It looks like we'll give you a confirmed date for then, but whoever wins this tournament is going to get a bye in the first round of that tournament, which is a huge advantage for them. We're also going to be casting live next week in Peterborough over at Angle Gaming. Angle's working towards with us for this big tournament, so there may be a chance there to get a bye in the opening round as well. Getting a bye in a big tournament like this could be very beneficial. Now, back onto the gameplay. It looks like we have Lady gone down into a Bobby Zimmerowski doing a bit of filtering. Lilo goes into the discard, exactly what you want to see. We saw in the previous Dogs game earlier, Lilo in the discard can be really dangerous, bringing it back constantly, forcing your opponent to have to challenge into it. Tramp is exerted. Daisy is played out. I'm not sure what card is on the field for Craig. I think it's a Captain Hook. A little bit of glare. They're going to be inking the Lexington, plays out the Calhoun, and then pass and turn. Calhoun is exactly what he wants to see on this turn. A far better option than it was on the previous game, having to play that Dock down. Pexis goes into the Inkwell. Interesting, since it was so huge in the last game. Now going to be playing out Clarabelle, gets the additional draw because Craig has more of a bigger hand size. Clarabelle, when she comes down, if your opponent has a bigger hand than you get to draw an additional card. Really useful for decks like this, which do not have a lot of draw in them. But it does lead me to question, does Eric have Shift Clarabelle in there? We didn't see it in stream earlier. We've not seen it in this game so far. Is that something he's elected for? Cheshire Cat comes down onto the board, a VIP in the previous set. This is going exactly how Craig would want to be playing this game. A very strong set for him. But once again, the lore boost can go very quickly for Eric in this deck. Going to be Inking Tramp, exerting 2 to play Mowgli, get see the hand. Hypnotic Strength is going to go. You get to pop a character card. Benja is an interesting one for Craig here. It means he can get rid of a Emerald Chromcon, which is causing an absolute nightmare for some players. We saw it in the previous match against Ruby Amethyst. Dogs have an Emerald Chromcon there absolutely ruined the Ruby Amethyst players' game. It was so hard for them to deal with, but we see big 7-cost Tramp here allows them to play it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 less cost. It's a 7 cost, so play for 2. Gets to draw 5 cards, then discard 5 cards. So an excellent bit of filtering. Once again, with Lady Miss Park Avenue, you get to draw 2 cards from your discard into your hand that are 2 cost or lower. So really strong position there. And honestly, 6 cards now on board for Eric. Once again, this is looking very good for him. But Craig is seeing exactly what he wants to see as well. Hook into Calhoun, into Cheshire Cat, into Genie is ideal curve for this deck. Purple Steel wants to go the 1, 2, 3, 4. If he had the strength, it would have been nicer, but he's realized not to play that down against an Ursula and a Mowgli deck because you'll get it ripped out your hand. Strength being ripped is a nightmare for Purple Steel. Eric having a little bit of a think about what he wants to play down here. Looks like he's exerted 2 ink altogether. He's going to shift Lady Miss Park Avenue, gets to bring 2 cards back to his hand. Looks like he's electing for... Is it the Go-Go that he takes? Takes back the Go-Go and another card. Didn't quite see that one. Really strong play here. If you can get some damage onto some characters, playing down Go-Go can give a very quick lore burst. Once again, Purple Steel does not have any board wipes in their deck, so it's going to be difficult for him to be able to clear this large board. But now that Eric's exerted, he is going to be able to do something. Goes all the way up to 9 altogether. Daisy allows Craig to look at the top card of his deck. It was a character card, so that goes into his hand. If it was not a character card, that goes to the bottom. This is a very strong start for Eric. However, Craig can really start doing some damage at the minute. Looks like we've got Tramp and the Go-Go in hand from Eric. He looks quietly confident. He's feeling like he's got a really good chance of this game. Craig needs to get rid of this board state. He needs to focus on removing cards here. The question is, does he utilize the effect with Cheshire Cat? Plays down the Lexington, a big damage dealer. But once again, if he has 3 cards or more in his hand, he's not going to be able to ready that on the next turn, which will be an absolute nightmare. Now, bearing in mind on this turn, it's only just came down, so we don't need to worry about readying it anyway. But in 2 turns' time, that can be a bit of a problem. However, for Eric, he's having to deal with a 4/4 statted character, which can wipe nearly all the cards in his deck. I think the only card it doesn't wipe on its own is the big Tramp. Now, we've got Hook, Cheshire Cat, and Calhoun. He's kept 2, so I think he's going to want to move some damage across, which would be smart. But the big issue is if he challenges into Lady here, he's going to lose one of his cards, which he certainly does not want to do. Calhoun is going to be taking out Clarabelle, Contented Wallflower. 1 damage comes back, but he gets 2 lore from it. Captain Hook gets the Challenger ability, so we'll be able to get 3 strength when challenging. He's going to be challenging in, taking out Mowgli. Another card off the board. We still have Cheshire Cat available. Having a little bit of a think about how he wants to do it. Now, he might go into Daisy here, then move the damage onto Daisy to take it out. Looks like that's what he's went for. 3 damage onto Daisy, 1 damage back on Cheshire Cat, spends 2, boost Cheshire Cat, and then having a little bit of think about what card he wants to move damage from. For me, surely it has to be the Cheshire Cat. Protect that as much as possible, but it could also be useful getting rid of it on the Calhoun just to protect that a little bit longer since it has resist. But no, he's opted for the Captain Hook. 1 damage, yeah, he could have taken it out with the Bobby Zimmerowski, but Bobby Zimmerowski goes with the Genie as well. Eric does not have a very large board at the minute, but he does still have a few cards in hand, and especially the Go-Go. This turn, he can quest for 2, 4, 5, getting him to 14. There is only 1 damage on the Calhoun. Craig's going to need to be very careful here not to get too much damage on his characters, or Eric is going to have humongous Go-Go value here. He's going to straight away opt to play Lilo from the discard, which is risky while Calhoun's on the field, but I'd imagine he might be trying to get rid of this Calhoun this turn, just so Craig doesn't start getting too far ahead. 2 remaining ink. Having a look for what he wants to play there after draw. Having a little shuffle of the hand. He's potentially going to want to ink something this turn to get something bigger out. Tramp going into Calhoun wouldn't be an awful shout. Big enough that can stick on the board, but once again, Cheshire Cat is a menace as well. He's going to want to get rid of Calhoun and Cheshire Cat, but the big problem is Lexington can also take out one of his characters, like Miss Park Avenue. Tramp is going to come down, gives plus strength to his character, he's going to give it to Lady, and then going to be taking out Cheshire Cat. Very strong play here from Eric, controlling the board well. Getting rid of Cheshire Cat is bad, and pops a giant Cobra from underneath. Really, really solid that. Now, what's he takes out the Calhoun with the Tramp. See, this is the issue. I think it would have been smarter to get rid of the damage on Calhoun. That way, he wouldn't be able to use Tramp to be able to take it out. He'd have to force something like Lady. Now, only 1 damage back with Lady going on to the Captain Hook. I think that's a slight misplay from Craig on the previous turn. But once again, a very tense matchup, and both players thinking hard, trying to get the best plays they can. This could really go either way, guys. This is very, very intense, an absolute nail-biter. Looks like we've got 5 ink altogether for Craig. Can still ink this turn. Maybe wants to go with an Elsa. He's going to ink the Black Heron. Few cards left in hand, but once again needs to be careful not to get too much damage on characters. If that stacks up and Eric gets the Go-Go value, this could absolutely finish this game and bring us into a third, but it's not over yet. Lexington is going to take out the Tramp. Interesting. He's kept it on the board. He's valued it instead of getting rid of the Lady. Now going to be playing the Cheshire Cat, an excellent play. Does he have enough to be able to... He boosts it as well. He can now move the damage from Lexington over. Surely it's got to be take out Lilo at this point. Having a little bit of think of what he wants to do. You can't get rid of Tramp here. You can't get rid of Lady. So surely it needs to be Lilo. Get rid of that. It's not the best option, but at least it stops a 2-quester character from staying on the board. And honestly, Craig, you need to get rid of as much lore as possible. If Eric gets a lore burst, you are going to be in a lot of trouble. But the main thing is he stopped himself from being hit by Go-Go here. Interesting. He's elected to put the damage onto the Lady, Miss Park Avenue. He then takes it out with Genie and keeps Miss Park Avenue on the board and then pass in turn. Now, obviously, Lady can't do any damage into Genie, so he has protected that well. Lilo comes straight back onto the board. Now, the benefit of this play is he can keep forcing Craig to challenge, and that is going to make the damage constantly build up. He's just had a look at the hand there, got a Bender in hand. I didn't see the other card, but that's a very nice Ursula that you've got there, Eric. Very, very fancy. Having a little bit of a think about what he wants to do. Now, questing out Lady and Tramp. Very fitting that both of them are questing. We're passing turnover. We are 12-2 total. Benji in hand as well as a Hades. I don't think if he plays that Eric has any intention of getting rid of any characters. He wants to keep them on the board, even if it does mean Craig drawing. It could be an idea forcing down this Hades to get himself some extra draw and then can use the boost effect from Cheshire Cat to take out the Lady if he challenges into the Lilo. That seems like a really strong play to me. He could utilize Lexington going into Tramp, boost the Cheshire Cat, take out Lady, and then take out the Lilo as well. Would not be an awful play, and you're then clearing Eric's board. If he's only got a Lilo, if he's only got an Ursula on board, he is not as much of a threat. Craig thinking exactly how he wants to do this. Once again, he can do all the challenging in the world here, but he does have the risk that he still does not have a lot of lore. He's only on 2 total. Obviously, 1-0 to Craig so far, so he would be going on the play if he does lose this game, but surely for this, he's going to want to try and get the win in the second game if he can. He'll be working out every single strategy that he can utilize to try and take this big W off a very talented player. Xander Carr's play down Hades, like I suggested. I think surely Eric is going to let him go for the draw here. He's not going to want to let him take characters off the board. But once again, It is risky. Let the purple steel player have too many cards in hand. Something that, of course, Eric is going to be aware of. Now, I'm not sure which card he selected with the Hades. If he selected the Lilo, that could be a very good option. If that goes to the bottom of the deck, okay, he's selected the Ursula. Now, an interesting choice. Obviously, this is the non-exerted character. Eric has elected to put it straight to the bottom of the deck. He's not letting him have the draw. Obviously, Ursula does not have that much benefit on the board. So, obviously, Craig was not looking for draw there. Interesting, he inks the Demona with the Challenger. Once again, has that Stone by Daylight effect. Cannot be readied if you have 3 or more cards in the hand. We're going to be taking out the Tramp here with Lexington. If he's able to ink, he can utilize the Cheshire Cat effect. He's going to be going into Lilo. Yep, he's got the 2 available. Can now boost it, remove the damage from Cheshire Cat straight onto Lady Misspire. Goes for the damage on Genie. Interesting. Once again, stopping that go-go value. Quest for 2. 4 to 12. This is looking very, very good for Craig at the minute. I don't know if Eric's going to be able to come back from this, but once again, it depends what he has in his hand. But it looks like he has resources. Normally, with a Dogs deck, you see them out of cards by now, but he's still got options, which is really good to see. Now, we've played out double Lady here. Looks like the double 1 cost, I think it is. And then we're going to be passing back and also play the Lady for the Lilo from the discard. Looking like a very strong position for Purple Steel here, but Eric just needs to be able to try and quest out as quickly as possible, try and get some extra advantage. He's still got the go-go in hand. He's keeping a hold of that. Maybe Craig will make an error and leave a lot of damage on one of his cards and then just let him get a little bit too close. Going to be exerting the Genie with Dumbo's effect. Gain a Lord, draw a card, 2 cards in hand. Paid 4 for the Dumbo to come down. We've still got 2 ink available on the field. He's going to be taking out the Lilo, and then surely at this point it's boost again. Remove the damage from Lexington. Don't let that stack up too much. Get rid of Lady. Only 1 Lady on the field now. This is looking like a very strong position for Craig. I really, really do not think that Eric is going to be able to come back from this. Cheshire Cat is an absolute nightmare for Emerald players, especially trying to utilize a go-go. Bobby has to come onto the field at this point. Draw and discard. Discards the go-go, does not see any value in. I think that's another go-go that he has, though. That would be a nightmare if that was. That is not what he wants to see. That is just going to go very quickly and get some no law whatsoever. He needs some high questers, but he's just not quite drawing into it. Going to have to pass turn there. Let's keep the go-go in his hand. I think that is the smart play. Obviously, discard the go-go. It might make Craig think that he doesn't have it anymore, so he might be a little bit more reckless with his play, a little bit of bait perhaps from Eric, a couple of mind games, but realistically, that's the only way he's going to be able to stay in this game here. Looks like he's got an Elsa. Elsa comes down, exerts the Lady, able to take that out straight away. Well, 3 stat line, so he might have to utilize Hades or Lexington to do it. Lexington takes it out. No damage back. Going to be exerting Dumbo. Gain a Lord draw. Goes to 7 altogether. Additional card here. Gets another Elsa. The Benja is going to be an absolute nightmare if he is able to get a Chromicon down. Very, very strong play from both players. Genie's going to quest out. Nope, using the Dumbo effect. Calhoun goes into hand. Very strong hand for Craig. Ink and the Iago here does not value it in this game. Once again, he does not want damage to stack up onto a character. Iago could be a big risk for him. However, the big difference with playing Iago is it can get rid of the stronger characters. But at this point, Craig's board state is so dominant that he does. And he shakes the hand. 2 go-go's in hand. An awful, awful draw from Eric. Craig takes the win. An absolute huge game there. Eric just did not see what he wants. Honestly, I thought Eric was going to take that. That is a absolute humongous showing from Craig. A massive well done. And I do believe that puts him into the top cut. Massive well done to both players, but especially a massive well done to Craig. Humongous game. Love to see that. Right, guys, we're going to be taking a small break on the channel. We're going to let the players get some food, but after that, we are going into the top cut. I'll be right back with you soon. Stay tuned to the chat. See you later. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Pendulum Gaming here in Grantham. We are here live for our top 8. We have on stream Jordan, who was on stream earlier, who's had a phenomenal performance this tournament. He is in first place for Swiss. He has a 501 record, which was absolutely crazy. He ID'd in the final round just to go get some lunch. That's the type of madman we're dealing with here. Jordan, of course, is playing Purple Steel. And we have Josh from the stream earlier as well, running Blurple. Two very strong players, Seed 1 versus Seed 8. Jordan is the top seed, so he elected to go first. But this is going to be one absolute thriller of a match, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm so excited to cast this for you. Once again, hundreds and bundles of prizing available for these players. A booster box for first place, but lots of options in prizing. We have plenty of booster packs to go to the players. We have 3 boxes. We're going to split up between the remaining top 8. So all these players will be going home very handily. We're, of course, live here at Pendulum Gaming in Grantham. This is CrawfordCana, Zach speaking to you live. Thank you so much to those of you that have stayed with me throughout the whole day. If you've just tuned in, welcome to the channel. Please make sure to hit that subscribe button for me. I appreciate any help and support you can get, but we have plenty more set champs that I'm going to be bringing to you live, and it is going to be one hell of a set champs this season. So Jordan, obviously on the play, went for Olaf to begin with, followed it up with Black Heron. Not too bad of a start there. Sometimes they prefer Calhoun. However, Black Heron, I'd argue, probably a little bit better into Blurple. Not clogging your hand up as much. Obviously doesn't have the resist, but a 3-3 stat line, still just as nice. Now we're going to be inking the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, getting the Sail the Azurite Sea off, getting the ramp. Josh has hit the ramp straight away, exactly what he needs. This is a nice little remnant see in the previous Pendulum Game Store Champs. Jordan knocked me out in the top cut, in the top 4 match. He was playing Blurple and I was playing Purple Steel. So it's quite funny seeing him play Purple Steel against Blurple now. Let's see if he can do a little bit better than I did against him. But once again, a very strong player. So look forward to a thriller of a match between these two titans of Lorcana. Now, on to Jordan's turn. Olaf and Black Heron on the field. No cards yet on the field for Blurple, but we'd expect that as much. Palace Guard is going into the Inkwell. Palace Guard can be quite a strong card against Blurple because it just sticks around forever against them, which is really, really nice. The big thing is it's a Vanish card, but a 1-4 stat line is huge, but he does, in fact, go for the Giant Cobra. Giant Cobra is a really nice touch because you get to discard a card, gain 2 lore. I'm not sure what he did not discard a card there. Interesting. So perhaps he is just waiting to sing Strength for Rage and Fire. But Jordan has opted that there is no need for him to rush away and get lore that he doesn't need at the beginning. He can gain that later in the game. Some people choose to go very quick against Blurple to try and get their lore totals up before the Blurple player can do anything against them. We do see a Cheshire Cat in the hand for Josh. Could be something he wants to play. In the previous games, we saw him brick quite heavily. Didn't get his 4-cost character. And I think he might be in a similar situation this turn. Looks like he's not going to be inking a card. He's looking to do something else. Hypnotic Strength could come down, pop the Giant Cobra, and it looks like it does. He gets to draw a card, pops the Giant Cobra due to the Vanish effect, but still no cards on the field for Josh. He might want to ink another card, play Sail the Azurite Sea, get some draw, and then ink again. That could really help his ramp total, get him his bigger cards out quickly in the following turns. He might also choose to go for Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. Either option seems good. I think I would prefer to ramp here, though, just so I can get closer. He does go for Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. Can't do anything there. With Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, 2 costs to play out, pay 1 to banish it, get to draw 2 cards. Like Finders Keepers, but better, cheaper, and stays there for longer. Moving on to Jordan. Going to be inking the Elsa straight off the Junior. He knows exactly what he's doing here. He knows the exact curve that he wants. No cards on the field, so he's free to quest out. Gains another 2, going to 5 altogether. Jordan's playing this game very sensibly. He knows this matchup like the back of his hand as a formal Blurple player. Very, very strong player. Genie's going to be a bit of a hazard for Blurple to deal with if he's not able to get to his Hades, but he does have that in hand. This is what I'm saying. Perhaps if he ramped on the previous turn, you're 1 closer to Hades, even better to take out that Genie. Whereas at the minute, he's not going to be able to do anything. I don't think he needs the guidebook on the field because he already has 5 cards in hand. Going to draw off turn, going up to 6. Just doesn't feel necessary if you ask me. Now, we're going to be exerting out here, playing Sail the Azurite Sea. Once again, feels like a silly play to wait this long. He's got the Tipo, going to be inking that. Surely it's got to be Cheshire Cat that comes out this turn. Cheshire Cat does come out. At least he can do some boosting on the next turn for the turn 5 going into his turn 6. Well, in fact, it might be turn 4 because he's ramped twice now. We do have Into the Unknown there, which is going to be very useful to get rid of the Ginny. He can sing that with the Cheshire Cat, so a smart play there, getting that onto the field. But the issue is you're then ramping the Purple Steel player, something you need to be very careful with. Chosen not to get rid of the guidebook just yet, sitting on the field. As long as Jordan doesn't have a Benger, he should be fine. But I can't imagine Jordan wasting a Benger this early in the game, once again, if he is running it in his deck. Jordan just having a little bit of a think about how he wants to structure this. Going to be inking a card for this turn. Inks the Black Heron, and then going to be playing out. If he's got an Elsa, that could be really big. Get rid of the cat straight away. I do not hate that play whatsoever. Plays out the Elsa. Cheshire Cat is going to be exerted and then going to be challenging. Potentially going to be with the Black Heron and the Olaf. Pop something back into his hand after questing. Not a bad idea. Going straight in there with the Olaf. Does the damage back. And then he's finishing it off with the Elsa. Questing out for the Black Heron. Decides not to pop anything back into his hand here, and then going to be passing turn onto the Blurple player. No Cheshire Cat on the field, however, now does have the other Cheshire Cat in his hand. Only on 5 ink though, so he still can't get the Hades out to get rid of the Genie straight away. 8-0 deficit. Jordan is in a very comfortable position on this game. Can tell by the facial expression, seems very relaxed, very comfortable in the game. Josh seems a little bit in a worse situation, thinking deep, but you can see the draw's not been the best here. But once again, I think his big misplay is playing down the guidebook. It was too early to play it when he should have focused on the ramp. If he hit that, he would be in a position where he was closer to the Hades and can get that popped out. Yes, he got it on his next turn, but the next turn just didn't really do anything. I think ordering and sequencing is really important in this matchup, and he's going to need to be careful that Jordan doesn't get too close to that 20 point because Giant Cobra can take the game. Going to be sticking Madam Mim Elephant into the Inkwell. Ink straight away. Free cost goes out with Cheshire Cat. Got another free available. Then going to be stinging into hardcasting into the Unknown. Genie goes into the Inkwell. Nice bit of ramp for Jordan. The good thing is next turn he gets the Hades to get rid of the Elsa. 2 cards on field for Jordan, so he can go to a max of 10 altogether. But Jordan is going to be well aware of that Hades potentially coming down. 6 ink altogether for Jordan. Going to be playing out a Dumbo. This is great. Exert the Elsa. Gain a Lord. Draw a card. 9 total. Another card goes into the hand. Exactly what Jordan is wanting to see. But the main issue for Josh is he's just not got any cards in his hand. Now, he can pop the guidebook, but the big issue with that is it means he's not going to be able to play the Hades. Surely Hades now has to come down onto the Dumbo. Olaf, Elsa, and then Black Heron stays on the field. Not exerting the characters there. Sensible choice, not risking Cheshire Cat popping off and then getting rid of several characters. Just protect himself a little bit further. Expertly done by Jordan, knowing this deck like the back of his hand. Very strong play. Once again, guys, we're live at Pendulum Gaming in Grantham. Make sure to check them out. The URL's on the screen, www.pendulumgaming.com. Lots of prizes in here, and they have some fantastic stock in. Literally whatever game you like, Lorcana, Pokemon, Magic, whatever you're into, even One Piece. And they have plenty of it. So please make sure to do some ordering online, or even better, come pop in and check them out in person. Now, the big thing about winning this tournament is you get a buy for the upcoming winner case, which is going to be absolutely huge. We're going to be running that in either February or March, so it's not too far away, but the winner gets a buy for that in the opening round, which, as you know, a free win in a huge tournament is absolutely mental. If I had to go something like a CCQ and get a free win on the first round, I would be more than happy. So a well worth prize here. We additionally have booster boxes for the top 8 cut. A full booster box goes to the first place, then 3 booster boxes being split up between the remaining top 8 players. So fantastic prizing on the line for a top 8 showing. Only £15 to enter. What a great tournament we've had today. Now, Elsa comes down here. Having a little bit of think. We got Basil coming out as well. Now, Basil can't really do anything here, so I'm not sure what the strategy is here. Elsa going into Elsa is sensible. Maybe he could have exerted the Black Heron as well. Could take out with the Cheshire Cat. Probably want to keep the Cheshire Cat upright, though. But I don't know if it would have been better to hit down the Hades here and get rid of the Dumbo. Dumbo's going to be able to exert itself, gain a lore, and draw, which is keeping Jordan's hand filled. The worst thing Josh can do is let Jordan keep cards in his hand. Purple Steel runs out of cards quick, but if it keeps the gas going, it can go on forever. Something he needs to be aware of. Looks like he is challenging. So the Elsa exerted the Olaf. The Elsa takes out the other Elsa. Cheshire Cat goes into the Olaf. So less cards on the board. But like I say, the big threat for me is knowing that Dumbo is going to be able to exert, gain, or draw. Once again, barely any cards for the Blackpool player. He's elected to obviously pop the Junior Woodchuck guidebook, get the cards into his hand. But yeah, this is a bad position for Josh. I'm not sure what he's going to do to keep up this game. Jordan is quite comfortable. Now, the big question is, does he choose to get rid of the Elsa or does he gain a law draw with Dumbo? I think realistically, I'd probably want to draw the extra card with Dumbo. However, Cheshire Cat is also a bit of a threat. For me, Black Heron has to take out Cheshire Cat this turn, has to get rid of it. That's a worthwhile trade. Dumbo can then take out the Elsa, and then you play an additional card down. Yes, the Hades is going to pop it, but you're stopping the Blurple player from getting too wide of the board. You've got the advantage, so it's important to keep it. There's not a lot of cards in Josh's hand, so he really can force the advantage. Genie comes down. That is a very good play. Exactly what Jordan's going to be wanting at this point. Now, Josh is going to have to make the decision between popping the Dumbo with Hades or the Genie, but it has to be the Dumbo, surely. Only a Basil on the field. If he has an Elsa that could be very useful, can take out the Genie straight away, or go into the Dumbo, I guess. But I feel like realistically, we're going to be using a Hades on the next turn. Jordan just having to think about how he wants to structure this. Still got some ink left. He can ink for this turn, can still play a card down. Having a think on what to think. 3 cards remaining in hand, so not a lot of draw left for Jordan. Now, the only issue with Purple Steel this set, a lot of players have cut down on docks, so there's not much draw in the deck. Don't get me wrong, you have Demona, which is a solid play. However, it also means your opponent's drawing. Interesting, he's inked the Giant Cobra, played out the Black Heron and Olaf, so no cards left in hand here. So getting rid of the Dumbo on the next turn is going to be quite devastating for Jordan. I'm not sure that I respect getting rid of the Giant Cobra. However, he'd had no cards to discard where it wouldn't have made sense to get rid of the Olaf. At least this way, he's building a wider board, so probably does make sense, but a bit of a difficult situation, and I have to say, not the best hand for Jordan. If Josh doesn't get rid of this Dumbo just now, though, he has made a huge mistake, as this is what is going to keep Jordan in this game. Now that Jordan is top decking, he needs to take advantage of this. However, there is a Bell Accomplished Mystic in hand that could be useful, but I don't think it's the right turn this turn to get rid of it. Surely Hades comes down onto the Dumbo, and then you can move some damage across, take out the Genie on the following turn. But once again, he is already on 9. Genie can get him ever so closer. Hades comes down, surely on the Dumbo at this point. Josh just having to work out what he's going to do here. Does he want the Dumbo popped or the Genie? I still think it's got to be Dumbo. He makes the choice to go for the Dumbo. I would have went in the same direction there, just stop the draw engine from going. As much as it sucks that Genie's going to be gaining you lore, you can't have the Purple Steel player get more cards into the hand, start to build an even wider board. Otherwise, you're going to be in a desperate situation, especially since he does not have a lot of options in his hand. Once again, Josh just seems to not get a lot of card draw in his games. I don't know if that's the structure of the deck or if he's just been really unlucky today, but this does not look like Blurple the way it's supposed to be running. Should not be dead on cards, but he should be flush with cards, plenty of options, but he's having to fight to keep up with Jordan's very quick, very efficient Purple Steel deck. Opts to pass the turn there. 2 cards left in hand. Playing down a Genie. An amazing top deck for Jordan here. Exactly what he wanted. Nope, he's not. I'm just blind. He's already had that on the field. Ignore my terrible commentary, guys. I got very excited for no reason. So Genie questing out there, looks like. Then playing down the Cheshire Cat. Jordan just getting the lore up to 11. I'm a little bit devastated that wasn't the Genie top deck. That would have been very, very cool. He's opting to boost it. And looks like move no damage across whatsoever. So just getting some cards underneath the Cheshire Cat. Now, this strategy tells me that he might be running Madam Mim Elephant or Magical Maneuvers in his deck. If he's able to top deck that, he can then get multiple cards back from Cheshire Cat, which keeps him in the game. This is something that I do with my Purple Steel deck at the minute as well. A very, very useful strategy, I find, to be able to bounce back. Few cards in the hand for Josh, just working out what he's able to do. Looks like we're not exerting Black Heron, we're not exerting Olaf. Now, the big question, though, is Olaf, if that goes, he's able to bring back Cheshire Cat into his hand. Could be quite useful. Now, we're going to give Hypnotic Strength onto Basil, give it the additional challenger. He can then quest and give support to another character. Plays down Madam Mim, brings the Hades back into hand. I'd imagine next turn it's probably going to be on the Genie. Now, the big risk, if you use it on something like Cheshire Cat, because the boost function, it means the multiple cards are going into the inkwell, something you need to be really, really careful of. That kind of ruins the point of Hades now. He's quested with the Basil, which I'm not too sure about. I don't think he needed to do that. Probably would have been better to not exert. One law on the board altogether for Josh, though. But I think even with the dodgy hand, Jordan's still in a confident position here. Quest for 2 with the Genie. Safe to do so. There's no evasives, but realistically, Hades is going to take it out anyway, so you are going to want to be questing. This takes him up to 13. The question is, though, does he continue to quest? Now, I think this was the misplay here, because Olaf is able to bring Genie back to hand. Genie comes down, gets the additional draw again, and then he's got an additional 3 cards, plays out a White Rose, gains another law as well. Really strong play from Jordan, all the way up to 14 now. Exerting the Basil was such a misplay by Josh here by letting him challenge in with that Olaf, letting him get the card back to his hand. I don't know if I would have went for the Genie, the same strategy that Jordan has here. I think being able to get the Cheshire Cat back into your hand could have been more useful. Could have boosted it again, perhaps, and then challenging with Olaf, get Cheshire Cat back into the hand. You then got 3 cards. You've refilled your hand quite sensibly, which would be really, really nice. You can still question that Cheshire Cat, of course. However, Jordan is in a very, very commanding situation against Josh, and I do not think there is a lot of options that Josh can do. Perhaps the writing on the wall a little bit. Now, the other issue he's got, by exerting his Basil, he's not able to strengthen his Madam Mim Elephant that he's going to want to use to take out Cheshire Cat. If he quested with Basil on this turn, he could have took out Cheshire Cat with Mim Elephant, kept some damage on it, and forced Jordan to trade in with his other characters, losing them. Otherwise, he could ping damage across. Josh just having to think about what direction he wants to go in here. Once again, a very, very difficult spot. 16 down to 1 is really problematic, and he's only got 8 ink altogether. At this point, both players are on 8 ink. The Blurple deck should be a lot higher in ramp. This is a massive shame. He's went in to take out the Black Heron. 3 damage going on to Madam Mim Elephant. However, we do also have Bell Accomplished Mystic in hand. You can then move that damage across, taking out White Rose. Another solid strategy. But I think, if anything, it's still smarter taking out the Hades. The Hades onto the Genie, which he does. Genie goes into the inkwell, but at this point we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards in the inkwell of the Purple Steel player. Absolutely mental. You never see this with Purple Steel. White Rose, Cheshire Cat on the field, 60-0. If he quests for 2 and has the Giant Cobra, this could be game. All he needs at this point is a Cobra to take it, but he's hesitating, which tells me he doesn't have it. The other thing he needs to work out as well is, does he want to let Madam Mim Elephant stay on the field? Because at the start of turn, you can move 2 damage across. But not too much of an issue again, because it's only 2, which isn't going to take out either character. He could try and hold a little bit here, hold and wait. If he goes to 18, he's definitely going to lose both these characters on the next turn, which is probably why he's thinking so much. It depends what he has in his hand. If Jordan could get a Sun boost to draw, if he had a Demona at this point, that could be absolutely nuts, allowing him to draw up a very difficult position. But once again, hesitating so much, I have to think that the cards in his hand are really, really weak. Hence the hesitation. A difficult spot for both players. If Jordan overcommits here, he could lose the game altogether, allowing Josh back into it. But if he doesn't do anything, Josh could still hit the Hades down and then absolutely ruin Jordan's game plan altogether. Having to think what he wants to do with his Cheshire Cat here. Going to be doing 3 damage into the Madam Mim Elephant and then boosts it and take out the Madam Mim Elephant. A very strong showing here. Doesn't lose the character there. Quest 1 going 17. Didn't even think about the line there. That was a very good try. And then we have White Rose and Captain Hook. That goes to 18 altogether. What a phenomenal play from Jordan. This could be the end of game 1 here. I don't think there's anything he can do. He's got Junior Woodchuck Guidebook and the Bell Accomplished Mystic. Is it enough though? Rafiki takes out Cheshire Cat. Hades takes out the White Rose. He's going to need... Yes, if he plays Bell Accomplished Mystic, he can then take out White Rose. That's only 1 law Jordan can get going to 19. But once again, a tricky position for Josh. It's not quite enough to keep him in the game, but it is going to make it extend on longer. If he can play down the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, get some more draw, he's still in it. But it depends what Jordan's going to be drawn into. Hades takes out the Cheshire Cat. 2 cards boosted underneath. Looks like we had a Genie and another mystery card. We're then going to be using the Rafiki to challenge into the White Rose, clears that off the board. An equal trade, but a 1 going 3, very valuable. Plays down the Bell Accomplished Mystic, moves the damage across, takes out the White Rose, very strong play. Only a Captain Hook on the field, so he can't win on the next turn, which is great for him. plays down the guidebook, banishes it straight away, draws additional 2 cards. So that's all ink utilized now. He's got Hades and a Sail in his hand. Hades is going to allow him to draw more cards because I can guarantee Jordan is not going to let him pop his character. He wants to get lore as quickly as possible. But once again, as long as he goes into a Giant Cobra, Jordan just wins the game. Demona is a huge play at this point. Exerts both characters, allowing Jordan to draw up to 3 cards. Only 1 card drawn for Josh. 1 quest from Captain Hook takes him to 19. He needs a Giant Cobra and he wins. There's hesitation, so he doesn't have it. But at this point, surely he just fills out his board, builds it as much as possible. Demona then takes it on the next turn. Lexington comes down, very difficult card to deal with, and then passes turn. 2 cards in hand. 4 cards in hand for the Blurple player. So Hades could come down, but they're not going to pop the card here. It's going to be a risky play. Hades takes out Captain Hook. I don't know how he's going to deal with both Demona and Lexington on the field. This is a really challenging situation for Josh on Blurple. I don't think he can come back from this. Perhaps looking at a drawing option, see if he could come into something else. But 3 cards is going to be very difficult for Blurple to deal with, especially when they are non-exerted. Very, very difficult situation for Josh. I think if anything, he needs to scoop here, move on to game 2, and try and have a bit better luck instead of the really unlucky draw that he's had in game 1. But I'm willing to eat my words if he can pull something back. Looks like he's perhaps going for Sail the Azrael Sea, draw the additional card, see if he can come up with an option. Even if he gets the Hades now, I don't think it's going to be enough because he can only get rid of the Demona and Hook. Plays the Sail, draws the additional card. Not sure what card it is in hand. Going to be spending another 2 to go for Sail. Trying to get any option you can find here. The risk for this is you're showing Jordan every card in your deck. You want to limit your options for the next game. If you can't take it, I think sometimes it is better to just scoop and move on instead of trying to pound a dead horse. It's just not going to work if he's not got the right answers. I can't see anything in his hand there, but a big well done to him for trying to work out a strategy to keep him in the game. Takes out the Captain Hook, quests, and then passes turn. Jordan's going to draw a card, quests out, gets game for 20. And that is the end of match 1. A very, very comfortable performance there from Jordan on Purple Steel, showing a masterclass against Blurple, a match which is quite hard for Purple Steel. Honestly, though, Josh just did not get very good card draw then. And I hate to say it, but that's 2 matches we've seen him on stream where he's just had really, really bad luck. It might not be his day today, but maybe we can have a huge underdog story where Josh turns around, brings it back, and has an absolute mega showing coming in the next game. Have a look at the chat. We've got a lot of heckling going on for Josh, but we've also got some support there. I've been told that he needs to stop picking his nose, so maybe we need to be aware of that. No pressure, Josh, but everyone around the globe is watching you at the minute. Right, thank you for commenting, everyone in chat. My producer will keep an eye on that for me, and we'll hopefully get back to some of you guys whilst we're getting ready to start into the next game, but we do like a little bit of banter, so thank you for sticking with us, guys. I do also like the matching black hats that we have going on at the minute. Unfortunately, I didn't bring mine today, so I did not meet the dress code standard, guys. Sorry, I apologize. I will try harder the next time I turn up to a tournament. Got you back, I promise. Right, moving into the next game, we've got Josh on the play against Jordan. Blurple going first. We might have a better chance here, but once again, it's dependent on if he gets his ramp. And looking at the hand, I don't know if I can see any ramp there. A little bit worried. Into the unknown, 2 genies and a Hades. Oh, there's a lot of uninkables in the hand here. This is not a good start for Josh. Not what he's going to be wanting, especially to not have ramp as well. I really hope that's not okay. Phew, that's not his opening hand. That's before Mulligan. Otherwise, he would have been severely cooked there. There would not be a chance to be able to come back in the game with a starting hand like that. Luckily, we do have the Mulligan in Lorcana. Jordan given a little bit of a shuffle as well. And we'll be starting the next game very, very soon. As a reminder, got 70 minutes in this round, guys. So plenty of time for both players. Plenty of time for them to make it through the game. But we do see Sail in the hand for Josh here. He manages to draw into it. He's got ramp, which is the main thing. His deck can function. If he didn't hit that, he could have been in some deep trouble. Double Sail, it looks like. We've got Hades in there, a little bit bricky at the start. Got the Genie for the turn 3 play. This could not be too bad for Josh, but he's going to need to get his board developed quick, get his Inkwell sorted, and contain Jordan. Otherwise, he's just going to play off as quickly as he did in the last game. Looks like we have a 1-cost character as well, so he will be able to get a card on the board straight away. I'm assuming Josh hasn't elected to go second in this match. He's definitely going to want to go first. If anything, might want to be inking one of the Sails, then playing out the Rafiki, and then passing. I think that's probably the optimal turn for me. Looks like he's got the Madam Mim Elephant in hand as well. Could be useful. However, Lexington could be a bit of a hazard for Madam Mim Elephant to deal with. Rafiki on the board, pass and turn over to Jordan. Let's see what Jordan's going with. Perhaps a Palace Guard here could be quite useful. Maybe he wants to go for a Captain Hook, focused on challenging the board state. He's going to be inking Demona, plays out the Captain Hook, and then going to be pass and turn. Moving on to the Blurple turn, we're definitely going to be wanting to get Ramp out here. Ramp is essential. Going to be inking the Bell Accomplished Mystic. Sail the Azurite Sea, comes down, draws an additional card, gets the Elsa, but doesn't have an additional 1 cost, so won't be able to play that out this turn. Let's have a look to see what he wants to ink with Sail effects here. See what card he ramps with, have a little bit of a think about what the best option is in his hand. The issue is it has to be an inkable card, and the inkable cards he has in his hand are cards that he's going to want to keep there. Got another Bell that he's not going to want to get rid of, another Elsa which he won't want to get rid of. A really difficult position. Hate to see 2 Bells go into the Inkwell in turn 2, limiting the amount of damage pinging he can do here, but he does have the Cheshire Cats as well, can keep him in the game. Madam Mim Elephant could be a strong play coming up in the next turn, especially since he's going first, just to threaten the board state, but he might also elect for the Genie just to make the evasive threats. But once again, Lexington is going to be a really, really challenging play to get down, which can be difficult for not only Mim Elephant, but difficult for Genie as well. Jordan have a little bit of a think about what he's doing here. Inking a Jafar, going to be playing out a Black Heron again, same as the previous game. Then going to be pass and turn. No need to exert there and be taken out by the Rafiki for free, especially if it's not going to take itself out in the process. Looks like we drew into another Hades. Quite a lot of uninkables in the hand for Josh now. 3 uninkables. Once again, it looks like he's going to have to, unfortunately, ink a card that he wants to keep. Looks like it might be the Elsa that goes into the Inkwell, unless he goes for Madam Mim Elephant, goes for the Genie line instead. Yep, Madam Mim goes into the Inkwell, plays out the Genie, gets the additional card draw. Elsa in the hand for the next turn means he can exert and start putting pressure on the board. I think realistically, he doesn't quest here and then passes turn, which is exactly what he does. Jordan draws for turn, 2 ink available on board, can still ink for turns so far. 3 uninkables in Josh's hand is not what you want to see, though. Double Hades, really, really not great, especially when he's nowhere near at this point. He's going to need some inkables soon. Jordan elects put the Giant Cobra into the Inkwell, a play that I'm surprised at. I like to utilize my Giant Cobras in the game myself, but he goes for a Cheshire Cat, allowing him to be able to maneuver ping damage across. Surely at this point, it's going to be the Elsa to come down. Elsa exerts the Cheshire Cat, and then Elsa and Rafiki challenge in, take it out. Genie quest for 2. For me, that feels like the best option. He doesn't need to worry too much about Black Heron or Captain Hook, but Cheshire Cat can be a threat. Inks into the unknown, gets the inkable, plays down Elsa, and then exerting Cheshire Cat. And then we're going Rafiki. Having a think on it, it'll be 3 damage from Rafiki, only needs to do 1 more after it. Rafiki goes in, follows up with Elsa, that's Cheshire Cat gone, 3 damage onto Elsa, quest for Genie. I think that's the optimal turn. Well played, Josh. Really good play there. Moving back onto Jordan, this is the turn where he can start getting his evasives out himself. If he does go for a Genie, he's getting the additional card draw. But we're on 5 ink for Josh, next turn 6, so not far from getting his Hades, something that once again, Jordan is going to be very, very well aware of. At this point, Blurple is looking very dominant. However, we also know that Josh's hand is not the best. This is all reliant on him trying to top deck inkable cards. If he finds multiple uninkable cards, he's going to fall apart in this game, and there's nothing he's going to be able to do to stay in it. But Jordan does not know that yet, so he's going to have to be trying to play around that. Genie, Hades in hand. He desperately needs inkable card after inkable card. Now, he can blade Genie on the next turn to draw a card and find that inkable if he doesn't get it, so still a chance that he can proceed onwards here. But once again, very dependent on what Jordan is going to play out. Jordan thinking very long and hard about this turn. This turn definitely matters. It can be a turning point for the game, and he needs to be very careful that Genie and Elsa don't take it away for Josh because the lack of evasives on the field for Jordan. With 4 ink, he could play a Madam Mim Elephant himself. I don't think that would be a good play if he does play that. Genie is an option to come down. He might go for a Lexington. That's a solid play. Or even an Iago. There's no actions in Josh's hand at the minute, so it's not something he'll be able to deal with if he does go that direction. Inking the Giant Cobra, and then goes for He Held His Thunderbolt, takes away the Genie. Really nice play there, and the ideal card you want to see. 4 cost on Inkable does, I think it's 4 damage off of it, so really great there. Now, Josh needs the Inkable card. Can he pull it? Jordan elects not to quest with the captain. Goes into the Junior Woodchuck guidebook. I don't hate the idea of playing that and getting draw, but I think the better option is play Genie, correct, and then draws the additional card. And then, I think that was another uninkable. I think realistically has to be ink the guidebook. If not, he could ink an inkable card. If he pulled it, play down the guidebook and get that out. That's probably what he was looking for, but he does not get that. Unfortunately, bad luck. That looks like 3 uninkables in his hand. He's seen almost every uninkable in his deck. Josh is having just no luck today whatsoever. He's going to be questing with Elsa, going 3 altogether. 3 Hades in his hand, just shown to the camera. This is an absolute nightmare for Blurb. This happened to him earlier on stream as well. The bad luck this man is getting is absolutely unreal. I can't believe it. He needs to get the inkable card next turn. If he gets the inkable, he's fine. He's back in the game. He can start getting rid of these bigger characters that Jordan's about to play. Insta the Hypnotic. Goes for Elsa. Takes out Elsa. Damage onto there. Does he quest with the Black Heron? I'd imagine it makes sense to. No need to quest for the Captain Hook, though. Keep that non-exerted so we're not wasting the character. Quest up to 2. 2-3 deficit. Can he get the draw of an inkable card? Pulls into Demona. That is exactly what he needs. Inkable card. Surely this goes into the inkwell. Hades comes down, takes out the Elsa. Quest with Genie keeps it safe. That's exactly what he does. Hades comes down. Gotta be on the Elsa. Surely, Josh. Surely you want rid of the evasive threat. Elsa straight into the inkwell. Quest for 2 with the Genie. He's back in the game. He's absolutely fine at this point. At this point, the two Hades in his hand is very, very beneficial. But the negative, each time he plays this, he's going to be in a really bad deficit on on ink. He's given a lot of ink towards the non-ramp player here, and it means they're going to get a lot of options if they can get draw. Something he's going to have to be careful with. Going to be playing 5, it looks like. Maybe an Elsa again. I don't think. Elsa comes down, exerts the Hades. To be fair, Black Heron and Hook into here, takes out Hypnotic Strength, gives a boost to the character. Boost. What a play. Well done. +2 strength to Elsa from the challenger, able to take out Genie, gets the card draw as well. And now Black Heron and Hook can take out Hades. Very, very well controlled from Jordan. An excellently timed play. Really held off for as long as he needed it. On the next turn, it's probably going to be Josh again hitting a Hades onto the Elsa. He elects to not take it out. That's surprising. I would have put both the Hook and the Black Heron into the Hades there. He's valuing it as not much for threat. Interesting here that he's inked the Junior Woodchuck guidebook to get rid of the Elsa. I don't think he needs to value that much at the minute. So 1 quester. Jordan is only on 2. He could have played down the Woodchuck guidebook, banished it, got some additional draw. Now he is left with only a Hades in hand. I think this has been a little bit of a misplay here, but he is on 7 lore at least, so he's getting a little bit higher on his lore totals. If Jordan can find some draw, though, he's going to very quickly put Josh under pressure. Josh is potentially going to need to start getting one. Gets the Hades. Does he want to pop it and let Jordan draw? This is a difficult decision because you do not want the purple steel player to get additional draw. Hades would go onto the bottom of the deck. I do not think he can afford to keep it on the field here. But once again, if he loses all his characters, no cards in hand, he's in an awful situation. I'm sure Jordan is really hoping that he's just going to let him take the cards into his hand. Josh having to think about what way he can go about this. For me, I think I'd be putting the Hades on the bottom of the deck and try to come back from there. But this really just shows Junior Woodchuck guidebook on the last turn could have been absolutely essential, getting that card draw into your hand and then potentially playing another card. He sticks Hades onto the bottom, does not let Jordan take the card draw, plays 3 for the White Rose, gains an additional lore now. At this point, maybe you want to quest out your characters. Nope, that goes into the Hades, takes that out. Empty board state for the Blurple player. 2 cards in hand from the draw now. White Rose and Hades on the board. Not a comfortable state for Jordan. He has no cards, but not a comfortable state for Josh either. He's not going to want to use a Hades on one of these characters. It'll be an absolute waste of tempo, and he wants to save that for a better character, but he has to put it down. Obviously, not got a better option. We've now had 3 additional cards put into the Purple Steel's Inkwell. Looks like that's all he can do for this turn. Jordan is going to be re-ready in his ink. He's going to be loving this. An absolute fever dream, having so many cards in his inkwell. Once he hits draw, if he can get it, he's going to be in a prime position. But Olaf is not what you want to see there. Truly an awful top deck from Jordan. Really, really unlucky. Now, if that was a Dumbo, that's a very good draw from Josh. That could be really useful, but I think it was a Demona, which he's not going to want to play down at this point because he's going to give Jordan all the resources that he's missing. He looks like he's eyeing up 6. I really hope he's not going to go for Demona. That could be a massive misplay here, Josh. Think carefully about this. Make the right decision. Do not give your opponent cards if you do not need to. We have a total of 8 ink available for the Blurple player. A total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 it looks like, for the purple steel player, which is crazy. It was a Dumbo, so we don't need to worry. Dumbo comes down. That is a very good draw from Josh. He'll be happy with that. Goes up to 9 total. Now, the issue is he's not got enough on board to be able to take out Hades. Plays down to Jafar, gets the additional strength. No, it's the 2-cost Jafar that gets evasive on his turn. The good news is that can take out Dumbo, but it does nothing to the Hades. Josh might be able to just slowly outquest Jordan here due to the lack of card draw. Somehow he's managed to keep himself in the game by Jordan equally getting just as poor draw at the end. Exerts one with Dumbo, gains a Lorcana draw. We can be certain that Jafar's probably going to be taking that out next turn, unless he's got an Elsa, which most certainly will be taking out Jafar. Gets the Hades, going to be targeting. Surely it's Jafar, so it's not doing any damage into Dumbo. Jordan says no, and he gets the 2 cards, but that's just as good for him. He's got more resources into his hands, so he can start having options now. He's not in that deficit anymore. Going to be inking that Demona, not wanting to play that out. That's the correct thing to do. Put that in the inkwell. Quest for 2 with the Hades, and then pass in turn. Jordan's going to exert. He's hoping to top deck a miracle here. He really needs it. Jafar has to go into Dumbo. Get rid of that so he's not got as much of a draw engine. But Hades is causing a massive problem by questing for 2 and getting Josh really, really close on the total here. Goes into Dumbo, as we suggested, card in hand. Palace Guard, not what he wants whatsoever. The bad luck is absolutely unreal from both players here. This is not a lucky game for the pair. Is that another Demona in hand? Surely he's not going to want to play that. Bell Accomplished Mystic could be quite useful, but there's no point wasting that time. He's got another Hades. He's seen all 4 Hades this game so quickly, but surely you're not going to Hades one of these characters. The good thing is it's going to be a big threat on the board, but it just feels like such a waste on one of these little characters, especially when Jordan is in such a deficit. Josh just having a little bit of a count about what can do what here. He's played down the Hades and put on the White Rose. I'm not sure that's a sensible play. I mean, yes, you're stopping him, but giving him that much ink, it just feels really, really risky to me. Yes, there wasn't any better options, but maybe it would have been better just hitting down the Bell Accomplished Mystic. At this point, Jordan's just said, you know what, nothing I can do here. Let's just move on to the next game. A really unlucky showing for both players here, but Josh, lucky man, has managed to just scrape through after that horrible brick of 3 Hades sitting in his hand, barely being able to play. Lucky that Jordan was not able to get anything there. I think if Jordan was able to activate his draw engine or hit a Demona, this would have been a whole different game, which would have put Josh under a lot of threat, and he really would have struggled there. We really need to be trying to get more draw in this game. Hopefully, Josh can finally have a lucky draw and get a bit of a curve going. Each game he's played seems to be quite unlucky so far. Really, really... Well, that's a little bit awkward there. Turns out my commentating is a little bit too loud, getting a little bit too excited in the game. The players 2 rooms down from me are able to hear me commentating, so we are going to have to quiet down a little bit. Apologies to both Josh and Jordan. A little bit too excited from my point there. Just very much enjoying 2 absolute thrillers of a game. We'll try and keep that quieted down, though, just so we're not disrupting the players any further, though. Unfortunately, when we are in a store, we are a little bit close. We were hoping 2 doors away they wouldn't be able to hear us, but now that everyone else has left the building, the store's just a little bit quieter. So we are going to be moving on to the 3rd set here. It is going to be Jordan on the play. Jordan is going to Jordan will be on the play here. So he is going to have the slight advantage. Going to be very, very beneficial for him going first with purple steel here. He's able to curve out quite quickly, get a strong advantage against Josh. Josh is going to need to find some hard removal to keep himself in the game. Both players getting shuffled, all ready to get started on the game. 0-0 on the law counter. A massive, massive match here for the final game in this best of 3 for the top 8. Josh on Blurple versus Jordan on purple steel. Both players passing the decks over, getting ready for the cut. Counting out their cards, going up to a total of 7 here. And both players hands open, going to have a look into the mulligan. Now, it looks like we found ramp again for the Blurple player. This is exactly what he's going to be needing, the essential cards that he needs to be drawing into. Really, really useful that he's getting ramp. As much as he's been bricking every game, he has found his ramp, which is essential. Quite a lot of times, the purple players can miss out on ramp, and it can be really, really crippling against a lot of matches. Once again, if you are just joining us, welcome back. We are live on CrawfordCana here in Grantham at Pendulum Gaming. We have been going all day here. We are now in the top 8, the final rounds of this tournament. Huge prizes online, a booster box going to first place, and then 3 booster boxes split up between the top 8 cut. Really, really solid prize in here from Pendulum Gaming for a total of £15 entry. Great showing. Thank you so much for hosting today. Make sure to check out www.pendulumgaming.com. Have a look at their stock. They carry stock from every single game you can think of. And while you're here, if you don't mind hitting the subscribe button on CrawfordCana, I definitely appreciate any of the support that you can give me. We're on our journey to 1K subscribers. We're at 680 at the minute. We are getting ever so closer. We just need that final push to get us over the line. Now, Jordan on the play here, going to be inking the Dumbo, playing out Olaf, passing the turn, going over to Josh. Looks like we've got Tipo in the hand as well as Sale. Going to be inking the Hades, playing out Basil, and then pass and turn, going back to Jordan here. Jordan just having a little bit of a think about what he's wanting to do this turn. Once again, 70 minutes in this match, so he's got plenty of time to be able to make decisions. He's got plenty of time to go through the game. It's essential both players make the exact right choices here. Don't overcommit the wrong cards. Lexington goes into the Inkwell, plays out Hypnotic. Looks like Hypnotic Strength, draw a card, and then quest in and pass and turn. Looks to me like Jordan's not got the best opening hand here. He'd really want to be getting a turn 2 character there. So a little bit of a shame that he's had a bit of a poor draw here. Seems like the same as the last game. A weak draw is not helping for the players. Whereas it looks like Josh is hitting the exact curve that he wants. Gets the turn 1 character, hits the sale. He also has another Basil in hand. So this can be played immediately down, getting more characters on board. Basil comes out as we suspected. The question is, does he challenge into the Olaf? Or does he pass? It looks like he passed the turn, not valuing the Olaf on the board, only a 1 cost. Basil really beneficial to help with the Elsa when that comes down. Elsa, if that comes down, could now get +4 strength from the Basils, take out basically any card in Jordan's deck. Really, really strong option if he can keep them on the board, but I'd imagine Purple Steel will get rid of those cards before Elsa's going to be making much of a threat. But once again, if Jordan's hand was poor enough that he plays a Hypnotic Strength on turn 2, it might just mean that he does not have a lot of options available. Dumbo goes into the Inkwell. Cheshire Cat comes out. Not an awful turn 3 play. It does tend to struggle a little bit against Blurple, though, because they're playing bigger characters. He draws into the Hades now. Sail the Azurite Sea, Genie, Cheshire Cat. Looks like a Bell Accomplished Mystic, potentially, and a Hades. Going to be inking the Sail the Azurite Sea. Goes for the Genie. Gets the additional draw into his hand here. Looks like he draws into another Genie, or no, it's a Rafiki. So that is a Rafiki, a Dumbo, Cheshire Cat, and a Hades in hand. Honestly, not an awful hand for Josh here, but once again, it very much depends on what Jordan has in his. 1-0 deficit at the minute for the Purple Steel player. Going to be questing out both cards, going to 2 total. I'm surprised to see him exert both the Basils. For me, I'd probably be challenging the Olaf, take out a Basil. Wouldn't risk it with a Cheshire Cat, just in case there's an Elsa coming down, but it also doesn't hurt to get rid of them. If he plays down a Genie this turn, it might make sense to pop both those Basils just to get rid of them. However, he could also take out one of the Basils, Cheshire Cat, move 2 damage across onto the Genie, or even take out one of the Basils with Cheshire Cat, move the damage across onto the other one just to protect him. But it means he's not getting that evasive card out for this turn. Something that, of course, is going to be going through his head at the minute. Surely on the next turn, it's going to be the Rafiki that goes into the Inkwell for the Blurple player. Once again, just having to be a little bit more quiet at the minute, guys, just because we've got barely anyone in the store at the minute. We don't want any of the players to find out what's in the other person's hand, which unfortunately Jordan did have to say to me. So once again, my apologies to Jordan and Josh. Once again, just having a little bit of a think here about how to structure this turn. I think realistically, if he had the Genie, that would have been the obvious play to come down. So I don't think he has it in his hand. A little bit of a shame here. Calhoun and Hook comes down. Using Cheshire Cat to sing, take out the genie. A really nice play by Jordan here. Get the extra 2 carrots out, build the board presence, then take out genie, which is the big threat. At this point, Olaf surely comes in, takes out the Basil, one of the other threat on the board, so to speak, if Josh had the Elsa, but of course he doesn't. Jordan doesn't know that, though. Going to be taking out the Basil here with the Olaf. Then looks like we're going to be passing turn. Surely he has to ink here. Having to think about what he wants to do with it. Surely he can't stay on free ink unless he's got all uninkables. But if that was me, I probably wouldn't be. Interesting. So Jordan has taken back playing the Captain Hook and then put that into his inkwell. Obviously, Josh has given the okay for that. Normally, you would say that after the card's been put onto the field, you wouldn't be taking it back. It has already been put down. But if both players agree to it, then absolutely fine. Right, Josh going to be exerting 2, playing out the Junior Woodchuck Guide, but banishes it immediately, gets 2 cards drew into his hand. Obviously, not a lot of options for him either. I think that's another Basil that he's drew into in his hand. That's really, really unlucky draw. Going to be inking the Dumbo here, paying 1 for the Basil, and then paying 1 for the Rafiki. An interesting board state for Blairpool, seeing 3 1 costs on the field at any given time. Surprised to see that, but once again, just doesn't have a lot of options in his hand. Doesn't have the 4 cost that he can do a lot with. Just have him sit and wait patiently. At least he's got the draw from the guidebook, though. Cheshire Cat is in hand. That is something that will be useful in this matchup. But another Cheshire Cat on the other side of the field for Jordan. Something that Josh is, of course, going to have to work round. Got a total of 4 ink available for Jordan. Elsa goes into think. Well, Elsa comes out. Probably going to be exactly Basil. Elsa going into Basil probably makes sense. But Calhoun, equally a good play as well. But it does mean that Rafiki's going to be challenging in on the next turn, probably taking out the Calhoun. Now, 1 damage goes back onto the Calhoun. He can then boost. No, he wouldn't have enough ink to be able to do that. He's only just hit 5. If he had a little bit more ink, he'd be able to remove the damage from Calhoun, pop the Basil. However, it wouldn't really matter anyway, because Rafiki's probably going to be taking out this card. Looks like a little bit for the stalemate for the players at the minute. I still don't think Jordan's had the best curve going. A little bit of a struggle for him in this game. But once again, Josh hasn't had the best turns either. Looks like 2 Cheshire Cats in the hand. Got Hades and also a Dumbo, I think. 2, 3, 4, 5 ink available altogether. Josh is having a think. It looks like it's Cheshire Cat potentially coming down. Exerts free. Plays out the Cheshire Cat. Inks a Cheshire Cat as well, so he's in Hades range on the next turn. We're then going to be trading, taking out the Calhoun and Rafiki, the smart trade, and then we're going to be passing there and passing on to Jordan. Jordan for turn here. Got 5 ink available, can still ink for this turn. Obviously, Josh hasn't been able to run away so far in this game, which works well for Jordan, but Jordan has struggled as well. Both players not really having the answers that they're looking for. It seems to be a tale as old as time at this point. A lot of people bricking whilst on stream here. Quite unlucky. Jordan had a really strong performance in his first matchup. He absolutely stormed through it. Josh really struggled with draw in his first game that he played on stream, and he's not had the best draw in the last 2 games, including this one. So the last 3 games either. Dumbo and Hades in hand. I'm not sure if he's wanting to ink the Dumbo when it comes to his turn, but he probably is going to want to get that Hades out. But at least Dumbo is going to give him a little bit more draw. I feel really bad for Josh because he spent so many turns with barely any cards in hand. Another Elsa comes down. Surely that's going to be exerting the Cheshire Cat, and then Elsa maybe takes out the Cheshire Cat, or you could utilize the Cheshire Cat. Yeah, goes for the double Elsa into the Cheshire Cat, protects the Cheshire Cat here. Now, it means because there's 3 damage on each, he can move that about from the Cheshire Cat on the next turn if he so chooses to, get rid of that Basil, or do a bit of damage into the next character which come down. Going to be questing with Cheshire Cat, going to a 4 lore total compared to 2 for the Blairpool player. And then pass and turn. We draw for the Blairpool player. Does he find something else to ink? He's got the Elsa. I'm not sure That's the ideal card to have right now, but probably better to ink than Dumbo so we can at least get some draw going. It does mean he can continue to control the board though. The other issue, of course, if he does go for the Hades, it's another card into the Inkwell. But surely, if he does take out the Elsa here, Cheshire Cat's just going to ping some damage across, and then the other Elsa will take out that on the next turn. A really, really difficult position for each player to be in at the minute. Dawn in the sense of barely any cards in hand, and Josh in the sense of not having the right cards. Elsa comes down onto the field, no cards to exert, quests with Basil, gives support onto Elsa, and then takes out the Cheshire Cat, so no damage can be pinged across. However, it now means that Jordan's card is going to be able to take out both Basil and Elsa on the next turn, and he doesn't really have any other options here, so I don't know if that was the right play, taking out the Cheshire Cat. Probably would have been sensible to keep the Basil non-exerted there, but once again, the Basil gets popped immediately. I think realistically, you quest with the Basil, and then Elsa goes in, takes out an Elsa. That seems like the strongest play for me. Going to be inking the Dumbo there, only the Hades remaining in hand for Josh. Elsa. Another Elsa comes down on board, nothing to exert. The fresh Elsa is probably going to be taking out the Elsa with 3 damage on, or goes into the Basil. Either way, he's going to be losing 1 Elsa here. Then he quests for 2, it looks like, not valuing the Basil on board. Nothing that he really needs to fret over. Quest for 2, going up to a total of 6. Should be 6, I think, there, John. You quest for 2 there, you were just on 4. I think he's potentially missed a law there. Yep, goes up 6, nicely corrected. Only the Hades in hand for Josh, and only 1 card in hand for Jordan. Once again, really, really poor draw for both these players here. They're just not getting their draw cards whatsoever. But it depends what Josh has drew into on this turn. It looks like a 1 jump ahead. I don't think that's the card he's going to be looking for. A bit of a shame. Would be nice to get a little bit of extra ramp, but it's not really going to do anything. And uninkable as well, which isn't great. Going to be hitting down the Hades on the Elsa, getting additional ramp there for Jordan. Jordan obviously on a 6-4 deficit, only 1 card in hand though. Going to double quest with the next Elsa. Surely, I don't think it's worth him taking out the Basil. Hades can't do anything with it, and because Josh hasn't found any of his draw cards, he's not able to put Jordan under that much pressure. That's very nice to see. He gets Cheshire Cat, going to boost 2, move 2 of the damage from Elsa, put it onto Basil, take it across. Basil's taken out now, then quest for 2 with the 2 Elsas, going up to 8 total. Hades is nice to have on the board, but unfortunately it doesn't do anything once it's already played, and he's going to really struggle to take out these 2 Elsas here without any evasive threats. Draws into a card. I think that's potentially a Dumbo. Not sure. Going to hit the 2 for the Sell the Azurite Sea. Going to draw an additional card, gets the opportunity to ramp an additional card. Still has 5 ink remaining. Plays down the Dumbo for 4. And then going to quest for Hades, going to 6, and then pass turn. Once again, really, really tricky situation. Jordan could value taking out the Hades here, but I don't think he needs to. He might want to keep these characters non-exerted so he can do damage into the Dumbo afterwards. If he gets another Cheshire Cat, puts that down, he can take out Dumbo straight away now. Would be very good for him. Looks like he's going to be exerted. I think it's 5, though. Surely not a 4th Elsa. Jordan having to think if this is what he wants to play. Plays down the Hades, targets the Dumbo. 1 card in hand. If he gets rid of the Dumbo, it means Jordan's drawn 2 cards. But if he gets rid of the Dumbo, he's not got draw engine. I think he has to let Jordan draw the cards, which he chooses to do. But that means Jordan is very much back in the game now. 3 cards in hand, can start inking, start putting the pressure on the Blurple player again. Really tricky situation for Josh. I don't think he's got anything left to be able to come back this. 8-6 deficit, so it is still very close, but only 2 cards on the field for Josh. If he can get maybe another Hades or something to take out the Elsa, that could be good. But once again, Cheshire Cat on the field is going to be a little bit of an issue, something that he's going to need to play around. He's going to have to exert his Dumbo next turn to try and get some draw in the game whatsoever. But once again, not a lot he can do here. Jordan having a think on ink, going to be inking an additional card this turn. Taking all the time he needs here to make sure that he inks the right card. Essential not to get rid of a card that you're going to utilise later in the game, something he has to think very careful about. Inks the Palace Guard, seems like a sensible choice. And then he's going to be boosting, taking the damage off the Elsa, putting it onto the Dumbo. And that means it's safe for both Elsas to quest now. The Dumbo is no longer able to take out the Elsa. Really smart ahead of the gameplay from Jordan. Josh, I'm going to draw. Hopefully he's able to draw something that's going to get him back into this game. It's slowly getting away from him. Going to exert, gain a law draw with the Dumbo. Another card goes in hand. We've got 6 ink altogether. It depends what he has in hand if he's going to be able to stay in this. If he's not able to start taking out characters, I think he slowly loses this. Going to ink the Basil. Having a real big think about what he can do here. Once again, awful situation for Josh to be in, where he's just seemingly ran out draw altogether. Hits down a 1 jump ahead. Going to sing it with the Hades. Really doesn't feel like a great option at this point. Gets a digital ramp. And then we've got Demona, which is not awful. That is a really, really good hit for Josh at the minute. Getting Demona allows him to draw 3. He's back in the game here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think he's got 7 ink altogether, so we could still play a 1-cost card out if he has it. He's already inked the Basil. Still 1 remaining. For a really bad position, that's probably the best option he can get. He's got the Woodchuck Guidebook, but he's not got quite enough to be able to utilize it. I think realistically, it's going to be a pass and then move on. Now, a really heads-up play from Jordan could be to run an Elsa into the Dumbo and then move the damage across using Cheshire Cat, take out the Dumbo. Don't think he needs to fret about taking out the Hades. However, it's only a 10-7 deficit. Gets the draw from Genie. Really nice. Additional cards staying in hand for Jordan. Still has 3 ink available. Surely 2 of these are going to be used to boost and take damage off to put it onto the Dumbo to take out. In fact, if he wanted to, he could even take out the Dumbo straight away without challenging, quest out with both the Elsas, putting him on 12, and then maybe quest with the Hades as well, putting him on 13. Get rid of Dumbo on board seems to be the right play. Keeping Hades and Demona means that Josh can go to a total of 11 next turn and 15 the following turn if Jordan doesn't do anything with it. But with such a large amount of cards on board, I'd have to imagine that Josh is going to have to start counting in. He does have the Elsa, Cheshire Cat, and a Woodchuck Guidebook on board in hand at the minute. So he's got options to be able to remove stuff, but the question is, does he have enough ink to be able to do it? Elsa obviously taking up 5. Cheshire Cat is going to be a total of 3 to play and then another 2 to boost. And then the Woodchuck Guidebook is going to cost 3 altogether to be able to get draw into his hand again. A really, really tricky situation for Josh. I do like the position that Jordan's in. I think the game is really starting to favour him at the minute. 5 cards on board. He can really take advantage. Once again, taking all the time he needs just to make sure he's making the right turn at the minute. Elsa is going to challenge in and take out the Dumbo. Going to be inking another card now. Inks the Palace Guard. Going to be playing out Black Heron and Olaf. Interesting. So going to be questing with the Elsa, going to 11 total altogether. Does he elect to take out the Hades at this point just to get rid of the threats on the board? Passes turn, chooses not to do anything with his characters, keeps the board today. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore available on board. He can go to a total of 19. If he top decks a Giant Cobra, he simply just wins the game if Josh is unable to take cards out. I think realistically, Elsa is going to have to come down. Demona goes into Cheshire Cat. And then Elsa takes out an Elsa. That's probably the best play he can have at this point. If he does that, he could still play down the Cheshire Cat. If he has another Inkable as well, he can move the damage off Demona and take out the Olaf as well. Not an awful play. Something he could do here. Couple of options available for Josh, but the question is, what decision does he want to go with? What way does he want to keep himself in this game? Very, very tight between the two players. Going to be inking the Hades, an additional card into the ink. Elsa, Cheshire Cat, and Woodchuck Guidebook in hand. Going to be playing down the Elsa, decides to exert the Cheshire Cat. What does he challenge in with, though? I think it has to be Demona goes into the Cheshire Cat. Elsa then takes out the Elsa. You've still then got options to be able to boost if you play down the Cheshire Cat. Jordan sitting calmly and patiently. He's got a game plan in his head. The confidence could suggest that he does already have the giant cobra, or maybe he just knows that he's that close already, that the game is leaning in his favor. Once again, a huge board state for the purple steel player, and Josh is now in a position where he's having to challenge constantly. Josh is in a position where he's having to challenge constantly and just to keep himself in the game, which means he's not going to get any lore, which is a massive, massive shame. Having to think what he wants to do with Elsa. Elsa goes into Elsa, takes it off the board. Can still go in with Demona, take out the Cheshire Cat. This is limiting the amount of lore total that he can have on board on the next turn. Stops him from getting closer. If you can get him away from the Cobra total of winning, he's got a good chance. But I feel like Jordan perhaps did ink quite a few Cobras earlier on in the game. Demona's going to take out Cheshire Cat. 3 damage coming back onto it. Does he choose to boost the cards with it? He does choose to boost. 2 damage comes off Demona and is going to be moved onto surely the Olaf. Just take it off the board. Could choose to put it onto the Elsa, and that means that if Elsa chooses to challenge, it's going to be taken out. Wouldn't be a bad play, but I think it's better to just remove the amount of lore as total as possible. Josh just having a solid think here. Once again, if he plays this turn wrong, he could lose the game altogether. Something he has to be very, very careful of. Looks like going to be taking out the Olaf. Neck and neck at this point of the game. We are slowly starting to run out of time for the players. There is only 10 minutes left on the clock. 60 minutes have passed so far. This has been quite a long game, an absolute marathon for these two absolute heavy hitters with their massive decks clashing against each other. A thrilling best of 3, getting very close at the end. Cheshire Cat, Elsa, Demona, and Hades on board against Genie, Hades, Black Heron, and Elsa. Once again, just having to be a little bit more quiet than usual, just because we've got not very many people in the store at the minute. The players are only 2 doors down from us. So we just don't want to give any information away on commentary. So just trying to keep my voice a little bit lower than usual. Please do not head anywhere, guys. This is going to be a very, very tight match, and it's going to be down to the wire to see who is going to win it. Let me know in chat who you think is going to take the win, who you think has the advantage here. Once again, I think it could go either way, depending on what both players draw into. 9-11 deficit, the purple steel player in the lead. Jordan is winning the game so far, but he doesn't have the best options either. Elsa potentially going to be singing now. No, he's going to be going into Elsa. A Cheshire Cat coming down, surely. Cheshire Cat comes onto the board. The foil Cheshire Cat, perhaps wanting to boost here, take the damage off the Elsa, put it onto the Elsa and take it out. Perhaps he'll elect to put it onto the Demona. He does boost and he does take out the Elsa there, getting rid of the evasive threat for him. Now, this means that Genie can also quest cleanly and doesn't have to worry about Cheshire Cat taking it. But he gets the hardest Thunderbolt. What a huge, huge play clearing the board here. This is exactly what Jordan was looking for. Really strong play. Quest out here goes to 14. 14 lore on the board. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore available. This is game check. If Josh does not get rid of the characters on board, Jordan quite simply wins. No cards left in hand. This is a key, vital moment for this game. Demona's going to have to challenge in. Hades is going to have to challenge in. Can get rid of both the Hades and the Black Heron, but he can't do anything against the Genie and the Elsa. That'll be another 3 lore on the next turn. He's going to have to hope that he's pulled into a Hades in his hand. Otherwise, he's going to really struggle. Into the Unknown is solid. Plays down a Woodchuck Guidebook, banishes it, draws 2 cards immediately from it. Realistically, if he hits the Into the Unknown on Genie, then challenge Demona into Hades and Hades into Black Heron, I think that could be a really strong play just to keep him in the game. But once again, needs to be careful here. Another Hades in hand so he can do more removal. He can get rid of the Elsa on the next turn if he needs to. But Jordan is getting very, very close here to getting over the finish line, and Josh is going to be more than aware of that. Josh looking hard into his hand here, trying to work out whether it's Hades or into the unknown that he plays for. The benefit, if he hits down Hades, he has more characters on the board, so he's able to quest more, he's able to challenge more. I think that could be the sensible decision, but also, is Jordan going to exert characters on the next turn? He could be in a position where if Jordan doesn't exert, he then doesn't have anything to get rid of the cards. He is going to hit down the Hades. He's opting for the board presence. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but that does utilize all of Josh's ink altogether. Genie's going to be going into the inkwell, still a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 lore available on the board for Jordan. Surely there's going to be challenging going in now. Interesting, he sings with Hades, takes out the Elsa, and then can utilize the Demona to take out the Hades. A good smart play there, getting rid of both the evasive threats straight away. Demona then takes out the Hades, 2 cards left on board, the Cheshire Cat and Black Heron. At this point, he might choose to put the Cheshire Cat into the Hades, move the damage onto Demona, take that out, but it means he's not questing, which is a negative as well. Black Heron could quest. Might be the play to go for, but it does mean he lose. He challenged into the Hades, he's going to lose that as well. Just had the heads up from the producer. We have 5 minutes remaining on the round. Not a lot of time left. We will go to 5 turns after this, so they should be able to just scrape through, but not a lot of time left in this 70-minute absolute marathon of a game. Both players thinking very hard about what they want to do here, about what the next steps are, about what to choose, what direction to go in. Hit a Jafar down on the board. That's going to be an evasive threat on Jordan's turn if he so chooses to use it. Got Black Heron and the Cheshire Cat here. He is going to be choosing to damage into Hades. He's then probably going to boost the cat, moving the damage across, taking out Demona, reduces the damage down for the cat, only 1 left on it. 3 damage still on Hades. Surely at this point, he uses Black Heron to take out Hades, minimizing what's on the board. Yep. Takes it out. Now, this is a good position. However, the risk is Jordan is still only on 14. Hades is, of course, going to be able to take out the Cheshire Cat. That's only a Jafar remained on the board. Plays down a Rafiki. Probably not the best card, but it can be utilized to take out. And the Hades. He's going to select the Cheshire Cat. Surely, Jordan is just going to put him on his deck. But he lets him have the draw. Interesting. For me, I feel like it's not the right play getting rid of it. However, in Jordan's defense, if he challenges in with Hades, take out the cat, Jafar can then take out the other Hades on the next turn. But it does mean we're getting more cards here. Plays down and into the unknown. But that's 3 cards going into Jordan's inkwell. 3 of them, but he does get to quest out the Hades. 11 to 14. Very, very tight at the minute. I hate to say it, but I think the additional draw is potentially going to be giving Josh the game here. Plays down the Hypnotic Strength, gets an additional card into his own hand himself, working out what he can do with the cards here. Only 1 card left in hand. Jordan really is in quite a poor position. I don't know if there's anything he can do here to keep up with the game, having a solid think what he wants to do. He can't take out the Hades now, which is a massive negative. Surely he just quests, or maybe he wants to hold on. But I just think Josh is about to walk away with this game. Once again, really unlucky draw for both players. Neither of them seeing the draw that they need, but Josh managed to just scrape through, whereas Jordan is just not seeing docks, not seeing Demonas, not seeing any draw cards whatsoever. This is not how Purple Steel wants to function. We have 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Not a lot of time for either of the players. They need to get to 20 quickly. He gets the Giant Cobra. Nothing to discard, though. He can't get the 2 lore boost from it. 14 to 11. Now, if Josh decides to quest out, once again, no cards on the board for Jordan. He can go to 2, 3, 4. He can go to 15 altogether, still play a card. Got 2 cards in hand, looking at what he wants to play out. If he has an Elsa, he could exert, take out the Jafar. But realistically, I think he just wants to put the foot on the gas, start questing heavily himself. Elsa does come down, but he elects to do the Giant Cobra. He's going to challenge in with, I think it's Hades and Elsa that he's going for, but surely it's the other Hades you want to use. No, electing to take the damage onto there, and then moving it across with Bell. A very, very strong play. Fantastically done by Josh. Damage moved off Hades, takes out the Shvar. Elsa now takes out Giant Cobra. What an absolute play. Surely the writing completely on the wall here. 13 lore altogether. I don't think there's anything Jordan can do. Plays it out, strength, and there's nothing he can do. The win goes to Josh. What an absolute thriller of a game. Well played to both players, but Josh, a heroic effort there, keeping himself in the game, but Jordan just not getting any draw cards whatsoever. Oh my God, what a top 8 performance, guys. Well done. Don't go too far. We're going to be coming back soon with the top 4 coming at you very quickly. However, that is Jordan taking down a unbeaten winner in Swiss. He came first place in Swiss. He was on the play, had a 501 record. Absolute crazy performance. Well done to Jordan. Well done to Josh. Be right back with you soon for the top 4.
Welcome back to CrawfordCana, everyone. We are here ready at Pendulum Gaming Store Champs for the top 4 in the first Store Champs of 2026, live in the UK, coming at you. We are right at the end of the day. 2 absolute massive performances here. We are going to have Craig versus Johnny. This is going to be an epic match. We had Craig on the stream earlier, who had a very, very well fought match. He fought his back teeth out to be able to get his spot here. Johnny's had a very consistent record all day. This is going to be one you want to stick around for. After this, we of course are having the finals, so make sure to stay tuned. Stay with us, guys. This is going to be one hell of a show, which I am very, very excited to show to you. Once again, a big thank you to everyone in the comment section who's been speaking loud and clear. Even if you were heckling the players in the last game, Christ, a little bit mean, but we appreciate you being here. Thank you for sticking with us through the day. We like you being loud in the comments. Keep it up, keep active. Make sure to subscribe on YouTube to CrawfordCana. And off we go with the match. Now, we've got a Captain Hook on board for Craig. Johnny has gone for Olaf and a Calhoun. I think we've got a mirror match here, which is going to be extremely exciting for our top cut. Once again, 70 minutes round here for our top 4 match. The final match is going to be untimed, but this one is going to be a huge result. We do have another purple steel currently fighting it out in the top 4 against Blurple. So that is 3 purple steels and a Blurple in the top 4, which is interesting to see. Purple Steel obviously being the strongest deck of this set, arguably the go-to pick, the most popular pick, leading the meta, and then Blurple slowly following behind at something that we thought was going to be an outside deck. Calhoun coming down on both sides. Going to be inking a Dumbo now on Craig's side as he's looking to decide what he's playing on his next turn. Got a Giant Cobra out there for Johnny. 1-0 on the board currently. Obviously, hasn't discarded the effect there to gain the additional law. Giant Cobra comes down onto the board. We are mirror matching exactly. This is one hell of a mirror going on. We are going tie for tie, card for card here. We're going word for word, exactly the same decks. This is a really interesting match. We drop down the Demona. We get the additional 2 law from the Cobra. Johnny's going to be drawing here. 3 ink down on the board, looking to ink again. Inks the Captain Hook. Looks like we're going to quest with the Calhoun, then goes in for the Madam Mim, brings it back to hand. A strong showing, quest out with the Giant Cobra. Really, really smart decision. Now, the risk is you could challenge in and take out the Cobra, but you're going to want to keep that along for the Elephant. Elephant can be quite a pain for this deck. However, we do see he held his Thunderbolt in his hand. This could be a card he wants to go for. Does also have the Strength for Rage and Fire. If he plays out small cost, in fact, doesn't matter because Cobra has Vanish. He could sing with Cobra on then take out Cobra. Else is going to be into the Inkwell, plays down Dumbo. Surely at this point, we sing Strength for Rage and Fire, deals the damage into Giant Cobra, wipes it out due to the Vanish ability, and then holds Calhoun ready to challenge into Madam Mim. Yep, that's what he goes for. Giant Cobra off the board here. Really good start. 3 each to both players. They're going tick for tack here. Team plays. They're playing very quickly, which is exactly what we like to see. Having a little bit of think about what he wants to do here. Going to be doing 3 damage into Giant Cobra. An interesting play. I'm not sure why he's went for that when you take out the Calhoun. Cheshire Cat comes down. Really smart play from Johnny here. Able to boost the damage across and then takes out the Calhoun. A fantastic play. Love to see that. Now, his Madam Mim is not at risk of being taken out by the Giant Cobra. Johnny thinking 2 turns ahead. Really on fire so far. Great play so far. I really like how quickly both players go. However, we do have the He Held as Thunderbolt. We might want to sing that. Get the damage onto Madam Mim. Take it out straight away. Keep Dumbo on the field. Going to be hitting the Hypnotic Strength. Boost up Giant Cobra and then take out the Madam Mim. We get the additional draw from that as well. Really great turn. This game is going so quick, guys. Both players know exactly what they want to do in the mirror. Then the Thunderbolt takes out Cheshire Cat. What a fantastic play from Craig. Absolutely fantastic performance. Going to be drawing cards for Johnny here. Got Genie in the hand, doesn't elect for it, goes for the Lexington, able to take out the Dumbo, then goes for a Calhoun, 2 cards on the board, 1 card in hand, passes turn, ready and back for Craig to go. Both players moving so quick here, exactly know what they want to do. Genie comes down onto the board, we draw the card, really great start here. Get the additional draw in the hand, 3 each. This could go either way. Genie comes back down onto the other side of the board, matching exactly. Lexington going to be singing.
Brent takes out the Dumbo. Really smart play here. Stops the draw engine from coming through too much. Really smart. Calhoun's going to quest, goes to 4. Genie's obviously not going to want to trade into this because it will be taken out by the other Genie. But to be fair, it can't take out Calhoun anyway, only able to do 2 damage. Now, the issue for Craig here is Lexington's going to be able to take it out straight away. So he has to be very careful with what he's wanting to do. He does have a lot of cards in hand, though, whereas Johnny has barely any cards in his hand. Only 1 card left. Only 1, but it depends what card it is. If he can get some quick draw, he could put himself in a very good position. Only 4 ink available for Craig. Going to be sticking down. I think that's a Lexington himself. Really strong passes turn. Doesn't elect to lose the Genie there. Smart play, not exerting it when you don't need to. Sometimes the purple steel, you just have the stalemate where you don't exert, we don't need to. 4 comes down. We have a signed copy of Iago, and then we're going to be singing He Held His Thunderbolt, ready to take out. Surely it's got to be Genie, but he goes for the Lexington. Very good. Now, Genie is not a risk of being taken out. Quest up to 6. Solid play there. Looks like Iago's been signed by Spessy. I can't lie, I did think it said Steve at one point. I was wondering who Steve was, but Spessy's probably a little bit more exciting than some rando called Steve. Unless there's a Steve in the chat. If you are called Steve in the chat, thank you for joining us. You can sign my cards anytime, Steve. Now, moving back on to Craig's turn, we're at a 6-3 deficit. We have quite a wide board state for Johnny. Johnny seems to be having an absolute blinder of a game here. He's seen every single card that he needs to and putting a lot of pressure on. Now, the other issue that we've got is Craig has already hit down his Thunderbolt. He's hit down his Strength. So is he going to have anything to be able to take out Iago? Going to be spending out Hades, maybe targeting the Iago here, and then he gets the draw if Johnny doesn't want to pop it. Not sure what he's targeting. Just having a little bit of a think. Going to be targeting the Lexington. Johnny straight away says, yep, sure, fair enough. Goes to the bottom of the deck, no issue for him. And then he's going to be pass and turn. Interesting. Pluto Steel Champion comes out. Pluto has a really cool effect that you can pop an item with it, but also quest for 2, and then you get additional all your characters. Really, really like to see that in the deck. Really cool looking deck. Once again, even though Johnny has barely any cards in his hand, he's looking in a really, really strong position so far. Going to be hitting down the Cheshire Cat. If he trades the Genie into Genie, he can then ping the damage crossword boost, but it does mean inking his final card, which is risky. Depends what it is. Can he even ink it? Genie goes in. No, he's got the 2 available. Going to be boosting that. Takes it off. Damage straight off. Johnny already knows what's going on. He doesn't need to wait for him to do it. Moves it across. Hades is then going to be taking out Calhoun. Really nice trade. 3 cards to 2 cards, but Johnny does have the advantage. 10 cards to 3. The Iago is surely going to be taking out the Genie there, which is a little bit difficult, but we're also able to move. Giant Cobra comes down. No effect available. Iago takes out the Genie. Pluto Steel Champion. Do you quest maybe, or are you just going to hold there, Johnny? Having a think of what he wants to do. Does he take out the Hades, or does he keep it? 5-5 stat line. Quest 2 goes 12. Johnny really putting on the pressure here. Craig really on the back foot. Only on 3 lore altogether. Got the Cheshire Cat and the Hades on board. He can, of course, move the damage off the Hades, move 2 damage altogether, and then challenge the Hades into Pluto Steel Champion, but it still puts him on the back foot. He's not got anything to deal with Iago or this Giant Cobra. This is a really, really tricky situation for Craig. Johnny, even though he's got no cards in his hand whatsoever, he seems to be 2 steps ahead, moving so quickly that it's hard to deal with. Now, the big issue for Craig, he's got the Demona in hand, but even if he hits this down, he's going to be giving cards into Johnny's hand. Calhoun comes onto the field, could be useful in the following turn, but does nothing against the Iago. Still a little bit of an issue. Have a little bit of think about what he can do. Can still boost if he chooses to. Might be useful to put that onto the Iago. Going to move some damage off of the Hades. 2 damage removed. And he's going to be placing that onto... Having a think about what he wants to do. I think it needs to go onto Iago, just so it means if Iago challenges again, he's going to lose the card. Something he's going to be very, very careful about. But the issue is Hades challenging into either Giant Cobra or Pluto, going straight away. So he's putting it on the Pluto. Hades tackles in, gets rid of it, gets rid of that 2 quest, and then just passing the turn. 12 lore altogether for Johnny. Johnny's got 1 card in hand, 5 cards in the ink altogether. Looks like Pluto done its job on the board, giving them the extra lore when they need it and constantly threatening. Going to be questing out with the Spessy Iago special, and then we still have Giant Cobra there, keeping the card in hand, passes turn, not electing to move the Giant Cobra across. I think there's an argument that he could have just exerted Cobra, because realistically it's either going to get popped or he takes out his characters on it. But once again, not a lot of cards in hand. Maybe try to think of something special in his hand that he's trying to hold on to. I don't think it's the right idea though. Perhaps it's a Madam Mim Elephant that he wants to bring it back to a hand. Could be an idea. Demona comes down. Both players going to be drawn now. Johnny gets 2 cards in hand, but Craig is going to get all 3, which is useful. Both cards exerted. Doesn't really do anything, though. At this point, he can't really do anything in hand. This is the big issue with Demona, giving your opponent additional draw. A big, massive risk. Now, at this point, I feel like Johnny is potentially going to be able to take away the game, having cards finally in his hand again. It's a big, risky play by Craig, but he didn't really have a choice because he needs cards himself. Got Olaf into the Inkwell there, got Demona, Cheshire Cat, and Calhoun on board against Giant Cobra and Iago, but he finds the strength for Raging Fire, able to pop the Iago. Really, nice play there. Giant Cobra, a lot less of a threat. The evasiveness of Iago is the main issue he had to deal with. The question is, does he exert Calhoun? Questing, he's going to quest here going 4. Realistically, I don't think Johnny will see the need to challenge there. Looks like he's got a strength hand. 4 cards in hand now. This is going to be really useful for him. Going to be spending 2. Sword of Hercules, interesting. He plays it down. Calhoun is gone, going up to 14 altogether now. Inks the strength for Raging Fire, plays down Madam Mim, brings it back into the hand. This is going to be really useful for later because he can get that quick lore boost. 14 altogether. Demona on the field with Cheshire Cat. Close game, but I think Johnny's still definitely in the advantage. I know Craig does have the Benders, so he would be able to pop the sword. Now, the good thing about the sword is he's able to give Challenger with it. This Challenger can stat a very, useful card. But the other good thing about it is being able to pop a deity character when played. Really interesting tech to see in the purple steel deck. Plays down the Hades, targeting the Madam Mim. Is he going to let him keep the card? Up to Johnny here. He could let Craig draw, but surely you don't let Craig draw. But then once again, he has let him draw. He's electing that he wants to get that additional lore on the next turn. The big risk is Mim is definitely going to be taken out, but it's going to mean that all the characters are going to challenge it unless Demona goes in, does 5 damage, then moves 2 damage across. That one quest does get him to 15 though, gets him a little bit higher. And then if he hits down with the Giant Cobra, that takes him to 17. Only 3 needed then. If he can get another 2 Giant Cobras, then he has game right here. This is the defining point. Is Johnny going to be able to scrape over the line, or is Craig going to be able to grab it? It really feels like a case of a player going very quick against a player taking it slowly and going for the more control option. But Craig, now that he has cards in his hand, is feeling a lot more dangerous. Johnny's board at big negative. Only the Madam Mim on the board here, really challenging position. Still has 2 cards in hand, can still draw on the next turn. 3 cards is all it takes to be able to win a game. He can still have options. Craig having a solid think about what he wants to do. Demona, Cheshire Cat, and Hades on the board. Does he exert here? Does he play something else, or is he going to keep them upright? Once again, though, Johnny is in a position where he's getting closer and closer to 20. And Craig does need to catch up soon. Does have the Giant Cobra in hand, so can get a quick lore burst. I also seen a Genie there as well. Get some additional draw. Looks like we've got a Strength for Raging Fire. So that could be utilized on the next turn, but I wouldn't recommend using it now. I think, if anything, he perhaps just keeps his characters upright, protects them, holds on to that strength for the next turn. There's nothing he can really play on this turn either. He's got the dock in hand. This is not when you want to see it, though. Maybe you want to just get the dock onto the field so you have more board presence. Then when you sing that Strength for Raging Fire, you are dealing more damage. It's a solid option and something that you can definitely look at doing. This game is really, tight, guys, and it could go any way. We're going to quest out with the Cheshire Cat, going 7 altogether. Really, close. Going to be spending 3 here. Johnny's going to move 3 across. Looks like the Giant Cobra's potentially coming out at this point. Potentially coming down, give him that extra advantage. Iago coming out onto the board, a really strong play. Still got inks the Giant Cobra. Now that's interesting that he plays down the dock. A very, strong hand here. Getting the dock right now is absolutely clutch. Exactly what he needs. Filling his board out, able to give him a little bit more questing power. I think if he just passes the turn, I think that's the right thing to do. Just holds off, doesn't risk losing his characters. Now, if Craig quests out 2, 3, 4, 5, goes to 12 altogether. Very close match, but Johnny is in such a comfortable position. I don't know if there's anything that Craig can do. He did hold his Strength for Raging Fire, though. This is going to be so clutch against the Iago. If he does utilize it on it, plays down the Genie, gets an additional card drawn. Surely Hades is going to sing, take out that Iago, put some additional pressure on, then he can quest out for Johnny into challenging with the Madam Mim if he gets up too high on the lore. 2 cards in Johnny's hand, though, so it depends what he draws into. But is it going to bite Johnny? Not playing down the Giant Cobra and getting the 2 Lore boost to it. 2 cards once again in hand for Johnny, waiting patiently, waiting to see what the decision is here for Craig, see what direction he's going in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carrots on the board compared to 3 and an item for Johnny. Having a little bit of a think. I think he's hard casting the strength here. Could be a very strong option instead of singing it. Let him quest a little bit further. Not a bad idea. Sing Strength takes out the Yargo. Very strong play. Lucky he had that still in his hand. Going to quest out 2, 3, 4, 5. Going all the way up to 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not quite enough to win the game unless he has a Giant Cobra. Looks like it's an Iago and Elsa in hand. Johnny is going to have to do some work here. He's going to have to take out some characters to make sure he can stay in this game. Craig is caught up very well. We saw this the last time Craig played, though. He's a bit of a comeback wizard. He starts off. He gets another Doc off the top. That is absolutely crazy. Calhoun and Doc is fantastic right now and exactly what he needs. He gets another sword and banishes Hades, getting the deity character. This is amazing top decking from Johnny. He's seeing exactly what he needs to, and it might be just enough to keep him in this game and stop Craig from taking the win. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Lore available on the board, can get to 18. Johnny's got to be aware of the Giant Cobra. He's going to be using Mim to take out Doc. Doc's still on the board, and he's going to be passing there. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 available on Madam Mim that can get him to 20. If he quests out for everything, if Craig can't get rid of everything, he can take this game on the next turn. This will be Johnny's. Craig is going to need to find a way to be able to do some damage here, be able to exert some characters. There is 1 damage total on Madam Mim. He can play around that. If he can get another damage onto the character, perhaps he challenges in with Cheshire Cat, moves it across, takes out Calhoun. That's going to do some more threat, but once again, Madam Mim is a bit of a control issue on the board. Quest out with the Demona and Genie, 14, 16. It means that Johnny would then have to find an evasive answer. He's going to struggle to get with the Genie, but he will have to ram everything into Demona, which means he's going to struggle there. I think realistically, it has to be sack the Genie into Madam Mim, move some damage across, then quest out with the Demona and Cheshire Cat. It keeps the game very tight, but this is very, very close at the minute. I will take a second to give a shout out to Johnny for his sleeves. Absolutely love them. Got a really cool, I'm not sure if that's a dragon or Lugia on it, but either way, it looks very, very cool. Definitely like to see that. This game is absolutely nail-biting, folks. I'm right at the edge of my seat, trying to cast this, trying to work out who is going to be able to take out the win. Literally could go either way depending on this turn. This turn matters. This is a very, very big turn at the minute. Craig having a little fiddle with zinc, try to think about what he can do in this turn, what he can do to try and stop Johnny from taking the win. Going to have to move some damage across somehow. Cheshire Cat's going to need to boost, going to need to do some damage somewhere. The big risk about moving the Genie in is if Johnny's able to top deck an Elsa or Cheshire Cat, Craig's then going to lose his Genie. But either way, he's about to lose the game. He only needs to quest for 4. If he gets rid of the Calhoun and the Madam Mim, that's only 3 he can quest with. Gets the Elsa down onto the field. Okay, he can exert here. Not a bad play whatsoever. If he has 7, this could do quite a lot of damage. I wouldn't hate that whatsoever. Potentially, he could exert the Olaf, challenge in, get the 2 damage from the Olaf onto the Elsa, then move that damage across onto the Calhoun, and then take out the Mim Elephant with Genie and Demona. That'll be a very, very big play, but it depends if he has enough ink to be able to boost afterwards. I'm fairly certain he has 7 ink available. If he does, this could be the perfect turn he needs to stay in this game. This is tooth and nail. Literally could go either way. Johnny sitting patiently, ready, waiting to see what's going to go on. He's moving the docks across, keeping the 2 characters the same as it is, while Craig works out what he wants to do. This is literally a case of if Craig's able to minimize this board, he takes the game. If not, it's Johnny's. Even if he top decks the Giant Cobra at this point, he's got no cards in hand, so it's not going to matter if he does top deck the Giant Cobra because he can't get it with only 1 card. Craig really, really thinking hard how he's going to keep himself in this game. I feel like it's the right option. It surely has to be Elsa, exert the Olaf, get the 2 damage on there, move the 2 damage across, take out Calhoun, and then the Demona and Genie takes out Madam Mim. Yes, he stays on 12 Lore, but it means you're completely minimizing what Johnny is able to do. He exerts the Olaf. It seems like the sensible decision. Elsa ready to challenge potentially into the Olaf. He could go into the Madam Mim, but I don't see the benefit of it unless he is going for that boost. Craig really thinking of every single option. Once again, they've got 70 minutes in this top 4, guys. They have plenty of time, but it's so interesting to see the speed that the game went at the beginning compared to now. A lot slower while the players think through the turns. They know the turns back to back on the opening turns, but this is the part where it becomes more challenging. The stalemates, the held up cards, where it comes right close to the very end of the game. What they do is going to be very, very difficult here. Craig needs to find an option to be able to take his cards out. He definitely has it, but it depends what Johnny's going to play on the next turn, depending on who is going to take this game or not. Really, really nail-biting. So, Genie is exerted here. Looks like he's potentially going to challenge with the Genie. Could be the play that I mentioned. Once again, try to make every single decision as close as possible. Obviously, if he's not able to move the damage with the Cheshire Cat, the play is not going to work, and that's going to be a lot more risky for him to be able to take out. At that point, surely Johnny can just leave his characters non-exerted, then win on the next turn. Cheshire Cat can be a little bit of a threat with the ping damage, but it just depends what he can top deck. We don't know. Does he have White Rose in this deck? If he does and quests out, top decks a White Rose, then it could be game over altogether. Craig obviously has all of this going around in his head at the minute. A very stressful time for both players. Johnny, an absolute rock at the minute, barely flinching, not even moving, waiting to see if he can take the game on the next turn. Craig looking a little bit more nervous, try to focus his mind, focus on his players, try to decide the right play, try to go forward to see if he can take the game here. Looks like Elsa's going to exert, going to be going into the Olaf. Then Cheshire Cat moving the damage across, getting rid of the Calhoun here. We still have Doc and Madam Mim on the field. I think this single turn has possibly taken longer than the whole game so far. This is really, really intense. 1 damage on the Madam Mim. Does he choose to do extra damage into it? He goes up to 16 with the Demona. He's taking the risk. Cheshire Cat's still there. Going to be inking. Iago plays out the Olaf. Craig shows game state on board. Moves the damage from Madam Mim Elephant onto Demona at the start of the turn. We've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore available for Craig. Johnny in a really, really touchy situation. He's led the game the whole way here. He does have that dock in hand, it looks like. So he's going to be playing down the dock, getting rid of the Genie straight away, drawing 2 new cards, see if he can come up with an answer here. He needs to be able to try and get rid of quite a lot of lore on board. If he can get rid of the Genie and the Demona, then there's only 3 lore, so Craig can't win at this point. But is he able to get rid of a strength would be really nice. But he'd need another character down to be able to take out the Genie. Plays down the Elsa, exerts the Olaf. Really nice play there. Looks like there's nothing he can do, and unfortunately has to scoot there. First game is going to Craig. Somehow he was able to bring that back, even with Johnny's explosive quick start. He got so close to the very end, but Craig was able to hold on. The comeback king himself, magician of underdogs, Craig manages to clutch a win there. That was a very, very impressive performance. I have to say, it felt like Johnny was going to take it the whole way through. He looked to be in a very strong position, even with a lack of card draw. He done really, really well there, getting the dock at the essential time, being able to move the game along. Got right to the very, very end, but Craig was able to find the right cards at the right time and push through. This brings us into game 2. Johnny is going to be on the play here. Now, Johnny obviously has the quicker version of the deck. It looks like a bit of a different version of the deck to Craig, which we like to see. We love a bit of spice. I have to say, I feel like going first, Johnny's going to have such a strong advantage here, and he may be able to push over the line. This could very well be a 3-game thriller, once again, in the top 4 for this tournament, guys. Once again, we are live from Grantham, Pendulum Gaming. Head on over to www.pendulumgaming.com. Make sure to check out my channels as well. You've got CrawfordCana official for my Instagram, CrawfordCana on Twitter, and then CrawfordCana on my Metafy, where I go through coaching. Feel free to book in with me if you want any tutorials on decks. Purple Steel also tends to be my specialty, since I had some few strong performances with that, but I'll leave that to you guys to decide. Move it on to the second game. Once again, a lot of prizing on the line here. We have 3 boxes to be split between the top 8. Obviously, the higher they come, the better the prizing that they're going to be getting. First place is going to be getting a full booster box, which is absolutely mental, but the other big prize on the line is Thank you for the show of cards there, Johnny. We love the showmanship. The other big prize on the line is getting the buy in the upcoming winner case tournament that Pendulum Gaming is going to be putting on. Now, bearing in mind, guys, this is a winner box tournament, and they've already agreed to put 3 boxes up for the top 8 prize in just because they wanted to, just because they felt like putting on a good show. Imagine what prizes they're going to be able to offer you in a winner case tournament. First place taking home the case. The rest of the prize in for the top 8 will be absolutely mental. You need to get yourself booked onto this if you're in the UK, no matter what. I guarantee you it's going to be one crazy tournament that you don't want to miss out on. 36 players here at Grantham today, been a massive slogfest. We've had 6 rounds of Swiss. We saw our number 1 seed get knocked out in the last room, Jordan. He went 5-0-1 for the whole day and then was beaten in the top 8 by the underdog in 8th place for Swiss. That was an absolute marathon of a match, taking just over 60 minutes. Absolutely crazy. In this game, we have a captain hook coming out. Strength for Raging Fire, inked by Johnny, and then playing out the Palace Guard. Now, I'm surprised. It looks like Craig actually went first there. I'm not sure if Johnny has decided for Craig to go first on that game. I'm not sure why he'd pick that. Surely that puts him at a disadvantage unless his deck is specifically teched to be better going second in the mirror. Very, very interesting. Palace Guard regardless comes out. Calhoun coming down is going to be a bit of a problem for the Palace Guard. Inks the Hades, going to be exerting 1 to play in Olaf and then passing turn. Not the best turn there for Johnny. He's going to be wanting the 2-cost character. This is a very good position for Craig to be in. He's quested for 1 for the hook. He's taken the lead, got the better cards on board. Calhoun is an absolute menace to be there because Purple Steel now can't exert. Going to be playing down Lexington, which is very strong. It means later on, Johnny is going to really struggle to get any of his evasives down like Genie because it's going to be able to one-shot it. But once, of course, Lexington has the Stone by Daylight ability, that means if there's 3 cards or more in the hand, Lexington can't ready. Don't need to worry about that just now since it's not exerted, but there's quite a few cards in Craig's hand, something he, of course, is going to be aware of. If he plays down the Genie as well, another card in hand, so a little bit risky. Having to ink an Elsa there from Johnny. I don't think his hand can be that strong. Playing out a Cheshire Cat, which at least is strong, but I think realistically, going to need to pass turn there. Can't exert, especially with the Calhoun on the board and the Lexington. He's going to lose his whole board there. Passes turn on to Craig. Craig's seeing exactly what to see on this curve here. 1, 2, 3. If he gets the turn for the 4-cost character down, can sing Strength. This could be exactly what you want to see for the purple deck. But once again, it depends if he has Strength. You don't always hit it. Going to be inking the Hypnotic Strength. That could have been nicer later on for Niago. Gets the Genie. Exactly what to see. He does have the Giant Cobra in hand. Realize sings the Strength as well. Gets rid of the Cheshire Cat. This is exactly what Craig wants to see. A perfect game start for Craig and a very, very rocky start for Johnny. 3-0 currently on the board for Law. Johnny going on to free ink. Going to be inking a card here. It looks like a Palace card going into the inkwell. Having to think about what he wants to put down, unsure about what direction he wants to go. It inks the Palace Guard, and then we're going to be hitting down a 4-cost character potentially, but it might be worthwhile hitting some lower cost characters just to fill out the board. Quest for 1 with the Palace Guard, going to be playing down the Madam Mim Elephant, a strong turn. Bring that down, puts the threat back, so he's able to take out the Calhoun the next turn, but he doesn't have anything to deal with Genie, which is quite a menace at this current state. 4 cards in hand for Johnny. Got quite a few cards available. Got Giant Cobra in hand. Going to be inking Black Heron. Plays down the Hades, targeting the Madam Mim Elephant. Surely he's... Yeah, that goes straight onto the bottom of the deck. He doesn't want to give Craig the additional card. But Craig is going to quest out here, going to a total of 4, 5, 6, 7 already. 7-1. Only 1 card in hand now, but the issue is he's only got an Olaf on the board. That's not going to do anything in this matchup. Olaf can't take anything out. Having to think about what he can do. He's got the Cheshire Cat in hand, but that's going to be useless with the Olaf on board. Exerting 4 here, going to be paying out potentially a Genie. No, hits the Thunderbolt, takes out the Genie, stops the questing power, but we still have 1, 2, 3, 4 lore available on board. Can go to 11 total on the next turn. Ink and Strength for Raging Fire, hate to see it. Then playing out Palace Guard. Feeling really bad for Johnny here. He's not seen the curve that he's looking for. This has been really, really unlucky for the poor gentleman. 2 cards left in hand. Craig's having a little bit of a think about what direction he wants to go. Hits down the Giant Cobra. Going to be discarding the Benger. Seems like the right play. Going up to 9 total. He can really afford to put his foot on the accelerator now and just rock it out. Quests out for a total of 4, going to 13 total. There is nothing on the board for Johnny that he can do to take out the characters. Surely Hypnotic Strength comes down, really useful. He gets to draw the card, then go to target what he wants to do with. Looks like he's put it down on the Palace Guard. It wouldn't be a bad idea to put it onto the Giant Cobra, get rid of that straight away. But I think realistically, he needs to take out that Calhoun. Putting it on the Palace Guard, taking out the Calhoun, very strong play, stops Craig from getting the 2 lore with the challenge. Having to think about how he wants to do it, putting another 2 down, goes for a Calhoun. Not a bad play, balancing the board a little bit. Now, takes out the Calhoun here, exactly as we said. 3 damage comes back onto Palace Guard, but I don't think at this point he's going to really care. Olaf comes down and takes out the Captain Hook as well. We have 3 cards still on the board for Craig. I think he's top decking, which isn't good for him. However, he's that far ahead, 13-1, that does it really matter? I don't know if Johnny's going to be able to come back. It seems like the polar opposite of the last game. Craig put his foot on the accelerator. Johnny having loads of cards in his hand, but barely anything he can do. Really, really poor characters on board. Even if he exerts, Calhoun's not going to be able to take out a character on his own. Going to have to use Palace Guard and Calhoun into another character. Quests with Lexington. Quest with Hades, Quest with Giant Cobra goes up to 16. Evasive card on the board. There is really nothing Johnny can do in this game. I think this is going to have to go to Craig, but Johnny is still fighting for it. Still trying to come up with an idea. Hits down Cheshire Cat. He can boost, do some additional damage, move some damage across from Palace Guard. 2 damage goes across onto... Having a little think what he wants to do. Moves it onto the Lexington, then Calhoun takes out 3 altogether. 2, 3, 4. Craig wins the game. Yep, and they have to scoop it. A really, really unfortunate game for Johnny. His deck just did not perform the way it needed to. However, a massive showing from Craig. Craig fought back valiantly in that first game, taking the win there. That is 1-1 to each player now. Very, very interesting. Oh, I see. So it looks like Craig actually lost the first game. I was under the impression that Johnny actually won the first game. This explains why he was going second. Maybe there was something that I missed, but I thought Craig would have been able to take out all his characters. Must have been a case that he wasn't able to boost us, and that's now a 1-1 stat line. Well, guys, this is going into the 3-game thriller like I promised you. This could be an absolute massive game. Johnny will be on the play this time. It makes a lot more sense. I was wondering why he'd opt to go second, but once again, will his deck brick like it did in the last one? That last game, he barely got to play, which is an absolute nightmare showing. But we do love to see a 3-setter in the top 4. Really, really nice game for us to watch here. Once again, we could be watching a Purple Steel Mirror, or we could be watching a Purple Steel versus Blurple match. The other game that's going on is actually Jordan's partner playing against a Blurple player, which I'm sure could be quite a redemption match if they're able to knock him out. A good bit of redemption for Jordan. But once again, Blurple does tend to have the advantage against Purple Steel. Jordan just didn't really draw in the previous game, so maybe his partner will have a little bit better luck. Maybe find a few more docs. Obviously, Jordan seen none in that previous game. Regardless, though, the final is going to be one hell of a match. And I don't think I hate the idea of a Purple Steel Mirror. That could be very, very exciting. Johnny obviously having a different style to normal deck. Craig having the more traditional style of Purple Steel, but it depends what's going to happen. Johnny having a bit of a quicker deck, but it seems to be bricking quite a lot. Craig being the comeback king, able to come back from really far behind, showing that multiple times here. Going to be inking the Black Heron, paying out Olaf for Johnny, then pass and turn. Craig having a little bit of think about what he wants to do. I think he's got a Palace Guard in hand. Could be useful. Inks the Black Heron, plays out Palace Guard. Mirror for the ink, but 2 different cards on board. Olaf sitting on the board, could be inking Palace Guard. Does he have the Calhoun? This could be an excellent play. Yes, plays down the Calhoun. Exactly what Johnny's want to see. A little bit of a better start here for Johnny. He's a little bit more in the game. This means that Palace Guard can't exert. However, if Palace Guard does exert, it's going to have to be Olaf and Calhoun that goes into it. That takes out Olaf on the board. 1 less card as well. I think realistically, though, we just keep the Palace Guard non-exerted. We don't force the exertion if we don't need to. We wait and take our time. 1 law on the board for Johnny. Giant Cobra goes into the Inkwell. Calhoun comes down. We mirror that play exactly. So realistically, he could exert the Palace Guard, get rid of the Olaf. Then when Calhoun challenges in, he gets rid of the Calhoun, but he decides to take out the Olaf. Interesting. So doesn't allow that to happen. I think realistically, he should have quested with the Palace Guard there and forced Johnny to trade in with both characters. That would have been far better for him. He didn't need to take out the Olaf there. Palace Guard comes down. Then we're additionally going to be putting down a copy of Doc. Not really what Johnny wants to be seeing right now, I can't imagine. Doc, not a great card to start the game. With only 2 cards in hand, I have to assume Johnny has another Doc in hand. Bricking on the double Doc is an absolute nightmare, something you do not want to see ever for a Purple Steel player. It's awful when you don't hit your Docs, but it's even worse when you see multiple of them at the same time. Demona comes down to the Inkwell. Lexington comes down onto the field. Craig is seeing an ideal start here. Got his 1-2-3 curve. I don't know if he's got Strength for Ocean Fire in his hand, but Genie coming out on the next turn, then singing with the Lexington could be a massive play. Just going to be passing here. Both players not wanting to exert, keeping their characters safe and protected. Johnny just making sure to build his board up a little bit. If he has a 1 cost and a Strength in hand, he could take out that Lexington. Hits down the Hypnotic Strength, plays down, takes out the Palace Guard here. Hypnotic Strength obviously being in action, being able to trigger the Vanish ability, popping a card straight into the discard, which is really, really exciting. Just seen in the comments there, the Swords and Elster Challenge in Game 2 made Johnny win. Thank you for passing that on to me. I completely missed that. Yeah, very good point. Sometimes you just miss it, but luckily I've got you guys in the comments to keep me on track. Thank you very much for that information. I was hideously confused about what was going on there. But we are back in track for the game. Genie comes down onto the field. We've got Lexington and Calhoun also on the field. We've got Calhoun, Palace Guard, and Doc on the field for Johnny. 1-1 each in this game. Top 4 cut. Winner of this is in contention of getting a bye for the first round, the upcoming Winner Case tournament, and also getting some hell of a prize and getting a box for winning. Now, great turn here. Goes Cheshire Cat into a Doc, getting to draw 2 cards. As much as Johnny didn't have the best start, per se, getting the Doc down with the double Docs, he has managed to get a very full field. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters on board, in contrast to the 3 characters that we currently have for Craig. Only 1-0 at the minute, so still could go either way, but Johnny does not have a lot of cards in hand, whereas Craig seems to still have quite a few. Looks like 5 characters in hand, got the evasive threat with Genie, and can clear out with Lexington. Lexington could be a good idea to quest here if you wanted to, but plays down another Genie. Genie is absolutely brilliant for Craig right now, really keeping up the evasive threat. No evasive threats on Johnny's board. He struggled to see his evasive characters. A massive shame for Johnny that he's not seeing them, but sometimes you just get the exact cards that you need to. Going to be hitting down the Hyeldis Thunderbolt. Takes out the Cheshire Cat. Very strong play. Johnny drawn for turn here. We have a total of 5 available. Going to be paying 4. Does he have a Genie himself? Having a solid think about what he wants to do here. Regardless, very close, but Craig is very closely starting to run away with. Iago could be a game changer, though. This is really, really nice. This is exactly what he needs to be able to take out one of those pesky Genies. Obviously, Craig's still on 0, so he's not getting that far ahead. As long as Johnny can control the board a little bit, he can run away with this game quite quickly. Double Calhouns on both sides. We've got Calhoun for each player. 2 Genies on board for Craig. The Palace Guard double Doc. Not too useful for Johnny right now. However, Iago is a very strong play. If Johnny pulls into a Strength, this could be useful to wipe out a big card on the board for Craig. Craig obviously not going to want to exert those Genies now because the Iago threat. 1-0 on the scoreline. I'm going to think about what he wants to do. He's got the Hades there. He could play that down on the Iago. I don't think Johnny's want to get rid of that, so it does mean Craig will be able to draw 2 cards, but he doesn't exactly need the 2 cards at the minute, and it could be a waste of Hades when he wants to get rid of something later in the game. Obviously, we're still very early on at the state right now. Olaf going into the Inkwell. 6 ink available. Going to be paying out 5. Looks like an Elsa, perhaps. Plays down the Elsa. Going to be exerting the Iago. Then we're going to hit Lexington and Elsa in. Lexington goes straight out, but you get rid of Iago, which means Genie is now safe to quest on both sides. Very smart forefronted play by Craig. Going up to 4-1 total, and then passing turn. Only a couple of cards left in hand for Craig now. Johnny doesn't have a lot of cards either. Very, very tight mirror match. 2 different style of decks, 2 very good players playing their decks to the best of their abilities. The decks seem to be functioning not too bad, but I think Craig's is definitely performing a little bit better in this game. Johnny bricked really badly in the last game, and he's struggled a little bit in this one too, but he's still hanging in there. Madam Mim comes down. That is a very good play. Ink's magical maneuvers, hits down Doc, gets the additional draw. That is fantastic, and exactly why you want to see Madam Mim in your purple steel build. So useful for being able to bring that Doc back, or another card that you need at random time. Can also utilize that effect on Cheshire Cat to boost up lore. Quest out, Doc, Palace Guard going up to 4 each. But once again, the issue is we don't have any answers for the 2 Genies which are on board. Craig's secret weapon at the minute that Johnny just can't seem to do anything to beat. Iago was a great counter, but he's been able to take that out straight away. Craig being very smart with the Elsa play, using Lexington and Elsa. Lexington really overperforming the set, a massive threat. Great for taking out genies, great for taking out evasive threats. Obviously, the Stone by Daylight effect is an absolute nightmare, but still very strong. Cheshire Cat comes down, can move some damage off the Elsa, chooses to boost, moves the 2 damage across, takes out the Calhoun. Very strong play by Craig there, taking out the threat on the field, stopping him from being able to get the additional law. However, still can't quest from the non-evasive characters due to Madam Mim, but surely. Okay, he uses the Calhoun to take out the Doc, goes up to 6, going to be questing out here, going to 10, 11 total. Very nice play. Obviously, the Madam Mim Elephant going to be able to take out the Calhoun. I imagine he'll do that straight away just to stop him getting any additional law. But Palace Guard and Doc on the field isn't going to do much for him. 3 damage back comes onto the Madam Mim Elephant. Strong play, being able to get rid of that. But 1, 2, 3 evasive threats and a Cheshire Cat's a problem. Finally gets the Genie, something that he's not been seeing this game, being a massive shame for poor Johnny. But he does hit down with the Strength for Rage and Fire, gets rid of the cat. Only the 3 evasive characters now to go on the board. But the big issue, quest for 5 on the next turn goes to 16. Quest for 2 goes to 6. Is the writing on the wall at this point? He can take... No, he's not going to be able to take anything out. He can move the damage across with the Madam Mim, and then Genie can take out one of the other Genies, but Craig's still going to be questing really heavily now. Goes to 16 this turn, and then the next turn just needs 4 to be able to take it. Not hit his Cobras down yet, so he can always hit that to go through. Johnny needs to catch up somehow, needs something in the bag, needs to pull off a miracle here to be able to keep up with Craig, who has just had an absolute miracle performance and might just go all the way to the finals here and take the prize home. First place, a buy in the upcoming winner case, and also a humongous box taken home. Craig really showing what you can do, come from behind, starting off where lost, bringing it back. Potentially could be 2 wins back to back. This would be huge for Craig. But once again, Johnny played very well as well. Once again, it's a massive shame. He drew so well in the first game. He played so well, but he scraped through after Craig had the massive comeback. And then the second game, his deck just was not functioning the way it wants to be. So Johnny really having to fight tooth and nail, just stating this. If he can pull off a Craig special comeback, so to speak, patented now by Craig, it would be amazing for the stream to see. But I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. Lexington goes down and think, well, hitting down Hades going to be targeting the Genie there. Johnny says, nope, you just have to draw. He cannot afford to lose that character. It's the only way he's staying in the game. He needs to have it. But this is the big benefit of Hades coming down at this point. It means you're getting the additional draw. Now, also going to be challenging in getting rid of the Madam Mim Elephant. We've still got the 2 Genies on the board. Quest now going 15 altogether. Hades on the board. We have game on the board for Craig. If Johnny is not able to take anything out, he is absolutely done now. The Mim was essential to be able to move the damage across. Elsa comes down, really essential, takes out the Hades. Xerxes can now go Genie Elsa into a Genie, take it out. Inks down this special Iago, gets Lexington on board, takes out one of the Genies, but Craig can now go to 18 total. He needs the Giant Cobra on board in his hand to win the game, and that's all it's going to take. Craig's moving this in quickly. I think he might have it in his hand. Passes the turn. Going to draw for turn here. If he has the Giant Cobra, he wins. He has the Giant Cobra in hand. I'm sure he has the Giant Cobra here. Going to quest out with the Genie. 2-3. Goes to 18. Hits down the Giant Cobra. Discards. And that is the game. What a fantastic performance. Craig, the comeback king, strikes again, winning a massive match against Johnny here. That could not have been a better showing from Craig. Really showing what a fantastic player he is. Condolences go to Johnny. Top 4. Still an amazing performance here. Fought his heart out to try and stay in the game. So unlucky. But Craig, a massive well done goes to you. Guys, we're going to be moving into the finals in a second. Stay tuned with us. We are going to have an absolute thriller of a finals match, which I can't wait to show you. Massive well done to both Johnny and Craig, but a super well done goes to comeback king Craig. See you soon, guys, for the finals. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to CrawfordCana. We are live right now for the finals of Pendulum Gaming in Grantham, the first tournament of 2026, UK Store Champs for an absolute thriller. We have a mirror match here, Craig versus Beth. This is going to be one hell of a game. We've seen both of these players on stream multiple times today. Multiple times they've had great showings, and they are going to fight it out for a fantastic showing in this Win a Box tournament. On the line, we not only have a booster box of Whispers in the Well, but we also have, finally, a buy in the upcoming Win a Case tournament ready in the upcoming months, hosted by Pendulum themselves. So make sure to stay tuned. Going to be one hell of a match here. Cannot wait to see how this goes. Two fantastic players. Comeback King Craig himself versus Queen of the Stream Beth. Don't know who to root for, but I know both players are absolutely fantastic. We started off with Palace Guard and a hook on the board. Obviously, this is seeding, guys, so the higher seed is going first in the tournament. We then went into Black Heron for Beth, passing it back to Craig, having a little option, having a little think about what direction he wants to go in. Quite a few options in his hand. I'm not sure if he has a great turn to it, but he does have the Black Heron. He's fine there, hidden in the back of his hand. If he didn't have that 2 cost, that could have been a little bit of a problem. I think we're going to see a lot of stall in this game, a lot of cards held ready, no need to quest when you don't need to. It's going to come down to a big lore burst when they need to. However, we opt for a quest with the Palace Guard. Interesting that he's taking that. Going to force Black Heron and Captain Hook to challenge in if he so chooses to. Going to be exerting 3 here. Goes to the Lexington. Very strong play here. Stops Craig from being able to put down any big evasive threats. Something we really like to see. Craig's going to be ready and then bring his characters back. Optionally, did not challenge in with the Black Heron and the Captain Hook here. Obviously want to protect that for a little bit longer. Both players perhaps going for a strength here on the turn 4 after they get their turn 3, turn 4 out. Could be a potential option, something we're holding on to. But Lexington is going to be a big, massive threat in this game here. Craig having to think about what he wants to do on the turn. I will remind you, this is untimed for the finals. The players have as much time as they like, but they've assured me they're going to be super speedy. So make sure you stay along to the end, guys. I know it's been a long day, but it will be well worth it to see this epic match. We've got Craig coming down with the Cheshire Cat special on the turn 3. Really useful card here for being able to move damage about, being able to threaten the board state. I really love Cheshire Cat coming down early. A lot of players don't like to use it until you get to turn 5, but I think it just gives you a few more options, which is really relevant. Beth's going to be exerting, plays down the Giant Cobra, discarding the Diablo, gets the additional 2 lore from it, goes to 2 altogether. Then going to be singing Strength for Rage and Fire, takes out the Cheshire Cat. Humongous play from Beth here, clearing out the board. Questing with the Black Heron, going to 3 total, 3-1 deficit. Beth taking the lead, she has seen the exact curve she needs. Craig not too far behind, he has answers in his hand, he has the cards he needs, he can stay in this game, but it's all a case of who can keep the board clear at the right time. The big difference, I will say, Beth is quickly running out of cards in hand, not as many options. Hit the Genie with Craig, so does have that evasive threat, but Lexington is going to be able to take out the Genie when it eventually quests, something, of course, Craig is going to be very aware of. Lexington has the Stone by Daylight ability that if you have 3 or more cards in your hand, you cannot ready it, but Beth was such a small hand in a perfect position to be able to utilize Lexington here. Craig having a little flick through the hand, ink the Elsa there, going to be passing over to Beth. Going to be ready in a character. He's got 4 cards on the board in comparison to Craig's 3. Draws for turn. Going to be inking here. Sticks down the Giant Cobra. Interesting that we get rid of the lore booster there. Sticks that into the inkwell. 4 ink altogether down. Going to be questing with the Giant Cobra and the Lexington and the Black Heron. Going all the way up to 6. Racing the board state at the minute. Putting a lot of pressure on Craig. Does not have the 4th character to put down the risky. Obviously something needed a little bit big there. Perhaps it's an Elsa. Perhaps it's a Hades. Perhaps it's a Demona. Something bigger she does not want to get rid of. Something she is valuing. But this is the exact break that Craig needs to be able to keep himself in this game. I can't help but think surely it would be an idea to get rid of the Lexington with the his Thunderbolt there, to put a little bit of pressure on, but goes for the Hades, drops down. Not sure what character he's selected, but he could potentially get some draw here. I'm not sure Beth is going to want to get rid of her characters. This is the big risk of Hades. Does the player get rid of it, or do they let you have the draw? Craig, of course, does have some cards in his hand, but Beth elects to let him have the draw. She does not want to get rid of any cards on the board state, forcing him to stay there, stay ready to challenge. There's nothing really that he can do to get rid of the threats at the minute, so he might just hold off and wait to the next turn, but it does look He sings the Strength for Rage and Fire, takes out Lexington. That really is the correct play there. Getting with the big threat against the evasive. Genie is his most valuable character. It's going to let him quest out. She's not got anything to do with the evasive. Black Heron goes into Black Heron, trades it out. 3 cards on the board for Craig compared to 2 cards for Beth. Once again, come back King Craig, doing it exactly the way you need to, slowing it down, wait until you need to, playing the exact cards he needs, hitting what he needs, coming from behind, even with a 6-1 deficit. Looking in a really strong position here. 4 cards in total hand for Craig so far. Exactly what he's going to want to be seeing. Taking his time, playing it sensible. Meanwhile, Beth only has 2 cards in hand. I can't help but to think it could have been really risky not playing a card on that turn. If that's going to come back and bite her, I don't know. Dumbo goes into the Inkwell, plays down the Elsa. Okay, she's going to exert a card here, whether it's Palace Guard or Hades, I'm not too sure. Surely it's got to be the Hades. Stop the threat. No, goes to the Palace Guard. Cobra goes into Palace Guard, gets rid of the Law Quester here, and then going to be able to quest. Nope, goes 2 damage into the Genie. Might as well get it on there. If there's a Cheshire Cat that comes down, that could bite her a little bit, but no cards in the hand now for Beth. A really risky position, even at a 6-1 lead. Having to think about what she wants to do. Kept the Giant Cobra on the board, so that's good. Kept the strong character there. But there's so many cards in the hand for Craig at the minute. This is really useful for him to just sit back, relax, play the cards he needs to, and start doing some damage into a board, gradually chipping away. Of course, if Beth could top deck into a Demona, that could be useful, but she's only on 5 ink, which means she wouldn't be able to play it. Needs to have that 1 additional ink. Going to be playing down the Cheshire Cat here. Like we said, that is the worst thing to happen after the Elsa going into the Genie. I think it has to be boost the Cheshire Cat, then potentially Genie moves the damage onto Elsa here. The Cheshire Cat is boosted, and then we move the damage across, takes 4 damage into the Elsa, and then we finish it off with the Genie. Really strong play there. Really, really nice. Protecting the Genie, keeping it on board for as long as possible. Seems like the sensible play. Cheshire Cat, Hades, and Genie on the board. Going to be singing Held as Thunderbolt. Gets rid of Giant Cobra. Only a Captain Hook on the board now. Not the position that Beth wants to be in. Craig really starting to dominate, really showing how good he is at coming back from behind. Beth draw a card. Not too sure how happy it is with it. Can't really tell from the body language. Having a little bit of a think what she wants to do. If this is a Demona, this would be absolutely dreadful. Not something she wants. She's had to pass the turn again. Not being able to play here is awful. That's 2 turns she's had to miss. The deck just really not hitting the way it's supposed to. Unlucky for Beth. In the last game we saw both Johnny and Craig struggling with their draw, not getting the cards they need. And unfortunately, it's happened to Beth here right again in the finals. The worst time for it to happen, but Purple Steel can come out of nowhere. There's still a chance she can come back into it. She's got a 6-1 deficit. She is still winning the game so far, as much as she doesn't have board presence. Going to be moving the damage off of Genie there, taking out Captain Hook. Nothing left on the board for Beth, completely empty. 1 card in hand, not the position she wants to be in. Craig now has options to be able to play out cards, then start questing out. Calhoun comes down onto the board. Really nice to see that. Going to quest out for 2, 3, 4 total, bringing up to 5, closing off that deficit. Calhoun's really nice here just because any lower cost characters that she puts on the board, she now can't quest because Calhoun will wipe, take not a lot of damage back, and then gain 2 lore as well. Inks the strength for Rage and Fire, not which one sees, but the dock is really nice in this position. I think it must have been the strength in her hand the last turn, something that she definitely would have played if she had the dock 4. Hits down the White Rose, gets to the lore. Good answer, and then going to have to pass the turn there. Only 1 card in the hand, and once again, we can't deal with Genie on the board. The evasive threats are the big difference maker here. We see it so many times, guys, that evasive characters really can take it away if you're not able to answer them. And sometimes your deck just doesn't fire, and you don't get that evasive answer. I really think this game, Genie could just win Craig this game by just questing out constantly with it. If she can't find any answers to it, he can just run away with the game. Gets the Dumbo down, be able to get some extra draw here. Does he want to exert the Genie, get the additional card into his hand? I feel like it's worth it. He doesn't need 2 lore from Genie at the minute. He's sitting comfortably. He's in the lead for card advantage. Going to be exerting, gains the lore, draws a card, keeping his hand filled up. The sensible play. Next turn, he can do that with Dumbo and Genie, potentially drawing 2 cards. Really nice option for him. I think potentially we quest for the haste, but no, 6 the strength for Rage and Fire. What an amazing turn for Craig. Takes out the White Rose, questing out with the Calhoun now, going up to 8 total, 8 to 7. Beth only got 2 cards in her hand. 5 cards in the ink, I think it is. If she can ink and hit a Demona, she could be in a chance coming back. This is going to be very, very difficult for her to manage. Craig having a very strong board. This is going to be very hard to beat for any deck, never mind just Beth's. Cheshire Cat comes down, going to be hitting the Jafar down. Not exactly what she wants to see, but it is an evasive threat. Can take out the Dumbo on the following turn with the Jafar. That is good, unless Craig is able to answer it. Cheshire Cat could cause a problem. If he's able to find an Elsa and exert the card, that could really ruin Beth's day a little bit, but she's still hanging in there for just now. Going to be exerting, looks like 4 ink. Goes for another Genie, another evasive threat. Not what Beth wants to see. Genie coming down, giving the additional draw, keeping the evasive pressure up. It's really huge for Craig right now. Hits down another Calhoun onto the board. Craig's board state going absolutely wide, extremely huge. This is very difficult position to be able to deal with, especially when you do not have card draw resources to be able to fight back. Having a little think if he wants to quest, if he wants to use Dumbo's ability. Not sure if he's got the remaining resources left to be able to use it, but I don't hate questing out with the Genie. Dumbo could be a riskier quest move because it will be popped with the Jafar. Now, if he quests with the Genie, he can do 3 damage into the Jafar, but is there anything she can move damage on from the Cheshire Cat, or does he want to just stay stable here and keep his cards non-exerted? 8 to 7. Once again, there's no rush for him to get the lore. He doesn't need to do that yet, but filling the board out is the best thing to do to stop Beth from being able to come back into this game. Craig just taking his time, having a solid think about the way he wants to do this turn. Plenty of time here. Untimed finals match. Once again, live in Grantham. Pendulum Gaming. You are here live. CrawfordCana. Make sure to hit the subscribe button on YouTube for me. 608 subscribers at the minute. We're trying to get all the way to 1,000. Any help you can give me, I deeply appreciate. Some of you might not even realize you're not subscribed, so double check that icon. Hit the subscriber button. Make sure to hit the bell so you're notified for any future videos. We will be casting at further set champs during this set. Looks like we've got both Genie and Dumbo exerted. I'm not sure how I feel about Dumbo being exerted there. That feels a little bit risky, being able to take out Bellatrix, but going to quest out here. So that's 2, 3, 4 total. 5 quests from the Hades as well, going up to 13, just putting his foot on the gas and saying that's fine, take it out, I don't mind, try and catch me if you can. Obviously, the big issue is going into that, it's going to be losing her card as well, which puts her at even more of a deficit. Craig is just looking to step on the gas at this point, a smart strategy, and I don't hate it. Sometimes it's best to not exert your characters, it's just fine to put your foot down and say catch me if you can, and in this situation, I don't know if Beth is going to be able to. She's going to need something special to be able to do something. Once again, I think the only way she comes back into this match is potentially a Demona, but I don't know if she's going to draw into it. Cheshire Cat's going into a character, takes out the Calhoun, looks like she's going to boost here, puts a card under the Cheshire Cat, going to move some damage across now, can take out the Calhoun there perhaps. Obviously, the moving the damage counters go around the resist, just having to think where she wants to put it. Jafar is ready to take out the Dumbo. She could also move it onto the Genie. Jafar goes into the Genie, takes it out, stops the question power. But at the minute, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore available on board. Takes out the Calhoun, so Calhoun can't challenge it and take out the Cheshire Cat. Smart play, but we still have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore available on board. He needs to take out the Dumbo now. Jafar has to go into it, gets rid of it. However, he now goes to 19. If he has the Giant Cobra in hand, Craig takes the game. Once again, we're Giant Cobra. Having to think which he wants to do. Plays down the Black Heron, a good bit of challenging, but once again, can't do anything to the evasive threat. Beth steamrolled ahead at the start of the game, but she's only gained barely any lore since, maybe 2 lore in the last few turns. I can't help but to think not being able to draw and not being able to ink is just absolutely ruining the chances here. Going to quest out fully, going to 19. Hits down the Giant Cobra. Craig takes another set playing Giant Cobra. This is becoming Comeback King Craig's lucky card here. 1-0 to Craig in the finals. Are we going to go to a 3-set game? I don't know, but the next game is going to be an intense one. Hopefully, Beth is able to come back here with a strong result. Thank you to those in the chat. I appreciate all your comments. It's lovely you guys staying up here. It's lovely hearing from you. So please stay there. I do appreciate all your comments, and I appreciate you enjoying my energy because trust me, I'm getting a little bit tired as we speak. We have been going for hours here at Grantham, but it's felt like minutes with how strong these games are. We have 2 really, really solid competitors on stream at the minute. Once again, another shout out has to go to Pendulum Games for the amazing performance that they've had, for letting us have this store champs here, giving us such great prizing. So head on over to www.pendulumgaming.com, check out their stock. They host everything. They have a cool D&D room here if you want to come visit the store. I'm currently commentating in that just now. It's absolutely stunning. They have plenty of tables. They run regular tournaments. They do Riftbound, One Piece, Lorcana. Everything magic is, I can't even list all of them, but the stock they have in here is just too much to even keep track of. But the main reason we're here, guys, is to focus on this final match. Now, I do want to take a minute to appreciate, have a look at that challenge mat that Beth has down on the board at the minute. This Simba looks absolutely stunning. Really, really beautiful mat that she's got for a DLC there. Love to see that on the board. But we are going into potentially the last match of today if Beth is not able to take this back and take the win. However, she is going first here. She's got the advantage. She's on the play. So if anything, this could be where she mounts a solid performance. Both these players have been fighting hard all day. They have a great record in Swiss. They've been fighting really hard to get here. It's been tooth and nail to get into this position. So a massive well done to both players. Whether it's going to be Queen of the Stream Beth taking the victory or it's going to be comeback King Craig, we'll have to wait and see. But we're at a 1-0 deficit. Craig in the lead so far, going into game 2 of a potential game 3 thriller here. Pendulum Gaming live and grand from the first tournament of 2026 for the Lorcana scene in the UK. We love to see it. Once again, you're live here with CrawfordCana. Please make sure to double check that you hit that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers as quickly as possible. To those of you that have been with us the whole day, thank you so much for staying here. Be active in the chat, be vocal, be loud. We want to hear your feedback. I've got my producer in the room with me. She's showing me everything that you guys say, so I am keeping track of that. We're having a great time, and I hope you're enjoying as much at home, at Store Champs, wherever you are watching this game. We are in the finals. Captain Hook goes down. Captain Hook goes onto the field, and we pass and turn on to Craig. Somebody's just asked if we've got the deck list show. I do have copies of all the deck lists. These are going to be uploaded onto Inktable, so don't worry, they will be coming soon. If there's any decks that you specifically want covered, please let me know in the comments. I can take a photo of that. I can do a video in the future letting you know about what that deck was, how it was played, and then where they came in the tournament. That'd be really interesting to do. But at the minute, the 2 decks we want to know about is these 2 massive Purple Steel Titans going toe-to-toe. Looks like Craig didn't have the turn 1 there, not what he's looking for. We go Captain Hook into Jafar for Beth. Looks like she's having a stronger start than Craig is, but we know what Craig's like. He can come back from a really big deficit. Palace Guard comes down. Going to be Calhoun coming out onto the field. 3-2 stat line, gets resist 1, gains 2 lore if you take out a character. Really strong character to have. Claim it's uninkable, but we love seeing that on the board, and it's great in a match like this. Struggles a little bit against control decks like Blurple, but against Purple Steel, it forces your opponents not to be able to exert. Cheshire Cat coming down, the biggest kryptonite to Calhoun. Quest with the Jafar here. 3 stat lines with Calhoun trades into it. Craig gets the 2 lore, but he does lose a character on board, which is risky, so I can't help but think that he's not going to be questing that here or challenging in. Dumbo goes into the Inkwell. Don't need Dumbo just yet, but it is a nice turn 4 if you don't have any other option. Going to be spending out for a Cheshire Cat himself, and then potentially he's going to be passing turn here. I don't know if it's wise to get rid of the Jafar. Okay, Calhoun goes into Jafar, stops it from getting too wide for board state. We go 2-2, equal footing at the minute. Going to be inking a card for best turn here. We have 4 ink available. After inking, if she gets the genie here, this could be a nice little reflection on Craig. She struggled to get rid of the evasives. It would be nice if Craig was in that same position. Has to ink the strength for Raging Fire. Not the best spot. Going to be playing out the Olaf. Still has 3 ink available. Can still play cards in hand, but it depends what she's going to be going for. Surely she doesn't quest out work characters here. She wants to protect them, I believe. But Cheshire Cat is going to be singing strength for Raging Fire. So we have double strength in hand, and then we can play down the dock, gets 2 cards short. Not a bad play here. A shame we had to lose both strands. Not the most optimal hand for Beth. Craig's still sitting there, quite a few cards in hand. However, this turn, he can move that damage back across onto another character if he so chooses to, but he might just choose to put out an evasive threat on the board for Beth to deal with. She's got Doc, Olaf, Cheshire Cat, and Captain Hook on the board. 4 characters to 1, 2 lore each. Beth on 4 ink, Craig currently on 3, but can still ink for this following turn. Having a little bit of a think about what he wants to do here. We're going to be sticking Demona, challenging Demona, got Stone by Daylight ability, but with her challenger, she can do 7 damage when played. I can't help but think she might have been good in this matchup just to be able to do a bit of threatening. However, with Beth on a low hand size, same issue as she had in the previous game, he might not need it. Plays down the genie, get the additional cards into his hand, keeps his hand filled. A sensible play. Going to be having a think of what she wants to do here. We have 4 ink available, can go to a 5th. If she has an Elsa, this could be a really nice play, but I don't know if she would have got that from the dock. Gets the genie off the dock. That is really nice. Getting additional cards into her hand. Stops the issue from being struggling with the hand draw. Keeps her in the game. Is she going to ink for this turn? I can't help but to think having 2 games in a row where she couldn't ink on every turn would be devastating. Going to be inking the Giant Cobra. Don't like to see it going to the Inkwell with the Sun Law Burst, but she doesn't have much of a choice here. Needs to keep the Inkwell going. Having a little bit of a think if she wants to exert. Now, the benefit is by questing here, she can force the Cheshire Cat to challenge and take herself out, unless Cheshire Cat moves the damage first, then challenges into a character, takes it out. Going for 5 here. Of course, the other risk is he could just not exert Cheshire Cat, move the damage across, and she would immediately lose Olaf or Captain Hook. And I suppose Doc, she's just not valuing at this point, knowing it's not really going to do much on the board. So might as well get as much lore out of it as possible. Beth currently on 5 lore to Craig's 2. Craig does have a lot more cards in hand though, and definitely has options. I see an Iago in the hand there. That could be a very strong play. Another evasive threat gets rid of the Genie, but we do have Genie and Cheshire Cat on the board here. If Craig has an Elsa, this could be a really strong play. Exert that Genie, both the Genie and the Elsa. Going into Genie would be a lovely turn. Going to be ink in here. Let's see what he goes for the ink. Having a quiet think. Sticks the Dumbo down into the inkwell. Now, both players still playing quite quick here, especially for an untimed finals. Craig having a big decision about what he wants to get rid of. Obviously, Beth struggling with card draw, but she does have a very wide board, which Craig is going to have to slowly chip away at if he wants to stay in the game. Once again, if Beth hits some sun card draw, she can run away with this game, get to a very quick lore total. Craig is to be very aware of that. Once again, thinking of every single option. We know Craig's meticulous like this. He likes to think about what he's doing, get rid of the threats as quick as he can. He's going to be hitting down the Hades. Interesting. Going to give the option here to pop a card or give the draw. I can't help but to think, though, that Beth's probably just going to let him have the draw. She's not going to want to clear her board at this point. The question is, what card does he go for? Doesn't matter. She says no. He's going to get the 2 cards drawn in hand. Craig's hand looking very full at this point. Hades coming in at a clutch time, letting him have that card draw, but he does have the strength of Rage and Fire. Can sing that. Sings the Zeus, taking a strength, held his Thunderbolt, taking out the Genie, gets rid of it anyway. This is the big bait play with Hades. Select a card, and then when they don't get rid of it, gives you the card draw. Then taking it out anyway feels really great as the player. Moving on to Beth, got 4 characters on board, still winning on the lore total. Looks like we're going to be going for 4, perhaps 5 ink total. Moving that across, does she have an Elsa that she can play down? Realistically, though, it wouldn't be able to take out the Genie, but it might be nice being able to get the Cheshire Cat off the field. Means she can start exerting her characters, start putting a bit more pressure on. However, Craig sitting in a comfortable position, loads of cards in hand. Exerting 4. Held his Thunderbolt, going to be getting rid of the Genie, gets rid of the evasive threat. That's nice. We like it. Now going to be questing out. Going to be questing 1, 2, 3. Olaf, Doc, and Hook going up to 8. Putting a little bit more pressure on Craig. He's going to have to start challenging in. Less characters on the board, obviously behind on the total, but that's not a bad pull that he's just got into his hand here. He's got some options, start reducing the board here. The question is he going to utilize Cheshire's Cat ability, move the damage across, try and protect it for a little bit longer? Does he value that cat? And I think he needs to. Cheshire Cat is such a strong card in this matchup, especially when she has another cat. Wants to keep the damage off it as long as possible, but realistically, it's going to need to take out a character here. Surely Cheshire Cat would be going into Olaf or Captain Hook. If he puts it onto Doc or Cheshire Cat, Beth can then move it on her following turn, which puts Craig in a poor position. 2 lore to 8 deficit for Craig. Once again, having a think. Come back, King Craig. Try to think of every possible solution on how he stays in this game. Beth going very, very quick, but does not have the card draw advantage in her hand. Beth looking still as a statue at the minute. Very, very stoic. Knows exactly what she needs to do. Knows exactly what she needs to pull. Craig moving along slowly as well. Try to work out with all the options he has in his hand. So much card draw. So many different plays he can make. There's a lot on the line during this game, ladies and gentlemen. Both players need to make the right decision at the right time, or they could completely throw the game. I have to say, hurled his Thunderbolt on the last turn from Beth was absolutely stunning, taking out that Genie. We really loved seeing that. Craig is definitely under pressure here. Even with the little cards in Beth's hand, you can see with Craig taking this long that he still feels the pressure against her. He knows that he's not in the best situation, but he's still in a decent situation. The main thing is not letting her get too far ahead. For Beth, if she can put her foot on the gas and just escape a little bit, Craig's going to have to play catch up, and I think that might be a best strategy at the minute, to try to say catch up if you can, but once again, it's dependent on getting the card draw. Going to be inking the Captain Hook. Get rid of the 1 cost. Seems sensible. Very, very nice play. He held his Thunderbolt, takes out the Cheshire Cat. 4 damage going into that. Wipes it off the board immediately. I can think of worse plays. That's a good card to have in your hand. Uninkable, so it can clog it. Sometimes it's nice to sing it, but once again, no point wasting it. Now, does he have enough ink to be able to boost a card? I don't think so. He's inked a card. No, he's left 2 there. He's left 2 in his inkwell, so he can choose to boost if he wants. Could take out 1 card, then use the Cheshire Cat to move the damage across. Take out another. Not an awful play whatsoever. Hades takes out the Doc, 1 damage onto the Hades. Does he boost with the Cheshire Cat? Does he move 2 damage across and take out either the Hook or the Olaf? Now, the issue is, if Hook stays on the board here, Hook is going to be able to take out Hades. So maybe he takes out that, Olaf being the stronger damage. If he challenges in, going to be boosting here, moving damage, taking that straight off, putting on Captain Hook, and then finally we're going to be challenging into Olaf. I can't help but to think a stronger play there would have been to do the damage into Captain Hook. and then go from there. 3 damage back on your Cheshire Cat means an Elsa is going to take it out straight away. But in Craig's defense, it also means that he's got more damage to play about. Hitting down the Hades, a very good card for her to hit at the minute. The question is, does he get rid of the card or does he let her draw? I can't help but think he has to get rid of it. He does choose to get rid of the Cheshire Cat, and I think that has to be the right decision. Strength for a Raging Fire, underrated, a little bit of a shame. That goes to the bottom of the deck. Now, interesting here, I'm fairly certain that with Hades, both cards would go to the bottom of the deck, not just the single card. He's placed Strength into his discard, but Hades' effect is the card goes to the bottom. All cards are included in this, so surely the effect would send Strength to the bottom of the deck as well. Perhaps a little bit of a misplay there. Crane needs to be careful that he cannot afford to be making misplays at this point in the game. Thinking very heavily about what he wants to do. Obviously, she only has 1 card on the board. He doesn't need to worry too much. But the main thing is he didn't let her get the card draw. That Strength for Raging Fire could be useful later in the game, though. But to be fair, Purple Steel is not going to be able to filter that far down to be able to get that card back again. But once again, definitely a negative hit, having to lose that in the game. Craig, several cards in hand, having to flick through the cards, try to work out what the best option is. Once again, this game really matters. If he makes the wrong play, he can let Beth get away from this game. Needs to be very, very careful. Going to hit down the Iago and the Black Heron. Very, very strong play. Iago is going to be very hard for Beth to get rid of if she can't find an action. Once again, Evasive could be taking this game the whole way again. Something that Beth is really struggling with. Does she have enough Evasives in her deck? Can she pull an action to be able to get rid of this Iago? I don't know, but she still is in the lead. Only 5 cards in the Inkwell. Going to be exerted 4. If that's a Genie, that's huge. Hits down the Dumbo, not a bad card. Hits down the Olaf as well. Surely she just passes, and then she passes on. We have 6 ink available for Craig. I think he's got the Giant Cobra there. That could be nice for later on, but it's not great just now. Elsa being able to exert the Dumbo could be really huge if he has it. I'd love to get rid of that Dumbo on the board, stop Beth from having that card draw engine from coming along. But if he's not able to get rid of it, Beth could be in a very strong position, being able to get those additional cards that she so much needs. Going for 4, looks like 5. Is it the Elsa? Is it the Elsa? It's the Elsa. Is he going to exert the right card? Does he go for the right play? Does he exert the Dumbo? Exerts the Dumbo. Iago is then going to take out the Dumbo. Fantastic play. Great awareness, getting rid of the draw engine, putting Beth really on the back foot now. Craig coming back. 4 cards on the board to her 2. Barely any cards in Beth's hand. Only 5 ink available on the board. Same Strength as well. Gets rid of the Hades. Humongous turn from Craig. Quest for 1. Going from 3 to 8 on the deficit. He's behind on the law, but I can't help but to think the board state is really starting to become telling. Beth just had a little bit of bad luck again in this game. Going to be paying 1. Diablo's not the card that she's going to want. Going to be spending out 2. Gets the Black Heron as well. Fills out the board, but she's got nothing to deal with that evasive threat, the Iago. That Parrot is causing so much issues. If he gets another Genie now, she's going to be in a lot of trouble. No cards in hand for Beth. Only 5 ink available. This is going to be something that is really hard for her to come back in. Craig having to think. Come back, Craig, ready to take over the game if he has the right cards. If he just keeps this board clear and Beth can't find the draw, surely he just wins from here. Exerting 3 cards, going for the Giant Cobra, getting rid of a card. Palace Guard goes into the discard, up to 5 total. This is getting very close now. Craig is very much coming back quickly. Exerting the Elsa and the Iago. Goes up to 7 total. Looks like he's not wanting to exert his Hades, maybe to keep that safe. Stops the Black Heron from challenging into that. But maybe not. He exerts the Black Heron, going to quest again for the 8 and then pass and turn. Hades is staying on board. He wants to protect that, but the rest of them he's exerting. She can't do anything into the evasive threats at the minute. Black Heron means she's going to have to trade a character into, which is a risk. At this point, is there a point of putting the Diablo straight into the Black Heron, try to find a better card? She doesn't have enough options. Maybe if she can ink, challenge the Diablo, draw a Demona. It could be a game changer and turn the game around, but I'm not sure that she's going to have luck on her side. She's really struggled these last 2 games. Luck has not been with her. Poor Beth is fighting as hard as she can, but she's just not getting the card she needs. Barely any ink available. Going to be hitting down the Cheshire Cat. Not awful. We can utilize a boost here if we stick a card into it. But once again, if she uses Black Heron to go into a card, then nothing she can do. Diablo is going to challenge in here, gets the additional draw. Let's see what she gets. I can't help but to think it might have been smart to get rid of the Diablo first and then utilize the utilize Cheshire Cat by playing it down. Junior Woodchuck Guide, but comes down. She can banish that in the next turn, get some additional draw. That is what she's been missing, but at this point, is Craig too far ahead? Able to get 1, 2, 3, 4 law altogether if he quests out. Once again, evasive cards, hitting down the Hades on the Cheshire Cat. She can't get rid of it, surely. She can't let him have more cards into the hand either. Either way, she's in a poor position. Lets him draw the cards, but she needs to keep the threats on the board. She needs the Cheshire Cat there. Without it, she's going to lose the game. Hopefully, by getting rid of the Woodchuck guidebook on the next turn, she can get rid of it, get some key cards draws turn, 2 cards for Woodchuck, 3 cards in hand. She has a chance there to pull something back, but it's going to take something special. 2 Hades on the board, Iago, Elsa, and a Giant Cobra is a very strong position. Comeback King Craig. Black Heron goes into the Inkwell. 2 inks still available. Is he going to do anything with the 2 ink, or is he just going to leave it? Looks like he's going to exert the Iago, potentially the Elsa as well. Quest out with the Hades, quest out with the Elsa and the Giant Cobra, just questing out. He's saying catch me if you can now, going 12 to 8. He is in charge of this game. She's drew a single card. Does she ink it? She played? Nope. She's getting with the Woodchuck guidebook, gets the other 2 cards in her hand. Smart, get the additional answers that you need. Going to be spending out. Is it 4 she goes for? Now the issue is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore available on the board for Craig. That can be going to 17. This could be exactly what he needs to go through the game if she's not able to answer this. Surely Cheshire Cat has to go into the Hades, take it out, maybe do some boosting, and then get rid of the Giant Cobra as well. But once again, how does she get rid of Elsa and Iago? Evasives causing her so much issue. She's just not found the issue. She's not found the answers to the evasives, which is such a huge problem. The same story happening both games at the same time. An absolute nightmare situation for Beth. Still try to cling in there. Pain 1. Unfortunately, she's got a Diablo, not the card she wants to be getting off the Woodchuck guidebook. Really, really sad story here. She needs an evasive on the board, or maybe just an action. She could pull in single action, get rid of that power. She might have a chance here, but it really depends what she can draw into. Next turn, maybe Diablo goes in, takes out a card. Not going to do anything, but it gets the additional draw. But at that point, surely the writing's on the wall. If she can't take these cards out, Craig goes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 17 altogether. Only 3 away from game. If he finds the Giant Cobra, that means only 1 away. If he finds a White Rose as well, then it's writing on the wall. That is the game. At this point, I think she just has to challenge Cheshire Cat in, maybe move the damage across, put it onto Iago, makes it a little bit closer to get rid of if he does choose to challenge, but I don't know how likely that is. I feel like at this point, Craig's potentially just going to quest out, go for game, take it away. His foot can really go on the gas here, forcing Beth under pressure, but we have to admit she's had really poor draw and has been very, very unlucky this game. Well done to her for still going, keeping in the game. Going to be boosting the Cheshire Cat, going to be moving some damage across. Looks like going to be moving 2 damage from Iago, moving it onto a different card. Sticks it onto the Giant Cobra. Olaf can now go into Giant Cobra, takes it out. A worthwhile trade, 1 cost into a 3 cost. A good strategy. Well done, Beth. Still keeps some options there. Surely at this point, Cheshire Cat now has to take out the Hades. Things strength for Rage and Fire. Very good. Gets rid of the Iago. Fantastic play from Beth. Keeping herself still in the game. The writing's not on the wall yet. She is still in there. She still has a place in this game. She can keep going. She can keep fighting. She just needs some draw. 2 Hades and Elsa on board. Only 1 evasive threat now. She's coming back as best as she can. Going to be exerting 4 cards. Please tell me it's not a genie. It's a Dumbo. Another evasive threat. Not what Beth wants to see. Going to be exerting Elsa. Gain a lore. Draw a card. Going up to 13 total. This is a nightmare situation for Beth. He keeps getting evasives and she can't find the answer for it. This is a horrible, horrible situation for poor Beth. Olaf goes into the ink, 3 going down for the Giant Cobra, discards a card, gets rid of the Demona, goes up to 15 total. I can't help but to think Demona could have been quite nice to redraw his hand. However, it's given options to her as well, which she doesn't want. 17 lore deficit to 8. I don't know if she can do anything here. 2 cards on the board. She can't get rid of the evasive threat. Surely they stick around. Going to be inking the Jafar. Does she have an answer? Plays down the Demona. That's all the ink available. She's going to need a strength for Rage and Fire. Take it out with the cat. Something she can do, but I don't think it's enough. I think this is going to be the game. I think this is it. I think this is the final moments of the game. Having a solid think. Diablo goes into the Hades, gets an additional card drawn, draws into a Cheshire Cat. Not quite what she needs. She needs that strength for Rage and Fire to hold on, but I don't think she can. That is the end of it. We have our winner, our first place winner. Grantham Pendulum Games is Craig. Massive, massive well done to both players. A massive shout out goes to Comeback King Craig, and a very valiant effort for Beth on stream, fighting her heart out. A humongous performance. Unfortunately, she did just not get the card she quite needed. Very, very unlucky. But you really have to hand it to Craig. He has played phenomenally today. I cannot believe how well this man has done. Guys, this has been an absolute huge tournament. Thank you so much for joining me here today. It's been a very, very long day. So those of you that have stuck around with us, we very, very much appreciate you. But once again, another shout out has to go to Beth and Craig, absolutely storming through. Absolute heroic effort from both parties. Beth just not hitting the cards she needed. Craig seeing exactly what he needed. Smart performance, kept calm, composed, stayed strong when he needed to, hit the right cards down, controlled the game. Absolute humongous performance. Guys, we're right at the end of the day now, but don't worry, we are going to be back soon. We are going to be casting live at Angle in Peterborough next week. We've got another thriller of a tournament for you. Please make sure you stay tuned for that. We're going to have another thriller. But once again, another shout out has to go to Pendulum Gaming for hosting today. 36-player, massive tournament for the start of the year, first event. The pricing is phenomenal. A booster box is going to be going to Craig, and that means in our upcoming winner case tournament, Craig has won himself that by exactly what he wants to be getting, putting himself in a great standpoint here. So congratulations to Craig for your great run, and I hope you enjoy that booster box. Obviously, Beth going to be going away with some amazing pricing as well. Both players have done great. A shout out to our whole top 8. We saw some great matches. Unlucky for Johnny in the previous game, unlucky for Jordan, who really struggled in that match but had a great showing. But honestly, thank you so much for sticking around, everyone. It's been lovely casting for you. I cannot wait for our next one. We're back next week. Shout out to Pendulum Gaming. Head over to their website if you haven't already. Subscribe into CrawfordCana. But that's all from me, everyone. Have a great evening. See you in the next one. Stay tuned.